No, I totally agree. Just keeping it really, really simple here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't see it. I don't really see it here. It just seems very yeah. It's gonna be a draw. It's gonna be a draw
Yeah, I
after
think
knight
so.
c5. Yeah, I mean, what to say? What to say?
Yeah.
I mean, there's just not much to be said. I mean, I guess this is the last spot though. If knight c5 is played, I'm pretty sure we'll have a draw pretty soon. If
Yeah,
rook
I guess after
fe1 or
knight
rook
c.
fd1 are played, I think we still maybe it'll go for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I guess if knight c5, maybe Nepo will just trade, go rook ac8, for example. And after
Yeah.
rook fc1, he can already take everything and go rook d1, rook a1, right? And
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the that's the easy way to just to make the draw. True.
I guess
Yeah.
that's how he will do it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's I mean, yeah, very 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 simple.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah,
So let's see.
this fizzled pretty quickly.
Yeah. So Magnus is thinking. I mean, I guess he realizes that there's nothing more than a draw, right?
I'm sure that Magnus here, yeah, he's got to be thinking, how do I just make the draw? And he's trying to see if there's a way that I think he's probably thinking, is there a way that I can keep pieces for some kind of swindle
Mm-hmm.
with a knight versus bishop in the end game, or is it just
Mm-hmm.
like I just go knight c5 and just move on? I mean, I really do think though Magnus, based on how the situation he's been in with the black games where he's been in trouble, he probably will find knight c5. That's my guess.
Yeah.
So it's like yeah.
So there's been all this talk, about like should the format be changed?
Mm-hmm.
What is your take on that?
I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know what the format is, what the best way to change is. You can do the tournament format. I don't really like that. Overall, I think if you have a tournament format that what's going to happen. I mean, it'll be more decisive. I will say that if it's a tournament format, it's going to be much more decisive for sure, 100%.
Right.
If you do like if you do other formats, I mean, the one that I can think is you play rapid before the match so that so it induces people to take more risks. Perhaps you can play like the 4-game rapid match ahead of the regular match. Or I saw another format proposed, which is you can basically have an Armageddon game where basically what is it? I think like Jan would get white as a challenger, but he has to win after the 14 classical games, and that kind of keeps
Oh,
it
right.
where
In the 50.
right, and that keeps it where it's still a classical game that decides the championship. But
Yeah.
I also don't like that because I think that's too big of an advantage for the world champion having black in an Armageddon game. So I also don't really love that either. Of course, you could just have a
Yeah.
coin flip for the Armageddon game. That's an idea too.
Yeah, or just a coin flip after the classical.
Right.
Like, yeah, we're
Exactly.
gonna
Yeah.
decide the world championship. Let's flip a coin.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Just
Um,
flip a coin after 14 draws.
yeah. Yeah, so we can finally go home. We don't have to rent the venue for another day.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard all these proposals. I think it's very difficult in the sense that I don't really like doing the rapid tiebreaker before the match
Mm-hmm.
because it's like, let's say you have a soccer match, it's doing the penalty shootout before the regular match is over, right? So it just feels very weird.
Agreed.
But,
Yeah.
like, it makes sense to have that, culmination where like at some point there has to be a winner and then you play tiebreak.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like that idea. I also don't like the idea of a 15 game where the challenger has to win, right? I think so this whole notion of like where you have to be the world champion, I think I don't really like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the actual solution is. To to figure to not. I mean, where it's fair for everybody, but I personally feel like you should just like not pretend anymore, and you should have like some kind of mixed format. That's my personal opinion. Because no matter what format you do, everyone's going to be unhappy.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know what the answer is though. I really don't.
Yeah, I think the current format is fine. I mean, they play a classical match, and then at some point they play a rapid tiebreaker.
Right.
Even though then people always say like, well, there's separate, World Rapid and Blitz championships. But I mean, yeah, you have to have a winner at some point.
Right. Yeah, I mean, some people say reduce the time control of classical match. I mean, you can obviously do that too, but again, like it's just too. That's too fundamentally different, I think, from what we already have going on. Is what I would say. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it does make some sense. Like they have. Well, it's if you think about it, it's a little bit weird. No, like where do you see this time control of 2 hours for 40 moves without
Right.
any increment?
That's true. Yeah. No, it's a good point. Right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think yeah, I mean, you can obviously do less time with increment, but I feel like already the notion of playing without increment was done specifically to try and create more imbalance. I mean, because
Right.
I mean, as you know, there literally are no tournaments that we play in that you have without any increment from the start. Every single tournament has like a 30-second increment, right? It's like 90 minutes or like hour 40, whatever it is, but you always gain 30 seconds per move. So it just doesn't
hmm
really. I mean, even this attempt to try and spice it up isn't working.
Yeah.
I mean,
Except.
there's also the other thing, which is frankly just don't have like 10 years before the match, because the players have so much time before the match that like, I mean, it's a situation where like, I mean, you've got 6 months to prep for a match. Like, it's going to be very hard if you take it seriously for your opponent to crack your preparation. I think that's
Yeah.
probably a big part of the issue. Like, for example, like, I mean, this in no way is taking away from Ali Reza and what he did in the Grand Swiss. But when you play in individual tournaments where it's like you play a different person every round, you can't just focus on one opponent. You have many different openings. It's much more exciting, and like you're not gonna have a bunch of draws. So like it
Exactly.
induces
Yeah.
like all this variance, if you want to call it, or whatever. And that I think also is one reason that maybe it makes sense to have it in a tournament format, because then you're gonna have all different openings. It's not it's not like this one game where you can just sit on the Petrov the way that Fabiano did, and the way that I think Jan is now as well.
Yeah. I mean, the match format does make that pretty boring because if
hmm
both players have 6 months to prepare, they'll just look at the same lines.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
It's yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it just makes it very boring. I just don't have any other way to say it. Like
hmm
even when you're preparing, like you're pressing the space bar, but you're thinking like, okay, my opponent's probably looking at this as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's the only. It's the only logical idea that I can think of. I mean, I don't know. I can't really think of anything else that makes
Yeah.
sense besides like mixed formats or mixed formats or less time. That's all. I mean, less time to prepare. I mean, specifically, just yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, like I don't know, you do want to see the best quality.
True.
Um, so I don't think that is really the problem. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just have to reduce the time control a little bit.
Do you really think that changed anything though? Because I feel like everybody's still that you still get 20 moves of prep. Like if the players have half an hour less, this game is still a draw, right? I can't think of any game. Maybe the second game with less time could have been decisive, but every other game, I think you'd have the same result.
Yeah, but still, like 2 hours is a lot if you think about it, right? Like
hmm
if you have okay, but but then again, like 130 for 40 moves,
hmm
it feels like it's pretty short, right? Traditionally speaking, in
True. Yes.
classical.
Agreed.
But I think they do have to make things a bit more interesting. Because yeah, or a little bit faster, so to speak. Because yeah, it feels like no, nothing is just happening.
Nepo
Wait,
made a
doesn't
mistake
Magnus
though. Wait, Nepo just made a mistake. Wait, is there E3 here?
Eth-
Or do you have Bishop B2? No, that wins for white. Wait a second. Wait. Did Nepo just get careless here? Wait, E3, Bishop B6, Queen E2?
yeah, that feels careless, yeah.
I mean, because now there's going to be knight F4, knight H5. Wait a second. As soon as we said that, I mean, this is the other thing that I was always worried about with Nepo is that there is some chance that he might just fall asleep. Maybe not this game
Yeah.
specifically, but in this match where there could be some dry position and he thinks it's just a zero draw and he just falls asleep at the wheel. Because now after E3, this
Bishop
looks
B
kind of scary. Yeah, Bishop B6, Queen E2 with knight F4. I mean,
yeah.
okay, computer really doesn't care at all,
It's
unsurprisingly,
funny, like
but
we're getting excited about 0.10. Like
right, that's
potential
true.
0.10.
Right, well,
Yeah.
that's because we're human and we get scared of different ideas, different lines.
Yeah.
That's the
All
reason,
right.
yeah.
So yeah, I mean after E3, you kind of have to go Bishop B6, right? Or do
Right.
you still go Rook AC8?
Rook AC8, right. But
But
now if I
even
trade? No, I
yeah.
mean this looks This looks
Okay, let's
wrong
say
with the
take
pawn
everything.
e3. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this looks quite wrong with this looks quite wrong now. I think because now you don't now after trades bishop b6 knight f4. I mean, it looks like white's unwound completely. There's like rook d7 coming in here, knight
Yeah.
h5. I mean, it looks pretty bad. That's just my
I agree, yeah.
read of it. Yeah, I don't think it's good.
So yeah, I think Magnus has some chances. Also, like Jan has 37 minutes, which is still plenty of time, but still has 15 more moves to make. So
right.
I don't know, that he could get in some trouble here.
Yeah, I definitely can see it. I feel like there's some real danger here after e3. I mean, of course with correct play it's still a draw, but there is danger now. Very clear and present danger after white gets queen e2 with knight f4. I mean, for the computer it doesn't, I mean, as I said, it doesn't care, but I mean, it feels iffy.
Yeah. So after bishop e6, like I guess you go queen e2, right? Like queen c6 it just feels like it's a draw. So let's say we go queen e2. But still, let's say black goes rook ac8.
Right, and now maybe trade and knight f4.
So you trade on c8 and knight f4, but it does allow rook c2
and queen g4. Is king f8, and there's no discovery on the queen. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also completely fine because I mean, white's king is also kind of weak as well, so it's probably completely fine. But it feels iffy. It does feel really iffy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it feels really iffy. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. Ooh, yeah. No. I mean, I would much rather be white here. I have to say, I would. Yeah, like I think. I mean, I expect e3 from Magnus, and I think we're gonna get a long game now. What do you think? Well, maybe
yeah. I think Magnus will try to put the squeeze on. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. This looks problematic for sure. Looks. Yeah, I mean, I was worried this might happen somehow, that Jan might fall asleep, and I think after e3 queen e2, this looks very scary. I expect e3 to be played here 100% by Magnus.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know, you probably have it on your other tab what the times are, but I mean, if Jan really only has 37 minutes for 15 moves, this could get scary too on the clock as well. Because you don't have clear moves.
Exactly. Magnus also doesn't have a whole lot of time, but I think we're kind of used to 37 still being a lot of time.
Right.
But I mean, without the increment, it can be a little uncomfortable, right?
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is, like, normally since we're so used to playing with increment, you don't worry about time. Like, I know for myself, like, unless I get down to like 2 minutes or something, I'm not worried. Ever.
Right.
But without increment here, it's like you don't want to really get below probably like 4 minutes or something is my guess.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, because really it's just all one move that's all it takes that could create all the problems for you.
Right. So yeah, I think, I mean, like, I don't know. This feels scary.
But don't you think it's very weird that, like, only the World Championship has this time control without increments?
Well, I mean, of course, it's wrong.
Yeah.
To answer the question, it's wrong. I mean, it's like I'll give you another example. It's not the World Championship, a little bit less prestigious, but the Grand Chess Tour, and the Grand Chess Tour. I think they actually made it increment again, but I think the Grand Chess Tour 2 years ago, they had it where it was delay instead of increment, which was like, what are you doing? And then it was also weird that, like, the U.S. Championship, which recently happened, the regular format, I think it was like 90 minutes plus 30 from the get-go, and then like 30 minutes or something, or maybe it was 1 hour for the second control, and then the tiebreaker, when there was a 3-way tie, the games were, I think, it was rapid. I think it was 15 minutes with like 5-second delay. So it's like everybody's like messing around. I don't really understand it.
Yeah, I think Jan made a good point. He said that the format should be the same for all like at all stages of the cycle.
Right. Agreed.
So then Yeah, so I guess they would go for, I mean, I guess like the World Cup, the Grand Prix, and the candidates, and then the World Championship.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, and also I just want to clarify because chat probably hear us talking about these things. They don't really understand what I mean. What I mean when I say delay versus increment. So increment is where you make a move and you get seconds. So it's like if you get a 30-second increment, you make a move with 5 minutes on the clock. You'll 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes 30 seconds on your next turn. And if you make like 5 quick moves, you get your time up to like 8 or 9 minutes. If you have like a delay, it's quite the opposite. Where let's say you have a 30-second delay and you have 1 minute on the clock. When you make your move, you do not gain more time. Your clock will stay at 1 minute. So unless you use those 30 seconds on every single move going forward, it doesn't really add more time the way that an increment does. So it's quite different.
Yeah. People G chat.
Mm-hmm. Well, the best thing I like is like I remember Fabiano was playing in one of these St. Louis events, and I was having a conversation with him after one of the rounds, and it's just like he tried to repeat moves because he thought he would gain time. Well, the delay you gain no time, so he's like 5 seconds. He repeats like 2 times, but he doesn't. He still has 5 seconds after that repetition.
Right, yeah.
And it's like when you get increment, if you have 5 seconds and you make those 2 or 3 quick moves, you'll have 20 or 25 seconds. You won't still have 5 seconds at the end of that repetition, and so delay is much trickier.
Right. Yeah, probably they're thinking like, oh, delay, that's just the time you put on your stream, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's quite different, you guys. Quite different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So we're still waiting on E3 here, I guess. From Magnus, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't played it yet. Actually, like, is he really going to go knight c5 and make a draw? Because I mean, I find it really hard to believe.
Yeah.
If Magnus doesn't play e3 and queen e2, I mean, there's something wrong with him. Because old Magnus would definitely try to squeeze here with e3, queen e2, and knight f4. So
yeah, I wonder what he's thinking about. Like e3 looks very, very natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see any other moves
played in a heartbeat.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else can you even do here? Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. Yeah, old Magnus would go e3 in 5 seconds and queen e2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is he worried about? Yeah, you're right. What is he worried about here? I mean, maybe he sees the whole line with king f8. Maybe he actually sees like rook c8, and he sees it after you trade and go knight f4, rook c2, queen g4, king f8. There's actually no way to mate. Maybe your king is kind of open here. Like I could see him being afraid of that. Maybe, but that's the only explanation that I can think of. Only explanation.
Yeah, I mean the only, like, okay, e3, it's slightly committal in a way because your knight on d3 loses its anchor square.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, like, I don't know, it's a move you kind of want to make, no?
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying for more, I mean, I guess that's the question. If Magnus sees king f8 and he realizes that it's just the boogeyman, there's no actual attack. I mean, does he do that and hope that Jan sees the boogeyman, or does he just like make the draw? That's kind of the question.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think it comes down to here. But the thing is, what else can you actually play here? Because I realize knight c5 is not a move because I trade and go bishop f2.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's like...
I don't really see any other moves indeed besides e3.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you would think that, I mean, he is generally like the best in the world in making these positional decisions, right? So like, what is he really thinking about? And he's actually getting lower on the clock than Jan. Could that...
Right.
That could be and actually, oh wait, he was reaching for the rook.
Oh, he's gonna play rook d2 here?
That's very weird, in my humble opinion.
Well, I mean, rook d2 allows b4 even, like, and then if trade knight b4 bishop f2, it's an easy draw. Like,
yeah, like, why would you not just go e3? It's very weird. He's taking like 10 minutes, right?
I mean, there's no way Magnus doesn't. Maybe, I mean, there's no way Magnus blunder doesn't see that after bishop e3, f3, queen e3, there's knight f2, right? I mean, there is a draw there with like king g2, queen e4, maybe if you don't have knight f2, but I mean, there's no way. So what?
Yeah.
Why is he looking to play rook? I mean, because I figure rook d2 b4 is actually an easy draw for black. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it feels like the easiest draw because then you plant the bishop on c3, and it's like there's just no chance for white.
Yeah, very weird. I'm very surprised he doesn't see e3.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
There's just no way. There's just no... Yeah, I mean... Where's old Magnus? I mean, we don't want new Magnus. We want old Magnus. Where's old Magnus? Because yeah, this just looks. I mean, if he doesn't play E3, like, I mean, what's even the point?
You feel like the Magnus from like 2013, 2014 would play this position better?
I actually do. I mean, the sense that I've gotten with Magnus, and I don't know if it's just because there have been a bunch of online tournaments and other things. Is that he's like, I don't know if he's more afraid's the wrong, but I feel like the invincibility, or maybe it's just the belief, is a little bit. It's not what it was, and I think a lot of that might be because of that might be because of what's happened with these online tournaments where he's lost a lot of games. He hasn't really. I mean, he's still won most of the matches, obviously, when all is said and done. But he has lost a lot of games. I wonder if that maybe hasn't played a role, in terms of like, in maybe like psychologically in some way.
Yeah, that's a good point. And
So yeah, I don't know. That's just my read of the situation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to judge. Like, you think, but maybe, he's like he used to be like super confident, and maybe if he loses, let's say, 5% of his confidence, that already makes a huge difference. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know, but I feel like there's just something's off. Something's off. That's what I would say. I mean, he hasn't played Rook D2, has he?
No, I don't think he has. But he is spending a lot of time here. Where, like, I think 10 or maybe even 15 minutes ago, we thought like E3 was going to be played in a heartbeat, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This is just bizarre.
Yeah. Because, I mean, black doesn't have moves like bishop b2 because white can take with a knight.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just sees a ghost here. I mean, I really don't know, because the E3 feels like the only try. But I mean, like I said, maybe he just feels like after bishop b6, queen e2, rook c8, his king is open, and he actually has calculated the line and realizes that he has nothing, and so he's not sure whether to take that risk or whether he's to do it and hope that Jan sees the boogeyman. That's all I can see.
But then again, after bishop b6, you can just go queen c6. Wait, like, isn't that endgame actually a little bit unpleasant, right? Like, let's say black takes, we take.
Right, takes.
Let's say black goes rook ab8. Yeah, king f1. Like,
yeah, king f1,
I don't know,
you.
Yeah.
Bad bishop, like, very bad bishop on b6. I mean, it has no squares. Actually, yeah, no.
What we were talking about earlier, like the bishop on b6 doesn't have any targets, and like these pawns can be a little bit weak. I think like Karpov used to win some nice endgames here back in the day.
Yeah, right? I mean, maybe e3 you can invert the order with rook ac8 first, but even trades, I mean, trades and rook c8 and bishop b6 knight f4 is great for white.
Yeah,
this is very perplexing. I'm very perplexed. Like, I am. And then really,
again,
really
after rook ac8, you can always move the queen, and there's no risk at all.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what is he? So what is like? Yeah, what is he thinking about? I just don't know.
Yeah, no, so I'm very, very confused here. Very, very confused.
Yeah. So of course, the interesting thing about chess, right? The whole chess world is wondering like what is going on inside his head.
Yeah, I mean, like, what is there? What? Yeah, I'm really, really confused, because you're right. Actually, e3 bishop b6 queen c6 feels like the human approach. I mean, that feels like just a very happy endgame. He's thinking about what? Thinking about fruit? I don't know what he's thinking about.
Thinking about fruit?
Yeah. I'm really confused here. Really, really confused. Because also, like, if Magnus has used this much time, to me that indicates that he's worried about something. Which, if he's worried about something, I mean, then you would think he should just bail out with e3. He should see e3 queen c6. So I really don't understand this.
Yeah, it's very weird, because also, like, he played queen c2 earlier, and then rook ac8 was stronger. And here, once again, like, after rook ac8, if you don't want to go into it, there's queen e2.
Right, exactly. And yeah, it's just very strange.
And every other move feels weird.
Yeah, I mean every move except for E3 does not make sense to me. Like, I mean, Rook
Yeah,
D2, Queen D1 is fine, but what are you really accomplishing? I mean, that also because there's B4,
yeah,
Bishop C3. Like, I'm so lost here. I'm so lost. And
yeah.
he's
I mean, I
also
guess like,
go ahead.
uh, oh yeah, I was just gonna say like, if he would be playing your buddy Kriari in a bullet game, he'd play E3 in half a second.
Exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. He'd play E3 instantly. I mean, even in
Yeah,
Blitz, he would just go E3. Like, I just don't.
yeah, yeah. What were
I'm
you
so
gonna say?
confused. No, I'm really confused by this because nothing really makes sense. Nothing
Yeah,
about this thing makes sense. And if he uses too much time, I mean, he could actually get into trouble here. I think like real trouble, like actual real trouble here if he's not careful. I
like
mean, this is
I don't know. Like, do you think like, I don't see him getting into real trouble, but what I could see happening is like, let's say maybe Jan makes an inaccuracy,
Mhm.
and then he doesn't have the time to take advantage.
Right. Well, actually, what I was referring to is I was referring to like Rook D2 B4, but I guess I mean that's just a draw anyway. Trade takes Bishop F2, King F2, Queen B4. I mean that's trade and just Queen C4 is probably enough for a draw. But I was thinking some end game like that is what I was thinking. Like if he plays Rook D2, if he doesn't play E3, like if he looks for the other option.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, if he like Magnus can of course also still make an
Hmm.
inaccuracy. That's true.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's very weird. Very
Yeah,
weird.
it's yeah. Uh, like, is he maybe just sort of it's not like it feels like he's frozen.
Hmm. Yeah. It's like he's
That
just
makes
frozen.
sense.
He can't. Yeah. He can't bring himself to make a move. I agree.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. What is he doing here? I'm really confused. I am just
Yeah.
confused by this tank here.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. Magnus won't go King F1, you guys. That's a good idea. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just weird. It's just very weird. Um, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I'm just perplexed because I don't see any other moves. Like I mean, I in half like in probably like 1 minute, I'll see that Rook D2 B4 is nothing. So once I see that Rook D2 B4 is nothing, then what? I mean, like if I'm trying to find a way not to play E3, 'cause the way I would look is E3 obvious candidate move. I guess Rook D2 obvious candidate move, and then I don't know what else I'm supposed to play basically. So I would just basically calculate Rook D2 B4, and I feel like within a couple of minutes, I would realize there's just the Bishop F2 Queen B4 tactic, and I would just go E3. So I'm just confused. Really
Yeah, but
confused here.
you would also think like just sort of by intuition, like that E3 is the right move, right?
Agreed.
Like
Agreed. Yeah.
Magnus's intuition is always, great. And yeah, he should just rely on that. I mean, that's what he normally does.
Agreed.
So I'm very surprised that he
Yeah, he's been thinking for what, like
yes.
15 minutes already?
Yeah, but isn't it like 20 or maybe 25? Like it's a
Yeah, I
lot.
don't
He
know.
was up like 10,
Hmm.
15 minutes.
Right. Yeah, weird. Very weird.
Yeah, he's spending 20 minutes. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very weird.
Yeah. I'm gonna go use the restroom quickly, or maybe I'll send Magus a move, but I'll be right back. Give me a minute, okay?
Okay. Yeah. All right, Chad. Yeah. Guys, do behave, do behave. If you guys will misbehave, I will tell Hikaru once he gets back. But yeah. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Uh yeah, it's weird. He doesn't play E3. Doesn't play E3. No, I'm not a snitch. I'm not a snitch. But yeah, guys, you guys should behave. You guys gotta appreciate, that Hikaru's up so early. Streaming. But yeah, I think Hikaru, I think from what he just said, it seems like he is confused. That Magnus is not moved yet. Like from what he just said, I think he is confused, but I'm not sure. That's just a guess. He seems confused. That's what I would say. So yeah. Magnus seems okay. Yeah, Magnus seems okay. He played f3. Well, he wanted to touch the f pawn, but then
All right, we're
Danny
back.
range stopped him.
Did he receive my text to play e3 or not? I guess he didn't. He didn't move.
I guess not, because it doesn't seem like he has his phone with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he's still thinking. Wow. I mean, this is just bizarre. I have to say, I'm really, really confused by all of this. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah. By the way, Chad did behave for the most part, so we don't have to ban anyone.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really. I mean, what are the
Rook d2?
Wow. Okay.
What the fridge?
Yeah, I mean, I guess okay, but now I mean, isn't b4 like the most obvious move on the board here, or is it there's like some queen c4? Is that the trick? I guess b4 ab4 ab4 queen c4 maybe. I mean
yeah, I like b4. Yeah, like there, Magnus could get into trouble, right? Like, because you kind of have to take like recaptures, and then like you said, I think you kind of have to take on b4, right?
So if you go queen c4 queen f5, I mean now it's starting to get dangerous. I think now you're in some serious danger potentially.
And then after bishop f2 and take on b4, it looks pretty comfortable for black. And actually, like, as you probably knew, I had something similar in the World Cup against Sam Savian, where like I did not have the double G pawns, but I had E, F, G, H, and he had something like E, G, H.
Okay, yeah, right? 4 versus 3.
No, and he had a B pawn,
Okay, so yeah, so something like I put it on the board. Okay.
Yeah, something like that, and like it was clear that it was a little bit better for the side where where it was like 4 versus 3 on one side.
Right.
And something similar could happen.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably Magnus will stabilize with just queen c4 at the end. You just trade everything off, and after rook d8, just queen c4. I mean, that looks stable enough to make a draw. I mean, it should be a draw.
But you don't have to trade, right? Like after queen c4, I can give a check on b6.
Yeah, king g2, and then what? Rook b8, and rook c3. I mean, this is a draw.
I mean, it's annoying that white has queen g4 check.
Right.
But still, you would take black here, no? Like after king g2, maybe rook d4, rook d4, put the rook on b. I mean, yeah, it's slightly uncomfortable. So it's very like I'm confused. Why did Magnus play rook d2?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, because b4 seems like the most obvious move in the world here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, if he trades and goes queen c4, queen f5, I mean, he could get into danger here, right? I mean, this feels very scary. I mean, maybe it's nothing, because I feel like now e5, e4 is also maybe a threat somewhere too. Maybe not, but it's I don't like this. I don't like this choice from Magnus. I don't like it at all. I think it's just a bad decision. Strange. Very strange. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I feel like old Magnus would have just gone e3. I mean, I mean, I really do wonder what I mean, I hope someone in the press conference asks this question, since it's definitely relevant. Is like, what was Magnus worried about after e3? Because if it's just like if there's a concrete reason that makes sense, but if it's like he miscalculated a line, that's actually very worrisome for Magnus.
Yeah. So you think that's a better question than asking how the knight moves?
Probably. Although Magnus might retort that he knew how the knight moved, but it loses an exchange if he had gone knight f4 instead.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Just weird. Just very, very weird. Very, very weird.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm curious, like, because that is a legitimate question. they ask these questions like, hey, what are you gonna do on the rest day? Like, how does a
Right.
knight move? Are you gonna eat cake on your birthday? But like
Mhm.
asking like, hey Magnus, why did you not play E3? Like,
Right. Yeah. Why didn't you just go
so
E3? Yeah. Such an obvious
yeah,
move, right? Yeah. No, it's
yeah,
very very strange. Very strange. Hmm. Yeah. Really really
yeah.
weird. Really really weird. Yeah. Very very bizarre. Hmm. Yeah. So all right. So I guess yeah we're still waiting. We're still waiting for a move here from Jan. I mean I haven't looked at the time. Um. Do you have an actual read on the exact time? How much time they both have?
Um, yeah, it seems like Jan has 33 minutes and Magnus has 23.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's still
33 to
like
23.
15
Wow.
more moves in
Mm-hmm.
23 minutes. That's not a whole lot.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And um
Yeah. I
um
mean, I expect B4 to be played pretty quickly here by Jan. I mean, anything else would like kind of surprise me. Okay, he goes Rook
yeah,
C8. Okay, but Rook C8 actually is interesting too, because now Magnus can take, right?
it's really weird that he does it like in the best possible. I mean,
Version for white, yeah.
yeah. Okay, so white takes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I assume you take. Queen D1 is probably a move, but yeah, let's say you take. And then how does black do this exactly?
Let's say we go h5. So the one thing I
H5,
like, maybe Jan
H4?
goes, you want to go h,
Yeah, H5, H4 with knight
huh,
F4. I mean,
huh. Yeah, you can just go h4. I mean, the one explanation I have for Jan going rook ac8 is that maybe he feels like Magnus is not comfortable, right? Like if you spend 20 minutes on rook d2,
true.
maybe he
Oh,
just
maybe yeah.
got
Maybe he wants to take and go Queen D5 actually, because then you don't have Knight F4 because of Bishop F2.
okay.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think probably Jan is gambling here. I think he thinks that Magnus is uncomfortable, and he doesn't think that he can lose this even if Magnus takes the rooks, and he figures there's a chance for Magnus to make a blunder, especially with limited time.
Yeah.
That's got to be the reason. That's a very good psychological decision by Jan. I really do like it. That makes a lot of sense here. That
Yeah,
makes a
and
lot
then
of sense.
again, like Magnus now has to allocate time in for to evaluate like the queen trade for the two rooks, right?
Right, exactly. Which means he has to use like another 5 minutes or play Queen D1 immediately. No, I like Rook C8
Yeah.
actually. It's a great gamble.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what though? Actually, Magnus can't dodge because there's Bishop C3 after Queen D1, and then I get
But
B4, and
rook,
you're just much worse. So actually, you have to
ah,
do. Actually, you have to do it. Yeah, now
hmm.
you have to go for it. Okay, this is gonna get very interesting now. Like really interesting.
Yeah, because like, yeah, if you go queen d1, you really get stuck, right? So okay, let's have a look. So he has to
Right, and then Queen
take,
D5.
right? So like queen d, yeah, because like after h5, h4, that pawn on h5 is kind of fixed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like can get weak.
Yeah,
So
I actually I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this by Jan. After Magnus
uh
goes Rook D2, I really like this idea.
yeah.
Someone in chat said Knight C5 here. It's losing for some reason. I don't know why, but probably just Queen E5 is very strong.
Yeah,
So
you get
yeah,
yourself into a lot of pins.
right.
Yeah.
So okay, so takes Queen D5, and then what's your next move? Is a question. Is it E3 here? Is it
Yeah, yeah.
B4?
E3
Yeah,
makes sense. Let's say you go bishop e5. There's b4 though, but b4,
trade.
a4,
B4,
maybe.
yeah, B4 A4 to get the pass pawn. Yeah, I mean it. I think it's a correct decision by Jan because I think that if Jan
Yeah,
plays this correctly, it's always a draw. I don't think he can ever lose
right.
here, which is what's important. It's impossible to lose in my opinion. So because
Oh,
of that, it's a great decision. I love it. I love it. So this is going to be very interesting. I would say all bets are off on whether this is going to
mhm.
be a draw. All bets are off.
Uh-huh. But then again, like a4 rook c c2, because now you're trying to hit bishop on e5.
So sorry, say that again.
And oh, I was saying like, so we're looking at this line, right? Right,
Mm-hmm.
like queen d5, e3, bishop e5,
Right.
b4,
A4.
a4, then rook c c2.
Mm-hmm. Right, and
Because
then Queen
now,
B3.
can I
You just
take on
take and go. You
e5?
take and go Rook A2, and it's a draw. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess like neither side can do anything, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty stable. That looks very, very stable here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like that. I think that's probably the easiest way to play it. But what is the time situation again? Because Magnus has been thinking so long now that I feel like it's
So
gonna.
so Magnus is on 19 minutes. But he's
Yikes.
got to realize that he has to take on c8, right? Because if he goes queen d1, he is like, I don't know,
Well,
as
queen
stuck
d1,
as
bishop c. I mean, all these lines of bishop c3 and b4 just look bad. You can maybe draw, but you're definitely on the wrong side of it, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, this is quite scary. This is very scary. Very, very scary here. Ooh, ooh.
He is getting low on time. Yeah, like 19 minutes
It's
isn't.
just the hesitation that concerns me for Magnus. Like the hesitation really.
Yeah,
Okay, so he goes for it. Okay, so
and he
we do get
takes.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, we do get
Okay.
it.
So Jan has to take. I
Right.
mean,
So,
I like it. At least it's some, imbalance instead of, just trading.
right. Agreed. Yeah, I think for sure we're gonna get takes queen d5. I think for sure we'll get that.
Yeah.
Queen d5 makes the most sense. I mean, yeah, he plays it instantly. Okay. Okay.
Okay, and queen d5 instantly by Jan.
Mm-hmm.
So then, how difficult is this line that we just analyzed, right? Like e3, bishop b5, and b4.
Yeah. So b4. I mean, it seems pretty easy to find to me, at least.
Yeah.
It seems pretty easy to find. I mean, yeah, I think.
Like it's slightly scary, like in the sense that if Jan gets in a4 and can go after the pawn on a3, but that does not seem realistic.
Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like rook c2 and rook a2. I think it's probably the clean way to make the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to see, and I don't really see anything else. I mean, like what else can you do? I mean, you can play b4 right away, right? b4, a4, but then you're still gonna have to go e3 anyway, right?
Okay, so let's say b4. Okay, let's say we go a4. You have to play e3 at some. Actually, b4
Okay,
is
plays
played
b4.
by Magnus.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so
a4 looks natural.
Mm-hmm.
E3 looks. Wait, E3 is there? Wait, is there bishop B2? Wait, did Magnus blunder?
Right.
Wait, because now if you take out the rook, I take on D3, and you cannot guard A3.
Aha, this is true. Yeah, no, this is true. So okay, so A4, and if I go rook C2 instead of E3, feels more human at
but
least.
then the queen B3,
and I go, but E3 there's bishop C3.
yeah,
No, this actually yeah.
Jan, and Jan is playing very fast. He played A4 very quickly, so he's definitely like smelling blood, is my guess.
100% he is. Yeah, now I mean, like this is scary.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I feel like it's all on Magnus here. Magnus has to defend and make the draw. If Magnus defends well, he's still going to make the draw, but I think all the pressure is off of Jan now. All the pressure is on Magnus to hold this. And I would say, I mean, that is one thing I would say about Magnus in general, is he has had issues defending worse positions in the past. Like, I mean, obviously he's a great player and he almost never gets bad positions, so he generally doesn't have to show amazing techniques. It seems like he's always just better every game. But I feel like when I've seen him lose games, generally it's like a slightly worse position where there's no theoretical force draw, like a force rook and pawn endgame or things of that nature. So it feels it's quite scary here. Quite scary, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I mean, since he's so good, he's not really used to defending bad positions. And it's usually it's like there are those people who have like bad openings and end up in bad positions, and they're usually good at defending. That's kind of fun.
Right, exactly. But Magnus usually just gets good positions, so he I mean, he's had to defend, I mean, already in this match. Which is not to say that he's not a great defender, but I do feel sometimes his defense, like I feel like compared to like Fabiano, it's maybe not he's not as stout at defending at times.
Yeah, it's of course all relative. I mean, like let's say maybe his endgame technique when he has a slight advantage is like 2,900, right? Then maybe his
Right.
defending abilities are like 2,800. Like,
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, this is again, I'm so confused why he didn't go E3. Like, I'm so,
yeah,
because normally when we see Magnus games, it's actually the other way around. It's like we wonder, well, why didn't his opponent do this move? It's the most obvious move.
right.
It doesn't feel like you see Magnus in the situation where it's like we're really wondering, like, why didn't he just play the obvious move?
Yeah, and yeah, he's getting below 16 minutes. I mean,
Mhm.
still plenty of time. I think the next couple of moves are going to be critical. It should not be too difficult, right?
Agreed.
But
Yeah,
then
I mean,
again,
you
like
think so, but
maybe
yeah.
he realized that after E3 there is bishop B2, but again, is that like the end of the world?
Well, what do you do? I mean, I guess
Well,
what
it
you have
does.
rook c5, right?
Yeah,
Rook
but then again, like
d7.
maybe you just get worried, right? It can easily happen that,
Yeah,
yeah, you take on B2, black takes on D3.
I think you're losing that. You have to be losing with a 2v1.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
practically
That
speaking.
looks bad. So you don't want to go into that. Then I think rook CC2 was a move still, no?
Yeah, rook
Because then
c2 and
if
then queen b3. And what
there's knight
knights?
C1,
Knight c1, queen b1,
yeah,
king
queen B1, nice. King
q2.
G2.
Yeah, maybe
Huh.
it's okay, but wow, it
But
feels
maybe
very, very
black
scary.
goes F5, bishop F6, and then goes after the pawn.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hate this position for white. I mean, I think there's a very good chance that Jan wins this game. I actually do think
Yeah,
there's I think like because of the time situation, I think the odds are really good here. Really, really
yeah,
good. Magnus is gonna have to show why he's world champion here. He's gonna have to find like
yeah,
the right defensive moves with limited time, no increment. I mean, this is very, very scary to play here.
yeah. I
I'm
think,
betting that he missed bishop b2. That's my bet. I bet he missed e3 bishop b2.
uh-huh, interesting.
Yeah, that's my best guess. And also, once again, it's what 12 moves in 14 minutes. Like with increment here, you're breezing. You're like you're not even worried at all. But without increment, I mean, without increment, you're very worried. Also because Jan is moving super fast. Like he's totally trying to cheese him
Yeah,
on the clock. He's trying to use every advantage here, and it's
yeah.
yeah. I mean for
No,
the
I think it's
computers, it's easy.
impressive. I think it's impressive that, like, even, at this stage, Jan is not shy at all to, to try to put pressure on Magnus. And yeah, like I said, I guess he just feels like this is his chance and he just goes for it,
I mean, I
right?
love the attitude. I love,
Yeah.
especially when Magnus hesitated on Rook D2. I love the way that he smelled the blood. I think Jan
Hmm.
has always been very good at sensing that. When he senses his opponent's unsure, he's very good at like pushing. He's really mastered the tempo where he tries to move really, really quickly,
Mm,
and take advantage of that. I know because I played in
yeah.
some games too, quite a few rapid and blitz games where it's like when he senses that I'm not completely sure, he just starts speeding up and moving incredibly
Mm,
quickly. So he's
yeah.
definitely mastered the tempo. He's mastered the tempo
Yeah.
for sure. um, yeah,
Yeah. So Magnus definitely, it seems like he's uncomfortable here. Yeah. Like 12 minutes for 12 moves. That's 1 minute a move. That's definitely not a lot.
well, especially when there are
Yeah.
no obvious moves either. Like that's
Right.
the other problem. Like there's no obvious setup, no obvious moves. I mean, this is scary. I mean, I think
Yeah.
there's a good chance that Jan wins this game. I mean, who
Yeah.
knows, but I think there's a good chance.
Hmm.
That's what I would say. I think there's a very good chance that Jan wins this one.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's looking tough for Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
Like the variations we looked at do not seem easy to find at the board. And
Right.
even then, like, yeah, he's still kind of stuck. It's difficult
Mm-hmm.
to make moves. And if you ever lose the pawn on a3, it feels like you're just gonna lose.
Right. Agreed.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I would not want to have this position, especially
yeah,
not with 11 minutes and no increment. Like I'd be very, very, very afraid here. Very, very afraid. Like,
yeah. Well, and the like also those thoughts can sort
mm-hmm.
of kick in, right? Like,
True.
he
Very
might
true.
get
Yeah.
nervous also because the fact he's like, oh, this is not what I want. I only have 11 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Got
Yeah. I
gotta
mean, this
go,
is
gotta go.
gotta move, dude. You gotta move as the the not attachment, sorry, the extension says. Yeah, this is yeah. I mean, I don't know what Magnus is going to do here. I really don't know what he's going to do. Also, you know, the thing is, I feel like if Magnus loses, it's hard for me to see him coming back and winning this match, I have to say, because I feel like Jan is a little bit different than Sergey. I'm sure he's like, it feels like he's just kind of more in Magnus's head, and I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. If Jan wins this, I think there's a very good chance that Magnus might, I mean, he'll obviously put up a big fight, but I feel like there's a good chance Jan might just win this match. I mean, Magnus must be very nervous here, though. I mean, he's completely thrown this away. Rook D2 is just such a bizarre move. But again, a lot of credit to Jan. I mean, he sensed it, and he's just like, he's been pushing forward.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know, how like one move of like, you know, being uncomfortable like can just throw the game and potentially the match, right?
Right. Well, I mean, that's why matches are even more brutal than like tournaments. I think it's like one wrong move and bye. I mean, that's it. And
I mean, people might think like, okay, it's just one game, right? There's still like 8 to go, and that is true. Like, it's still very, very far from over. But
also, I love how there are people in chat are like, the engine says 0. Is like, what's the big deal? It's just a draw. But again, computers are not humans. They have no emotions. They also just find the best move every time. Okay, E3, so Bishop B2, surely.
E3 was played,
yeah. I mean, I still think Magnus can draw, but he's gonna have to prove it. That's why when you guys say it's an easy draw, he has to prove it here, and he is human. Like, humans get nervous, little time. I mean, a computer doesn't care about time. It has no emotions. It has no heart. It's just like makes the best move regardless of whatever else is going on in the world. I mean, there could be bombs dropping around. The computer would still play the best move. So, it's just one of those things that like you guys like seriously just you need to relax.
I mean the engine and these would lose his position with both colors, right?
Probably true. Yeah.
Okay, but so we looked at Bishop B2 here, which looks kind of scary.
Right. And what's wrong with, I guess Bishop E5 allows Rook CC2, right? That was the problem. Then you get to trade and go Rook A2, and you just draw.
Right.
So
Bishop B2, like, I guess Bishop B2 was initially missed by Magnus.
Right.
Right. There's Rook C5, then I guess Queen D6.
Yeah. And computer says takes Queen D3, Rook C2 as a draw. I mean that'd be impressive if Magnus can find that. I mean, because that looks losing.
Yeah, takes on Rook C2 is very tough to find, and
because apparently, Queen A3 takes Queen D3. You go Rook C5, A3, and then I think you have Rook C1. I think you have Rook C1, and you can somehow get the rooks back. I mean, very, very hard to find, though. Very, very hard to find. Very
is
hard.
Queen B3 any better? Or you just do the same thing?
Wait, sorry. So Bishop B2, Rook C5, Queen E6 takes, Rook C2 takes. And Rook B5, Queen B3?
No, I was gonna say, yeah.
But then I think I can go Rook C1, and I still get Rook A5. Like A3, Rook A5, takes, Rook A8, Queen B2, and Rook F1. Although maybe that's lose. Computer actually says it's -2, so maybe that's actually not great.
Yeah, the pawn is not promoting, but you're just stuck.
Right. Well, okay. I mean, we got to see Bishop B2 here. Only move, right?
Yeah.
Go,
I mean, Bishop E5 is also a move.
No, but you said Bishop E5?
Right, yeah.
No, but then Rook CC2 is the easy draw.
Oh, yeah, that's the easy draw, right.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to go Bishop B2. And I think Jan will play it, honestly. I think he will. Also, I think...
Rook C5 is forced from Magnus.
Right. Yeah, I mean, someone asked an interesting question. They said, would I blitz here if I was in a situation? I think I actually would blitz because there aren't many options. And the fact that Magnus is low on time, you don't want him to be thinking on your time. Like, a lot of people, as everybody knows, like when we play these time mods, we give like 5-1 to someone. Everyone's like, wow, how did you win? You have 1 minute on the clock. But the reason we win is because we're able to think on our opponent's time. So when they're thinking for like these 10, 15, 20 seconds, we just think on their time. So Magnus is totally going to be doing that here as well.
Yeah. It's funny. Like, I've seen those videos of you, and I've also played like with timeouts myself. And people always make this mistake. Like, they think they have all the time in the world.
Right.
And sometimes what ends up happening is that you flag them because they just think too long.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And I like what you said. Like, I feel like it's generally tough if your opponent plays really fast, because then you have to move, but sometimes your instinct can be off, right?
Right, exactly, yeah.
And then they should take, let's say, 10 seconds to think like, hey, what do I do here? But if they play really fast, it's actually tough. But if they think, in between every move, then you just go with the flow.
Exactly.
And it usually win.
Right. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I'm sure
I'm
Magnus
sorry.
is gonna find Rook CC2 here, and he's just gonna take and go Rook A2. Oh no. Oh no. Just it's like I was about to make a certain innuendo, and I'll refrain from doing it. But this is why chess is so it's so frustrating. Like, we're getting really into it. You're like right there at the moment. It's like getting excited, and now it's like the big letdown. It's a big letdown. Like, it's like, yeah, such a disappointment. Yeah, I mean,
All
Rook
right.
C,
So what?
yeah. Mhm.
So what were you gonna say?
You know what I was gonna say, but I will not. I will not say it.
The
Yeah.
the chat the chat the chat is guessing that you feel blue balled, like Matthias.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, of course, it's not easy, mind you. Like, obviously, Bishop B2 is hard to find, but I think now Magnus will find Rook C2 and Rook A2.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, there's no way to win this, right? Rook C2, Queen B3, trade, and then Rook A2. I mean, your king is
Yeah.
cut off, right? I can always leave the
I
rook on
mean,
D2.
even though like after the trade and Rook A2, like
There's
white is
F5 maybe.
yeah, I mean white is like as stuck as your stepsister, but like you can't do anything.
Yeah, I just king G2, and I mean, I just wait, right? I just can move the king back and
Yeah.
forth. Um, yeah. So I mean, I don't really don't see it, but Magnus is getting low on time, and don't forget Magnus has been pretty shaky, right? So I mean, he still has to find Rook C2. If he doesn't
Yeah.
find Rook C2, it's I think it's still very scary. I mean, I love how the computer says you can play Rook C5, Queen B3, Knight E5, F E5, and go Rook D7. And basically just ignore everything on the queen side and double up on the 7th rank, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean that is risky. That is risky. I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's just gonna go Rook A2
and wait. Yeah, I expect it to. I mean, I totally expect that. Although I thought maybe there's another idea: Rook C2, Queen B3 takes, and then Rook C7 to go for the same idea with the double up with Rook D7. But again, very hard to play, right? With no time on the clock, if you lose both A3 and B4 and you don't have a repetition there, you're just going to lose because of the 2 pawns. So that is pretty scary.
right,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
So my guess is that he's just gonna go Rook A2.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say Rook C2, Queen B3, takes, Rook A2. Okay, so what can black do? If I could magically put my pawn on H3, I'm probably winning, right? If I can magically get the H pawn to H3, I'm winning. So
yeah.
how do I, or if I could do the Nigel short and put the king on H3, I'm also winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
wait, actually H4 was played by Magnus.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Wait, this is like, yeah, like what move do you play here actually if you're young?
Queen B3 maybe? Oh,
but
because
then
now
you can go for the same stuff, and the pawn on H4 is an. But still, it gets out of hand there, or does it just end in a perpetual?
Or does white maybe win? I don't know.
So let's say Queen B3 takes, Rook C7.
Right.
We take Rook D7. Queen B4, Rook F7, King up.
And G4? No, you have Rook G7.
Oh, Rook G7. Oh, you cannot go to the F file, because if you go to E4, Rook G4, you lose the queen.
Exactly, yes.
So maybe Magnus is getting ambitious now, but still like 6 minutes for 10 moves. That's not a lot.
Okay, so I guess you still have Bishop B2, right?
Yeah, you still have Bishop B2 with the draw. Right. I mean, I guess it's just a draw.
Well, okay, Bishop. Well, what's the difference now with the pawn at H4? Because it's still the same thing, right? Rook C5, Queen D6, and then And then do you just take and go like rook c2, rook c7 again, I guess?
Well, I mean, it's not a draw right away because
Mhm.
in the other line, because you always have the h2 square for your king. There's
Right.
no uh um perpetual.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I realized though, I actually, it's funny, but like if Jan doesn't find bishop b2, is he maybe just going to lose this game?
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Like, if he does not go for that, I think it could easily get out of hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually see it. Like, it's kind of funny because now, yeah, with the pawn on h4, the king has plenty of squares on g2 and h2, but also you have like mating ideas maybe because the king doesn't have as many squares up here on the king side.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very, very strange. I mean, but the problem is if Jan didn't find bishop b2 initially, is he going to find it now? It's kind of hard to like miss it the first time and then psychologically like, okay, I'm going to do it now. Also, for people who are the engine Andes, Bishop A1 will not be played. I will gift 100 subs if Jan plays Bishop A1 here, because he will not play Bishop A1. That is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So he will not
Well,
play Bishop A1.
the thing is also, if he goes bishop a1 and white goes rook c1,
Mm-hmm.
he kind of has to go either
Back.
he goes back or bishop b2. And like, if he goes bishop b2 there, it probably transposes after rook c5.
Right, exactly,
right?
yeah.
So then he definitely would have wanted to play bishop b2 right away. So Magnus has one last move to the time control.
Right. No, of course. There's no chance. No chance Bishop A1 is played here. Just no chance. Let's see what Jan does here. Yeah, Bishop A1. I mean, great move. Like, you put the bishop in the corner where it's only on the diagonal. It can't go towards anything else. I mean, great idea, computer. Great idea. So stupid.
I mean, it would be a nice move if he had another move, because then he could go queen b3.
Right, exactly.
But like, white can hit the queen, which is the bishop.
Just no chance. There's just no chance.
But I don't know. This game could get out of hand, I feel.
I do too. I mean, if he doesn't go bishop b2 here, I think, I mean, this is wildly out of control. I think either side can win.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think bishop b2 is the only move that keeps us calm. Everything else is going to like spin, and who knows what's going to happen.
Right. But like, what does Jan do here? Like, how does he make a comfortable draw here? Because we looked at okay, queen b3 is bad, right? Queen b3 is bad.
Queen b3, you just
kind of looked at
go, yeah, rook d7, I guess. Or wait, maybe not. No, you go rook c7. Because now the king has space. Like, the whole queen b1 idea is no good because the king has space because h4 was played.
So Jan played h5.
Okay. That feels like a very scary move too.
But there should be a good inclusion for, I mean, it's probably still a draw after rook c5, right?
Rook c5, and then what's your move? Queen b3?
Yeah, you kind of have to go queen b3.
Oh, okay, because now with h5, you don't lose the pawn. Your king has more space. Like, takes rook c7. Queen a3, rook d7, queen b4 takes, and then your king actually gets out. Yeah, I mean, this is going to get really wild, right? Like, maybe your king gets out because h5 stops rook g4. Yeah,
that does. That's his idea. But after fe, wait. So okay, so I guess Magnus should not go for that. Then, like, after queen b3 takes, can't he just take on b5?
Takes rook b5, queen a3.
Yeah, I guess king g2. But king g2, maybe there's like
queen c3 with queen c6.
Yeah, because you cannot play rook a2.
But I guess rook d6, rook a6, rook a5 is some kind of weird draw too. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, who knows?
But still, like, yeah. I mean, that's a draw, I guess. Yeah, it's not that easy.
Yeah, 530 and ticking for Magnus here, by the way.
Yeah, for 10 more moves. That's half a minute per move. That's not a lot.
Yeah, with no increment, this is very spicy. I mean, if I'm Magnus here, I would just go rook c2 now, just knowing that I can take and go rook a2. I would try to bail out here, 100%. Because with no increment, he can
just go rook a2, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would just go rook c2, take the bishop, go rook a2, and like just make the 10 moves quickly. Although there is a problem because you put the pawn in h4. So if you go rook c2, queen b3, you trade rook a2. Can I start to march my king up? Maybe king f5, g4.
Right. So but still, like if you land on G4, doesn't
King G2 still, and then if E4, you can just wait with rook E2.
doesn't white just go F3 check?
Well, what I was saying is that basically you can put the king on F5 and then go E4, and then King G2, King G4. So there's no F3, and then maybe E5, F5, F4 at some point, maybe.
Yeah. So what if instead of that, Jan just goes with the F pawn forward, like F5, King F6, and then F4?
Wait,
I feel like that is a.
Say that again. So, oh, you mean Queen B3 takes, and then just like F5, F4?
Yeah. So you were saying like Rook CC2. Yeah. So F5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's slightly uncomfortable.
Well, 4 minutes and ticking, you guys. 4 minutes and ticking.
Yeah. Yes. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. No, this is spicy. Very, very spicy.
Yeah. Yep. Clock.
Yep. Clock. Exactly. Mm-hmm. No, very, very spicy here.
Yeah. 3.5 minutes. It's not a lot.
Right. No, I mean it's very, 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 very dicey here.
Yeah, it's actually very scary. Like, because yeah, he can lose on time. I mean,
right.
Probably not. Right. I mean, if you think about it, right, like we play online chess all the time. King H2.
Good move. I think that's apparently that's a good move, right?
But okay, but it does get out of control after Queen B3.
Oh, like, true. Takes, and what? Rook D7.
Wait, can you still bail out and go, let's say, Rook C5? Okay. No way. You actually can't, because I take and Queen C1.
Right.
And if you go, let's say, Rook D6, there's always Queen F1. Wait, so there's actually no real bailout. Like, okay, you can take and Rook C7, but that does get extremely wild.
Yeah, Rook F7, Rook F7, King G6.
Yeah.
I guess no. If there's always an F3 trick though. There's an F3 trick. So
wait, so how exactly? Like check an F3? Oh,
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
and actually black gets checkmated.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Very tricky. Very, very tricky here.
But then again, like, do you? I guess he must realize that is just a draw, right? You
would think so. You would think like think so with Rook C7, Rook D7. I mean, I think the thing is at this point with Magnus having 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, sorry, having 3 minutes on the clock here. I mean, he's got to go for it, right? I mean, you're at a situation where you have to go for this, the whole idea. Yeah. He has 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes left.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Right. Yeah, very, very, very tricky. Very, very.
Yeah, it's tricky. 20 seconds a move. Still, you know.
Yeah. No, this is very, very tricky here. Very, very tricky. Yeah, what's gonna happen?
I guess it will just end in a draw. But I also feel like if Nepo will give him a chance, it'll be like, if you think about it, he basically cannot afford any things anymore.
Right. Whoa, thank you to Token, by the way, for the 10 gifted subs. Thanks so much to Token. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Yeah, thanks, I mean, it's very, very scary here, I would say. Yeah, like very, very tricky. Yeah, no, very, very tricky. Yikes.
Yeah.
Big yikes here. Yeah. All right. So, okay, Jan is using his time here. I guess let's see what happens. I mean, is Jan going to play what are the moves? There's Bishop B2, Queen B3. Are there any other moves here for black is the real question. Any other moves is what I'm trying to figure out. Cuz like I'm trying to see. I mean, Queen B3, Bishop D6. Yeah, I don't see any other moves here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Bishop D6, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. So it's Bishop B2, Queen B3, Bishop D6, no other moves. Those are the 3 moves here. Bishop A1, obviously, yes. Thank you, computer engine users. Bishop A1 is just a very, very obvious, very smooth move. Of course, it should be played by every human.
Yeah. I think they just want the 100 gifted.
Yeah, I mean, something like that. I mean, Bishop A1 will never be played in a million years. I mean, it's just so stupid. The bishop's in the corner. There's no bishop to, what do you call it? Not A, bishop to, I don't know, off to the side. There's no extra diagonal. Like, you only have one diagonal. You're not going to push the bishop in the corner where it only has one diagonal. No human will do that. The idea is put the bishop where it can attack multiple diagonals.
Yeah.
So there's no way.
that actually reminds me of a funny story where like me and my friends were playing Blitz, you know, yeah. And there's this rook end game, right? Where like let's say you have a pawn on G4, right? Like and then the black king is cut off. It's a draw, right?
Okay.
Right, like rook and pawn versus rook. But if the pawn gets to G5, it's winning.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
So then one of my friends, he played like rook G9, so he could keep checking.
Oh, you can keep checking on the background. You can win. Yeah. If you have if you have an extra row on the back, yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah, he put it like on the edge of the board. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Rook G9.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I guess chat knows how much time does Magnus truly have here? Because some people said 3 minutes, some said he has 6 minutes.
3 minutes and 5 seconds.
3:05. Okay, so he actually doesn't have 6 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like very, very tricky here. I mean, I don't know. I think like in this, I mean, in this position, the question is, will Bishop E2 be played? That's really the big question mark. That's really what it comes down to. Will Bishop E2 be played or not really? That's really
I mean, but even then, like, didn't we say that Bishop E2 was kind of a safe draw?
Like, yeah, I think Bishop E2 is. Wait, but Bishop E2 here allows Rook C5, right? And then Queen D6.
Yeah, Rook C5. You have to go Queen D6. You have to take.
Yeah, it's still I guess. Kind of a draw. But I mean, again, very, very messy. Very, very messy.
Yeah, here. I guess it is like F5, E5, F4 takes too long, and even then, it's probably just a draw. So I guess like if you're Jan here, you're really, it's kind of frustrating, right? Like the guy has 3 minutes, and you're like, okay, if I can find some tricky idea, I'll probably win the game, but it seems like it's just not there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what else do you have? I mean, Bishop B2, Queen B3. I don't see any other moves here. Those seem like the only moves to me.
Right, like Queen B3 and then the whole trade and Rook C7, Rook D7.
Right, and actually you can play that
difficult,
instantly.
Right?
Yeah, you can play that instantly, so it's not hard to spot.
Yeah, and also not difficult to evaluate it. That is just a draw, right?
I think so. I mean, let's see. So Rook C7 takes Rook D7, Queen B4, Rook F7, King G6, Rook G7, King H6. How can you try to win? Rook E7? I mean, just King G6, King F5.
But actually, like, as we're talking about it, could that ever be dangerous for Nepo?
Right, that's really the question. Can it be dangerous? So you take King G6, check King H6. If check King G7, Rook G7, King F6. I mean, yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, oh wait, actually, wait. Computer says it's winning. I just saw a bar spike. Wait, I saw some bar spike. It just went up bigly. Oh, there's a G4 trick and it's apparently winning. Wow.
And if you take G4, then what happens? Like,
yeah, if you take G4 with what, the pawn or the queen?
No, I mean with the pawn. I mean, if you take the queen, you lose.
Right. The sorry. So pawn takes, and it says Rook H G7, King H6, check H5, King G5, and what, King G3? It says Rook G7, King H4, Rook G8 is apparently winning. No computer will find this. I mean, no human will find this. Way too dank. Not happening. Not happening at all. Not happening. There's just no way that happens.
That is pretty dank indeed.
Right. Yeah, I just don't see it happening.
But then again, like, if Magnus takes on F7, he can always give a couple checks, right? And then like he easily will make the 40th move.
Right, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. No, that's
and then he has another hour on the clock. So yeah. I think to be honest, this game can still go either way. I think if the time situation would be reversed, I think Magnus has good chances to win.
Agreed. I think you're right. That's true. Yeah, if the time situation is reversed here, I completely agree. Actually, let me mute the alert. Sorry, you guys. Sorry for that. Let me just mute it. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that is the drawback, right, to Queen B3, because it's a forced line. Magnus will be able to blitz out moves, get to move 40. Yeah. I mean, that's why I still like Bishop B2 here. I still think Bishop B2 is the right move. But, I mean, again, hard to judge. Very, very hard to judge here.
Yeah, I don't know. He has some tough decisions to make.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Magnus is better. The only thing is, yeah, Jan's time, no, Magnus's time is of course pretty scary,
Agreed. Yeah, no,
and
definitely.
he could end up, missing a chance because of that. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely that he will make a mistake that makes him lose the game. But I think it's very likely that maybe he will get a chance, and then he just does not have the time to figure it out. And as we speak, Bishop B2 is on the board.
Yeah, very, very, very important move played here. Okay, Rook C5. So probably
Rook
Queen D6
C5,
or Queen D7 played here.
Queen
See what
D6
happens.
has to. Wait, Magnus could actually wait. So Queen D6, and
Mm-hmm.
then apparently Rook CC2, and if takes Knight F4, because you just launch a huge attack on a Black King. Like, let's say take Rook D7.
Right. So sorry. Say that again.
Right. So like after Queen D6, there's Rook CC2.
And Bishop A3. Ah, you have Knight F4.
Knight F4.
And if Black goes Queen F8 or something, or no, Queen E5 allows Rook C5, right? So that can't be right. So
Right.
what else is there then?
Oh, wait, after Queen F8, do I have Rook C7? Queen E8, Rook D8.
Aha, puzzle rush. Yes. And the knight takes
Yeah.
E6. Right, exactly. No, that actually
Yeah.
ooh, scary. Very, very scary here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very scary. Wow.
But
Okay.
Rook CC2 would be a gutsy move from Magnus with no time, with like no time on the clock.
I mean, okay, so wait, so Bishop A3, Knight F4. Let's say I go Queen E7. Where's the win? Rook C8, I guess, and double up.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Tough.
Black's King is really yeah, really exposed there.
Yeah.
Which is sort of just do get checkmated, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I mean the Black King is just boxed in. And with the two rooks and the knight, it feels like there should be a checkmate. Right.
But Queen D. Okay, so if Queen D7, what's the difference?
F so Queen D7.
Rook C2 takes Knight F4. Can I go like Queen B7?
Right,
What,
but
Rook
apparently
D8?
like
Still tricky.
okay, I do like that idea. You have Queen B7 and then you stop the rooks from entering.
I mean, it makes more sense to me logically as a human. That's what I would say. It just makes more sense.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Still very tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then after Queen D7, Rook CC2, Bishop A3, there's Rook A2 and the bishop is trapped.
True. No, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, it's still.
But there's still E5 because if you take there's E4.
True.
Monk, huh?
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
dang.
so hard to judge. I mean, I like
Yeah.
Queen D7 here. Queen D7 to me seems like the best move. That's what I would say. I like Queen D7.
Yeah.
It seems like the right move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Queen D7 is the right move here. That's just what I would do. Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I mean, I guess really the question is for Jan. He has to go Queen D7 or Queen D6. Those are the only two moves. Queen D8 is bad. What about Queen D8? What's it? Rook C2 takes Knight F4 is still good or not good? So I can still go like, oh no, but Queen.
The problem is really that your bishop gets trapped. Like Rook CC2 takes Rook A2.
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, you're right. That is a problem.
Yeah.
Wow. So Queen D6 is like the only move then, I guess. Only move.
Yeah, but then like after Queen E6, it felt like he was getting checkmated, and Magnus is now getting valuable time. The thing on Jan's move,
right? Exactly. Jan kind of has to move like right away here, right?
But then again, he must probably feel that he's in trouble.
No, definitely must. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. This is why Bishop A1 was so pog. Yes, exactly, you guys. Bishop A1 was the right square for this exact reason. I mean, yeah, I would say. I mean, we're about to get blitz though, right? I think we're about to get blitz. That's what it feels like here.
Actually, Queen D6 has been played. I think the problem is that
Mm-hmm.
Jan probably wanted to keep the tension and not bail out.
Wait, is this a glitch? Was Rook D1 played?
Wait, Rook D1?
No, this is a glitch, right?
No, it's played. Wait, Bishop
What?
A3.
What? Wait, what?
No, yeah, it was played. Wait, what is Rook D1?
Bishop takes A3? What? No, wait, now
What is
I'm really
that?
confused. By the way, you guys, this is why Rapid and Blitz are better than Classical, because now the players that don't have a lot of time, now we start seeing some wild decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, this is getting completely out of hand. Maybe Jan will win anyway. Like Magnus has no time. Wait, what does he miss? I don't get it.
Okay.
Yeah, Bishop A3, Rook B5 on the Magnus is playing instantly. I guess he's just nervous because of the time.
Yeah, I mean the time is a big problem. I mean Queen D7 or Queen C6 are the two moves that I see here.
I mean, I think it's just really like nobody's good in time pressure. Like even the world champion apparently.
Well, I mean, especially with no increment. I mean, with increment, Magnus would feel a lot better. But with no increment, I mean, I'd be very, very afraid here. Yeah, I mean, it's no increment that's really hurting Magnus. If there was increment, he'd be fine. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Okay,
very, very crazy position.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is all on the board. Rook B5. So okay, it's Jan's game to win now. I guess, right? So Queen D7 makes sense, I would think.
Yeah, Queen D7, right.
What if you go Rook B6 to try to hang on to the pawn? Or do you go, wait, but Rook B6, there's Queen C7.
There's Queen C7, Queen C2, which wins the game.
But you just lose. Wait. So then, but then if you go to C5, I take on B4.
Yeah, and then I mean, then you lose, right? Because I can just put the bishop on F8 and go like A3. I mean, the pawn's still like H5, so you always have knight F4.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, this feels pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this.
Very weird.
Scary. Yeah, extremely weird.
Like, of course, it's easy for us, to sit here, but still, like, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't like this at all, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I see a lot of people talking about Sese. Like, who is Sese? Is that a girl or like who is that Hikaru?
Yeah, Sese. That is right, the computer program that needs not be named. Okay, so let's see. So Queen D7 is played. Okay, 254. I mean, yeah, if I'm Magnus, I'm sweating here. I mean, this is so scary to play. Like, okay,
also like still six moves to be played with.
Right, and now you don't have any obvious moves, right? I mean, that's the big problem here. There are no obvious moves.
Yeah, so 250 on the clock. Okay, so Rook C5 played quickly.
The Bishop B4 will be played.
Yeah.
Yeah,
actually, is he still taking score?
Probably not. Actually, at this point, I don't think you have to. Do you?
No, you don't have to, but he is.
Okay.
And actually, if you think about it, right, like, isn't it sort of outdated that you have to write down the moves?
You don't have to write down the moves though, because there's no increment.
No, but I was saying like if you do have time.
Yes.
Like, don't you think that's outdated?
Yeah, I mean, if you do have time. Oh, sorry. What's the question?
I'm confused. My question is, okay, so in a normal classical game, right, where let's say you have 2 hours on the clock or 1 hour on the clock, don't you think it's outdated that they do have to, Peep G and take note, take score, take take score of the moves?
Kind of, but I mean, I think the whole point is if there's some issue with like a claim, maybe that's the only reason.
There's always the live transmission, though.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, maybe that is just wrong.Maybe you shouldn't have to take score at all. But then it's like, I don't know. It's just probably some technical issue.
But that's transition. We used to do that in the 1920s.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's yeah, crazy. All right. Yeah. So.
Anyway, I think Bishop takes B4 is very logical.
He also has only move, right? He's only got 5 minutes though. Like,
Yeah, actually, Jan is also getting low on the clock. There's also e5 because e4 is tough to
Right.
stop, and you don't have rook c1
Hmm.
because bishop's still in a3.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 No, I mean, I think. Yeah. This is. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I don't know why Jan is thinking here.
Yeah,
Why is he thinking? Yeah. This doesn't make any sense. He should just move instantly. I mean, there's no reason not to just make a quick move here.
but again, like after bishop b4, rook cc1,
Bishop f8.
like bishop f8, knight f4, those look pretty well, no?
Well, I mean, I guess that's the question: is can White go? Actually, there's rook c. There's maybe rook c7 though, and some knight e6. So
Right.
maybe
I mean,
yeah,
okay,
it's
I
still
guess.
tricky. But actually, why is it? What is
Huh.
Jan thinking about here? Because does he have another? I guess he has e5. That's a
Yeah,
computer. I
Jan
mean,
Jan also has no time. He has 4 minutes and 45 seconds
yeah,
on the clock.
yeah. I mean, I would just take on b4, get the bishop back, and consolidate the position. Even if you can't win, just make sure that you can't lose either.
Right. Yeah. It feels like, especially now with the a pawn,
Hmm.
um, like it's difficult for White to, take too many liberties, activate both the rooks.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Like it seems like they have all the time in the world, but still, like
Hmm.
it gets to such a complicated position where here they would love to spend, let's say, 10, 20 minutes, but they don't have the time, right? Like they
Exactly.
literally
Yep.
have no time.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why this is. I mean, very. Why is he still thinking? He's got to go. I mean, why is he still thinking?
Got you gotta go, dude. You gotta go.
This is insane. But again, I would say what I said earlier. This is why Rapid and Blitz are better than Classical, because this is right when it's getting really exciting. Okay, plays E5,
Okay,
which
e5.
I'm amazed that he found it, because it's a great
Yeah.
move, and it's also very, very tricky. It's like the very tricky
Yeah,
move here.
actually, yeah, like, but Magnus is, this is very tough for Magnus. What does he do here? Do you go e4?
Yeah, I mean, I think E4, Queen D4 looks. Who I love E5. I didn't think Jan could find it, so a lot
Yeah.
of credit goes to him because I just assumed it wasn't a move that he could find since it's a computer move. But it's a
And
great
now
choice.
Magnus has to
Hmm.
figure it out. He still has 5 more moves to make.
Right. Yeah.
All
This
right.
is.
So after e4, I guess you do go queen d4 because if you take on b4, there's rook d5. So queen
Right.
d4. Let's say we go rook
Then
a5. Looks logical, right?
can't I?
Then
Oh, I guess.
if you take on e4, and after rook a4, there's queen e2.
Then rook a. Oh, you have rook e1 maybe? No, but that's bad.
I
Or
mean,
is it
you
no rook
take and
e1,
you
queen
go, you
d3?
you pick up the pawn on f2. Like I guess in a game you feel like that's lost.
Right, but it's actually a draw because you can put the rook behind the passed pawn. I guess. Okay, I mean,
Right.
very, very computerish again.
Yeah, but like I said, like in a game you feel like it's lost if you have no time to think.
Agreed, absolutely. Well, I mean, we have a blitz game to decide
Yep.
decide this round. So yeah,
Yep.
classical to blitz
Clock.
game. Yep. Clock
Yeah. So
112.
130.
5 minutes. Yeah. Rook
This could
c2.
be rook c2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so I guess he has to take now, right? So here e5
If
is
you
a
go
great move because it,
e4, knight b2,
yeah. So I guess you
queen
take rook
b5. Yeah.
cc1 is still what I expect.
Right.
Uh-huh. So if you move the bishop back, there's 95. So maybe bishop
But I
a3.
mean, is that even so clear? Bishop e7, knight e5, queen f5, knight e3, a3. I mean, I guess the rook stops the pawn, right?
Yeah, but how do you make progress? And the knight sits very solid on
Hmm.
f4.
True. Yeah. No. Very true. Very true.
So
Yeah. This
Jan's
is.
got to take. Okay, rook c1 from Magnus.
Hmm.
Um, there's some trickery like bishop a3, rook
Yeah. Yeah.
a1, queen g4. I mean that is findable. I feel like that's very findable if your name is Jan and your last name is Nepomniachtchi.
Right. But with 2 minutes, is it easy to find? Is the real question, and that's where I'm really unsure. Like I'm very
Yeah.
unsure about what's going to happen here. Like
Yeah,
really,
so
really tricky.
1 minute and 10 seconds for Magnus, which is
Hmm. Yeah.
um
That's what's
17 and a half seconds per move.
right for 4 moves. 4 moves. Yep. 37,
That's
38,
very
39, 40
Monka
moves.
s.
Yeah. Oh man, this is what's going to happen here. Two
Yeah.
minutes. I mean, Giannis
But
moved
two
fast.
minutes,
Also,
two
he goes
minutes for
queen d5.
Nepo.
Okay, so I think he's trying to go queen b3 or something.
Queen d5, what is that?
He wants queen b3, I think, and then bishop b4
I think
after
it's
that.
really anyone's game at this point. Why
I mean,
didn't he take him
I still
before?
think it's Jan's game to win. because Magnus doesn't. Jan is
Right.
the one who I think has all the easy moves. Magnus has no easy moves, and I think Jan is
Yeah.
totally playing the meta here with Queen D5 because he's trying to play the unusual move, so Magnus doesn't have the instant reply. That's why he's doing this. It's so that there's not the
But
instant reply.
okay, Rook
Okay,
DD2
so Queen
played by
B3, of
Magnus.
course. Yeah, so Queen
Okay, so
B3
Queen,
now. Surely he'll go
Queen
Queen
B3.
B3.
Yeah, Queen B3 looks logical, but then again, like you don't have a follow-up. Like let's say White goes Rook A2, what do you even do?
Rook A2.
It's funny, like they're both
take.
so
Oh
nervous.
no, you can't take. There's Rook B2 takes, and you lose the A pawn. Still very tricky. I mean, maybe you just wait Queen B3, Rook A2, and then some like waiting move like King G8 or something to get to the time control.
But then again,
No,
okay,
but
so
then
Queen
Knight
B3
C5,
is
Knight
on the
A4.
board. Rook A2 looks very logical. I think Magnus just has to blitz it out.
Yeah,
Rook A2 looks very logical to me.
He plays it.
I mean, this will be uncomfortable, but they should make the time control.
I think they
Rook
both
A2
make it pretty easily.
32 seconds for Magnus. Still, like if Jan makes any weird move, right? Like let's say he goes F5 and it's like, yo, Magnus, make a move. I think it's
still
not
very hard to
easy.
play.
But then again, Jan has to make a move now, which is also not easy.
Yeah. I mean, both players are very low on time. Yeah, it's yikes. Big yikes. Big yikes.
Yeah.
Big yikes. Chess exciting, yes, you guys. Chess is very exciting when you play Blitz and Bullet and Rapid. I mean, none of this would have happened if they had 30 minutes, right? None of this happens if they have 30 minutes.
They have 50 seconds for Jan. That's no time at all.
Yeah, he's got to go F5.
But like, I think this can really go either way. Like,
I do too. No, I mean, at this point, I completely agree. Yeah, goes,
E4 played? What?
Yeah, so
no, but
C5.
Knight F4. That's Knight F4, no?
Yeah, I thought Knight F4 made more sense, actually. I thought Knight F4 was very human.
I think he's completely throwing. Like E4, Knight C5 played by Magnus. Wait, okay, so he takes on B4. Magnus now needs to make one more move, and he.
I think Magnus might win this now. This looks very hard.
He took an E4. He took an E4.
King G6 is the only move that doesn't lose here. Only move. Or not. He finds Queen B3. Actually, I didn't see that move.
Well, you're saying like it doesn't lose. Could it give? And he played Queen B3 on the 40th move.
You know what's crazy? I think this is still a draw, by the way.
Yeah, and they have 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah, I think this is still probably a draw. Yeah, for now it's back to playing classical chess, you guys. I think it's still a draw because what does White do? I don't think either side can do anything here, right? If you go like Rook A C2, there's Bishop B4. Or wait, Bishop B4 allows Rook B2. Wait. If you go Rook AC2, what, like Bishop E7 and A3? Yeah, I mean, I think it's still a draw.
Yeah. Everyone got debated. Everyone got debated. We all thought this was going to be fun, but no, it will be a draw.
Yeah, I think this is still headed towards a draw. Yeah, because I mean, what do? Bishop E7 and A3 is, I mean, happening here. Yeah, I think actually. Wow, I don't even know like who really got lucky here. I'm kind of because I feel like Magnus got lucky early, but I feel like Jan might have gotten really lucky here. Like if they had to make another 1 or 2 moves, I think Magnus would have won this game right here. I feel like Magnus got lucky earlier, but then like the last like 5 moves, I felt like Jan started to get nervous, made some inaccuracies. And I think Jan might have been a little bit lucky not to lose.
But then again, like Magnus only had a chance on move 40 to go Rook DC2, which is pretty.
Oh, of course, because you have Knight A4. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, but that is so difficult to see.
Yeah, with no time, I mean, very, very hard. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very hard to see. Especially when you see Knight E4 and you think that, like, you're completely fine.
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, like, if Queen D5 was weird from Jan, why didn't, like, Bishop E4 seemed so natural? And then I feel like if he would have found that, I think he has very good chances to win the game.
I agree with that. Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think if he sees, I don't know why he didn't play Bishop B4. I think if he had done that, he probably, I don't know if he wins the game, but I feel like he has very good chances. But
again, I mean, still, like, Magnus has no time there, right? And like,
you think, I mean, I liked E5 for the tricky component, but I mean, Magnus found Rook C2. I mean, he still found the best move. So Yeah, probably bishop b4 is a missed opportunity, but I feel like both players kind of I mean, both players missed opportunities is what it feels like, which I guess
Yeah.
in a way that makes sense, that it's kind of fair in terms of result. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it seems fair, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
So,
because like
yeah.
if Nepo would have found that, then like he has his a pawn, then he can go
Mhm.
f5, f4 later. It seems very close to a win
Right.
there.
Yeah, no, I
But
think ugh, it's just so hard to judge though, right? I mean, what a game, but we're
yeah,
gonna get a draw, right? I think. I mean, the
yeah,
only question is who can. I think the only person who can try to win here is Nepo, right? You would
yeah.
think.
But then I
But
mean,
how do you even
on the other
try?
hand, like, what do you even do here? Like, the only thing I could see
Hmm.
is, let's say you go bishop back, you go a3, and then magically you get the bishop to b2.
Right. Yeah. If you can somehow place it there. Yeah.
But that seems, or could Magnus win? Like, let's say he gets the knight at f4 or d4, his position is
Mhm.
really solid, right?
Right. But
Like
actually can't
h5
get
is
that.
really weak.
Hmm.
So I think it's a draw, but
Yeah,
I
I
don't
generally
know.
agree with that. I think yeah, it's probably a draw, but still very, very very tricky. Yeah. Very
Yeah,
tricky, but I think if anybody can win, it's probably on. Because I don't think
yeah.
white can get the knight to d4 or f4 here.
Well, I mean, let's say you go rook dc2, then you go knight d2, f3, d4.
Okay, so rook dc2, and then if I go, I don't know, bishop e7, knight d2, right?
Yeah,
Then I go queen d3. Then you get knight f3, knight d4. Knight f3,
right. But
a3,
that's
knight
still
d4,
not the.
true.
Yeah, you go a3, knight d4. But
Yeah,
I
but
guess
mhm.
both sides are still stuck,
Yeah, because
right?
you can go like bishop b. I mean, yeah, I guess white can't do much either. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably it's a draw. Wow,
yeah.
wild game though. Very, very wild. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit disappointing in the sense that it got very exciting, in the time
Hmm.
scramble, and now like both players have an hour on the clock, and
Right.
it's just, resident sleeper time.
Yeah, I mean now I think both players are definitely gonna like think forever. I assume.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, I still think, yeah, probably a draw. I mean, I think Magnus wants to try here, but this pawn is just too strong once it gets to a3 with the
Yeah.
bishop.
I
Hmm.
mean, it's kind of like, yeah, there's always this debate, right? Like, I mean, I feel too that chess has to move to rapid and blitz,
Right.
because I mean, I think everyone was on the edge of their seats right there
Hmm.
in the time scramble.
Yeah.
And like, also when I talk to, friends who are not chess players,
Yeah.
right? Like, a lot of people got into chess, over the pandemic
Hmm.
and whatnot. And then they ask me like, yeah, so how does a normal tournament go? And I'd be like, yeah, well, both players have like 2 or 1.5 hours on the clock. And they'd be like, I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna watch that. That's just too long for me, dog.
Right.
Like,
Right. Of course. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, crazy.
yeah, or I remember someone was like, yeah, someone just spent 10 minutes. I'm tuning out. Even though like 10
Hmm.
minutes is not a whole lot for a classical game, right?
That's true. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah. This is wow. Crazy stuff here. Crazy
And
stuff.
like, yeah, of course there's this notion where like in classical there's the highest quality of play, but
Hmm.
um I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we finally saw some mistakes though in this game. Finally, when the players
Yeah.
got low, like it. But again, why shouldn't you just start from that point? I mean, like,
Yeah.
it's a tough situation. Um, tough
Yeah.
situation to figure out. But yeah. I don't know. Well, I have to use the restroom, so I'm gonna take a short break and go use the restroom. But
Hmm.
I'll be back in a second if you want to stay on.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk to chat. Okay, guys. Yeah. If anyone has a prime to drop, if anyone has anything interesting to say, now's your chance. Do not troll, because I will tell Hikaru. Yeah. Oh yeah, and if you're tired of the ads, yeah, just drop your prime. Just drop your prime. I don't think Hikaru will get stuck in the bathroom. I think he will be back. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks for Relic for the Prime. I think this is going to be a draw. um. Hmm. I think we'll just see a draw here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So where were we? Okay, so
Yeah.
So I guess if you're Magnus, what are the moves? There's what, Rook DC2, Rook AC2, and that's pretty much it, right? In the way of moves,
Yeah, I think Rook DC2 makes a lot of sense.
right? To rotate the knight to D2, F3, D4. Yeah, I think Rook
Right.
DC2 must be the correct move.
Yeah.
Is there any way white can win? I'm trying to see. So Rook C2, Bishop E7, right? Knight D2, I don't know, like Queen D3, Knight F3, A3, Knight D4, Bishop B4. I mean, yeah, you just can't untangle the rooks here, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
you can't do anything with the king or the king side pawns.
But then again, like, I guess if you're Magnus, you'd be happy to give up a rook for the bishop and the pawn, right? I think
Correct, yes.
I think if you get that, maybe that's even like winning, because H5 is gonna drop off. You can easily,
Yeah,
then
I mean,
then F6 can also drop off.
Yeah, it's probably a draw with perfect play, but yeah, if your white is horribly unpleasant. Thank you to Token 40 for the 10 gifts, by the way. Thank you so much, Token. Appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah,
Thank you, Token.
That's probably what it comes down to, I'm guessing. Yeah, if you can somehow sack, like, I don't know, like Rook A1, I know, I just wait. Rook C A2, King G7, Knight C2, but
Right.
there's still Bishop C3 there, and you don't actually get the knight to the right square in this line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are chances maybe to maneuver it, but yeah, it feels like it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a dynamic balance.
Agreed.
But if you think about it, Magnus can never risk anything, because even if Magnus loses, let's say, the knight and the rook for the bishop and the pawn, it's still a draw, because he just goes Rook D4, Rook F4.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah.
And King G2. So okay, Magnus can never lose.
That's true. Yeah. If you reach the queen and 3 versus the rook and 4, no, that's a good point.
Yeah.
This is
the only important thing is that you don't allow Queen of. Well, even if you allow Queen F1 there, is it?
I think you still can wait, probably, but
with Rook F3,
Rook F4, F3, yeah, like,
yeah, and like the F pawn is always hanging. Yeah, I guess it's just a draw.
Yeah, I think that's just a clean. Wait, no, it's not. I can maybe. Oh wait, no, because I can't get the king in without giving up F6.
But even if you can,
no, then you can sack on F2. You can sack on F2, King E2, and Queen takes F2 at the end.
But how? Like, if you go king up, you lose the F pawn.
Well, that was my point. Yeah, I was saying if you can keep it on, but you can't, right?
Yeah.
Whoa, thank you to Champ for the 20 gifted. Thank you so much to Champ 1977. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Wow, thank you, man.
Thanks, Champ, for the 20 gifted.
Yeah, so this is. Yeah, I don't see a way for. But the thing is, I mean, how does Magnus even try, though? That's the problem. I feel like both sides are kind of. It's like mutual zugzwang. Like, both sides are stuck. Like, Magnus can't do much. Neither can Jan. Like, it's just like mutual, right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I guess it's. Yeah. Well, but still, I would slightly prefer white here, I guess.
Agreed. Absolutely. Yeah, I would much prefer to be white, but still, there's just.
Yeah, but
what can you do? Even that's the problem.
Both seem kind of stuck. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can't even do anything with white, but you can't do anything with black. It's like just a stuck position for both sides. Very, very unusual. Very strange. Yeah.
All right, so let's try. Let's say we go rook dc2, right? Okay.
Yeah, so rook dc2,
So what do you do?
bishop e7, right?
Bishop e7, knight d2. Wait, or do I go
queen d3?
Can I go knight c3?
So you want to go rook dc2, bishop e7, knight c3?
Yeah.
But then I just go
a3, knight e2.
But isn't it? It's just the same thing. I'll just play, I don't know, queen d3, knight d4, bishop b4, and we get the same position.
No, but queen d3, maybe knight f4.
You want to go this way? Okay.
Yeah.
I go queen d1, rook d2. Yeah, there might be some chances here, right?
Queen d2. Yeah, I would
now you might
slightly
get rook d5.
prefer... Yeah. I think if anyone's pressing here, I think it is Magnus.
I agree with that. Yeah, definitely. So okay, let's say knight e2. I go bishop b4 first instead of queen d3 to avoid the tempo, because that knight f4, king h6.
Well, actually, I was thinking maybe black should go bishop d6. Yeah.
So wait, what's you're saying rook c2, bishop e7, knight c3, a3, knight e2, bishop d6 here? But then isn't there knight d4 there?
Yeah, then knight d4 is a bit annoying. I agree.
Oh, you have queen d5.
Queen d5.
So queen d3, then you lose because I have rook d2, and then I have knight f5, and this is winning.
Right. Then if queen e4, you just do it anyway, I guess. Right.
If what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if queen d3, rook d2, queen e4, you go for it anyway. Like, and then you pick up the pawn on a3.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think knight e2, bishop b4 is the right move, just because you cut the d2 square. Because the only way white wins is if you can get the rook to d5 with the knight on f4. So bishop b4 first, then knight f4, just king h6, and again, your rooks are stuck, your knight is stuck.
Oh,
nobody can do anything. Like, actually,
actually, fun fact: after knight f4, there's bishop c3.
True, and you actually get your legendary bishop b2 idea, right?
That's like knight h5, king h6, knight f4, bishop b2, and wait.
And then you
black is winning there.
And you resign. Yeah, you politely resign. You can't draw with a knight in 4, can you? I was wondering if the knight is a fortress. That's probably a bit too much, right?
That's a bit too much.
Yeah, one knight against a queen. That's not a fortress.
Okay. Yeah, no, because you go king e2 or king e1, and then at some point queen f1.
No, of course, it's not a draw. Yeah. So okay, so I mean, Magnus has to play rook c2. Bishop e7 is the only move. I mean, I like the idea though. I think that idea with knight e2 is the only try to try and get knight f4. Right. It's the only try. Everything else I think is just nothing. So that makes a lot of sense.
I guess Magnus, it's difficult for him to activate. So if Jan gets, let's say, a3 and the rooks are stuck, I think it's just a draw.
Agreed. Yes. Yeah.
So then the question
becomes, can you get it before a3?
Yeah, can he activate the rooks? But I guess not. Like, there's rook ab2, but this is interesting. Like,
so rook c2,
so rook dc2. Yeah, so rook ab2. I guess you go queen d5.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, queen. You go queen d7, you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, pawn just going to a3 next move.
Rook d2.
Queen, I don't know, queen a7 maybe? Okay, we played
rook
a2, by the way. He did something else.
Okay, so it makes sense because he wants to activate the rooks, but f7 is always protected, so doubling on the 7th is not that effective. So I guess bishop f8 looks very logical.
Yeah, because bishop e7 allows rook c7, and that just doesn't feel right.
But then knight c5. Wait, knight c5?
And if queen b4? Rook d4, queen b1.
No, but then knight d3.
Oh.
I mean, it might be a draw, but I do get the knight at f4.
Oh, you're trying to get this knight to f4 again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all to play here. Very, very peculiar. Yeah. Very, very peculiar.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Actually, rook a2 is more testing, because it's true that black at a3 it's just a dead draw. Right. Yeah, Fabiano's a path to a white win. Maybe there's some way white can win here. I mean, I do feel that like it's hard. It's really, really hard for Jan to play. I mean, I think bishop f8 is the only move though.
Right. I do feel like if anyone has chances, it's gotta be Magnus.
Right. Agreed. Okay, so bishop f8, knight c5, queen where? Maybe on knight c5 I go queen b5 actually.
Yeah, queen b5 looks most natural.
Then knight d3, a3, and you're too slow, right? With knight f4, I can probably just go queen a5. Or no, then rook d5. Wait, no. So maybe.
Huh. But if you so actually bishop f8 is on the board. So knight c5, I think you kind of have to, right? If you go, he's gonna go a3 next move.
Right.
I think you kind of have to go knight c5.
Yeah, probably. Yep.
What if Jan goes? Okay, he has to keep defending the pawn, right? So he doesn't have a lot of options. Queen a3 looks very weird. Okay, queen b5 looks very natural.
Well, I mean, because queen b4 gives you the tempo, so queen b5 has to be right.
So queen b5, knight d3.
Knight d3.
a3 has got to be the move.
Yeah, the knight f4.
Knight f4. Wait, or can we go bishop d6? Probably just go knight f4 anyway, and the trade. Now you can't really trade with black. It's too risky. Because if you lose the pawn, it's just lost.
Queen b3. I mean, can you actually ever win this a4 pawn? Because that's what I'm not sure of. I'm not sure you can ever win that pawn.
Yeah. Good question.
I mean, you can actually, no, you can go rook a2. You go rook a2, rook a1, rook a2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then you go king g1 and you take the pawn.
Right. Wait, what?
Yeah. No, I'm saying like if black ever takes a pawn on f2, you just go king g1.
Right. That's true. By the way, something funny. The computer basically says it's a draw. It says 0.7 if you get 4 versus 3 with double f pawns. Just to give you an example of how powerful the queen is relative to the rooks, it says the 4v3 is a draw.
Wait, but wouldn't you put the queen on f1 to make sure the white is completely stuck?
Yeah. It says 0.6, which means it's a draw, which is just insane. But this won't happen, so let's not waste our time on that. Yeah. So I guess what after bishop f8, what's the move? Knight c5 seems like the seems like the only move, right?
Right. So okay, queen b5 seems very natural. Knight d3.
Wait. Actually, can you go rook c8, a3, and then double a2?
Wait. So right now rook c8.
Yeah, a3, rook d8, a2. I was trying to see if you could give black a second queen and mate, but I guess not.
So you go a3, you go rook dd. I mean, it's an option. I mean, take queen, but I guess there's nothing more than a draw, right?
Wow. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I guess if that for white. So yeah, that's not going to happen. Obviously, no, that's not going to happen. So what will Yeah. No, I think, probably, this probably is going to be, I still think it's going to be a draw. Still think so.
Yeah.
I mean, knight c5, knight d3 is the only chance that I see here. Only chance.
Yeah. I think everyone is very happy to hear that word by now.
Yeah. Hear another draw. Yeah, agreed. Right.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I still think, I don't know. I still think this is
I mean, okay, so let's say we do go. Yeah, so I guess like the end game we just looked at with the two rooks, I guess it's a draw because you have the pawn on f4.
Right, but I mean that's not going to happen though. I mean, so I really don't think we should focus on that, right? I mean, because that's just impossible. Yeah. There's no chance of that happening.
Yeah, there's no chance Nepo goes for that because it feels lost.
Right.
Right, because Magnus gets everything he wants.
Agreed. Yes.
And yeah, because I think that position was just a draw because only if black gets a queen to f1, because then white cannot untangle.
Well, computer even said queen e1 was winning, or was drawing. Sorry.
Well, but maybe it was a draw because let's say after rook a4, you go queen f1.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay. Let me make some moves. Yeah, rook a4. Yeah, queen f1. You're right. If white gets king g2, white can untangle. True.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, this will never happen because Jan will correctly assume that he's losing this, and we'll never get this.
Yeah, and like even if you do get this, it's a little bit unpleasant, no? Like maybe white goes like f5, rook f4, maybe g4 at some point in time.
I mean, no chance. There's no chance Jan will allow this.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say we go knight c5, right? So queen b5, a3. Oh wait, knight d3, a3.
Knight f4.
So knight f4.
And then queen a5.
Queen a5, rook d5.
Queen a8.
Queen
I think.
a4.
No, I think queen a8. Oh, wait, no, but then you have rook a2. No, actually true. Ah, so queen a4 and then rook a2, queen b3 to tie the rooks down again. Yeah, the rooks get tied down. Tough.
I mean, if you take on h5, wait, but can you take on h5 with a check? King h6.
By the way, one thing that I was saying about just generally, isn't this there is no increment, right? On the second control either. It's only the final control where there's an increment, I think.
Yeah.
So it's actually, yeah, I mean, you don't want to get too low on time of your Magnus here, or else you could get flagged again. Crazy to think about, but it could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, like 38 minutes for like 90 moves. But the position has become so simplified that I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can probably just repeat like 5 times.
Yeah, but okay, this line is kind of interesting, right? So, what we're looking at. So knight d3, a3, knight f4, queen a5, rook d5, queen a4, knight h5. So if king h6, there's actually rook c8.
What? A2? Oh, is there a checkmate in?
A2, you take a1, check, king over, knight f4.
King g7, rook d8? Oh, man.
Oh, and if f5, knight h5.
Knight h5 and checkmate. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wow. Yeah, so I mean that has to be that's beautiful. That's like a puzzle rush.
Yeah.
So rook d5, queen a4, knight h5, right?
But the funny thing is after knight f4 it's still a draw. Because after queen f4, ef there's queen a2.
Oh, gee. Okay, let me just show that because I'd already moved. Oh, that's ridiculous. You're right. Actually, you're right. That's why chess is a terrible game. It's always a draw. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Queen 8. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I don't know. Like, there's like so much error. There's so much margin for error.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. You can still play this very badly, and it's still a draw. No, I mean that's nuts. Completely nuts.
But then again, like it gets more unpleasant, right? So actually, knight c5 is on the board.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I assume queen b5 will be played pretty quickly here. Although queen b5, then maybe there's rook d5 right away. Although I guess then you just move the king to guard the pawn.
Oh, right.
Oh, wait, but actually you have to be careful because if you go to g6, there's knight e6 f4. So you have to go to h6.
Right, and then like White gets himself into an unpleasant pin. Yeah,
right.
White should not do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
so
of course not.
You do just go knight e3.
A3, knight f4, queen. Okay, but if you don't go rook d5, is there anything else you can do to win? Probably not, right? Because okay, and king moves don't make any sense. You can't move the c rook other than to a2, which of course makes no sense. So I mean, you kind of have to go for it. That's the only way. Only way to go for it.
Yeah, so knight f4, queen a5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go rook a2, but then yeah, you're just stuck. So like you can try rook d5.
Yeah, but even rook a2, queen c5, because then rook d5, queen c4 is good.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, so let's have a look at rook d5. So we just looked at queen a4, which actually very much got out of hand. So what if black goes queen a8?
Knight d3, a3, knight f4, queen a5, rook d5, queen a8. Yeah.
Right, but still, like, you go rook a2.
I mean, I guess you can just play this without the f pawn, just like queen b7 or a4. I mean, maybe queen b7. Knight h5.
Knight h5. I mean, I can take on f6 or knight back. Okay, let's say we take an f6, queen right? B1? We try to queen b1.
Then you just go knight g4 and rook c2, mate. Rook d2.
Yeah, knight g4. I don't know. I would think over the board this is unpleasant. If
agreed. Yeah.
If White is taking all of your pawns.
Definitely. Yeah. This definitely it feels bad. It feels really bad. Yeah. I mean, okay. So queen b5, knight d3, a3, knight f4. I think this position will happen. I'm pretty confident we'll get to this position.
And then the question is like, does Nepo keep his cool, right?
Right, exactly, and just not worry about the pawn on h5, kind of.
Yeah,
that's true. Okay, what about rook d5, queen a6? Queen a6? Because rook a2, I have queen c4. Yeah, what about queen a6 instead of queen a8?
Okay, that makes sense. So rook d5, queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say, can we? Okay, we cannot really take on h5 because of king h6,
Yeah, because then rook a2,
right? And if
queen
rook
c4.
a2, queen c4, you kind of lose material. I mean, it's probably still a draw, but
But
okay.
why
So let's say we go rook.
but isn't this an easy draw? Because after queen a6, what's your move if it's not rook a2, queen c4, and you have to go passive with rook d2,
Oh,
and
but
then we're
if
right
you
back where we were
go
before.
no, but if you go rook ad2,
Mm-hmm.
or rook ad2 is that there's then you just go queen a6, I guess, with a repetition.
Wait, sorry, say that again. So okay, a3, knight f4, queen a5, rook d5, queen a6, and then what? Oh, rook d2, queen a5. Yeah, right, exactly. Yes, and I just go back to the same position. That's true.
No, I mean, if you move the d rook back, that just feels like a draw. But let's say so we were looking at rook d5, queen a6, rook a2, queen c4. What if rook ad2?
Wait, somehow I got the wrong position.
Yeah, so
by the way, we have more moves. By the way, knight d. Do we have the position after knight d3? It's been played.
Yeah, so knight d3. Okay, so we were looking at a3,
Mm-hmm.
knight f4, queen a5.
Right, exactly.
Right, rook d5, queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
Rook ac, rook a2,
queen c4,
queen c4, rook ad2.
Mm-hmm. Queen a6.
Yeah, I guess you just go queen a6. Because, like, I think the only thing you don't want to go a2 because of rook a5. Bishop b4, and then you go rook a2, and I don't know. I'd be very worried here that this can just be lost.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, after bishop b4, I mean, you don't want to allow this. It's probably a draw, but you don't want to allow it for sure.
No, I meant if, like, no, like, after queen c4, rook ad2.
Rook ad2, yes. Oh, you mean bishop b4 here?
No, I meant you do not go a2 here.
Right, you go queen a6 draw.
Right, because if you go a2, there's rook a5,
right,
bishop b4, and then you sack the exchange.
And it's a dream one too.
Yeah, that's sort of like what Magnus was hoping for. But I think just queen a6, yeah.
By the way, computer says it's a dead draw because computers are absurd. It says zeros, but
yeah, but it's unpleasant.
Zeros. Yeah, for humans it's not zeros, but for computers it is. Yeah, no, I mean, it feels bad.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, yeah. I do see what the computer is saying, like, in sense that it's you kind of make progress, but still, like, you know, if white gets somehow, let's say the rook to f5, knight h5, and then g4, he picks up on f6. I don't know, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get to that position with the bishop and the pawn gone for the rook, I mean, I would play that position every day. I think everybody would. Like, yeah. I mean, in practical play, a human's going to win that. Yeah. I mean, Jan has to avoid that endgame. He has to basically go a3 and this queen a5, queen a6, I think. Exactly. If he finds that, I mean, I think it's. I mean, it'll have to be a draw because computer also says it's zeros, but that's the question. Can he keep the nerve? Can he keep his nerves together here? That's really the big question mark. I mean, if he can, good for him, but it's still very, very very, very tough for us humans to play. Very, very tough to find these moves. Really, really tough.
Yeah, so a3 seems very natural, right? There's really not much else. Or do you play can you play something like, okay, so a3 is played.
Right.
Knight f4 looks very natural from Magnus.
And then probably, and I mean, if he goes to d3, I mean, it has to be to go to f4.
Right.
Yeah. And someone, by the way, just because someone asked why was more time added? Time was added because at move 40, both players get an extra hour. That's the reason the players got more time.
Yeah. It's actually funny to think that back in the day, the arbiter used to grab the clock and, like, manually add 1 hour.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah.
Or no, wait. No, that's not what happened. Like, the flag would fall. My bad. And then you just have another hour.
I think there was some point in the really old days that you would have to reset the clock, but that's back in the day of manual clocks, not the current world we live in. No, I think they did. I think they did have to reset the clocks or something because the hours had to be the same or something. Like if it's 4 o'clock versus like 3 o'clock or something, I think they had to reset.
it's like I'm starting to think about it now. Like, do you think the time on the clock, on the game clock, was the same as the time on the, you know, normal clock? Like, let's say they start at 3 o'clock, they would set the clock at 3 o'clock.
Oh, probably they would. Maybe. I
Yeah.
don't. I don't know. I never actually was. I wasn't good enough when I was playing with manual clocks for that to matter. I guess like I wasn't playing the
Uh-huh.
high level tournaments, obviously. So I don't know. It's an interesting question though.
Yeah. And I think a lot of players were against it when the digital clock was introduced, right? Because I guess they felt like it took away from the allure of the game.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Where like they cannot know, like, I guess it's sort of part of the, like I said, the allure, where you're in a time scramble and then they do not know how much time they had. Because like back in the day, right? Like, let's say we had this time scramble and both players have half a minute on the clock. They're just blitzing because they don't know that they have half a minute.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the
second.
the impreciseness. Yeah, you literally might have 30 seconds. You might have a minute. You also might have 5 seconds. Yeah. I showed a video actually of Kasparov Karpov when there was one of those scrambles and they were hitting that classic manual wooden clock. And yeah, it was much different back then. Much different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this game where he still mates Georgiev, right?
Oh yes, because he didn't know how much time he had on the clock. The Queen of Bishop versus the King. Yes, the classic one. Yeah. Someone asked a question though, which is interesting. Which is someone said, when did they first start using clocks in chess? I don't know. I mean, I feel like Capablanca was known for being a speed player. I feel like he played Blitz, so I feel like probably sometime maybe around like 1900, maybe they started using clocks. I don't know. I actually have no idea. I want to say maybe around 1900. But I really have no clue.
I mean, Steinitz was playing World Championship. Like, he was the first world champion, right? You would think that they had a clock back in his day.
Right. Oh, actually, someone said the first time that clocks were used in a chess tournament was in London in 1883.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that was around the time when, when the first World Championship took place.
Right, exactly. No, I mean that does make sense that you would have a timer, because otherwise, like, I mean, what even is the point?
Yeah.
But again, different time. Back then, sitting around for 7 hours playing a game of chess was normal. Nowadays, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, also like chess, it was much more of a gentleman's game, right? So like, so sitting there for hours on end and being like, "Hey, I'm not gonna move," they would just be rude.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays, yeah, someone would just do that because we're not respectful in this day and age. But that's true. Yeah, you just sit there for like an hour.
Yeah, because you're like, what do you have to lose?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if I do not move, you cannot win.
Right. True. Yeah. No, that's actually a really good point.
And actually, the first digital clocks were introduced in 1975.
That's not too surprising. I think the first time I ever used a digital clock was probably around like 1997, I would say, when I was playing like the US Open. That's around the first time. By the way, we have all these moves, by the way. We have Queen A5 being played here.
Yeah, and actually, I think even when I grew up, I still played with wooden clocks for a little bit.
Yeah, you're how much younger than me are you? I'm 33, so
I'm 26.
Oh, really? So you were actually playing with the manual clocks, the non-digital ones at the start?
At the very start, yeah, when I was like yeah.
That's actually kind of surprising. I thought by that time, since you're 7 years younger, 94, I would have thought by 2000 it was all digital, but I guess not. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like at the of course, when I would go to, let's say, World Youth Championships and stuff like that, yeah, there was of course digital clocks, but like these youth like local tournaments, there would be wooden clocks.
Right. That makes some sense. True.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't think for like too long. Yeah.
No, and by the way, someone asked me what would I prefer in the way of clocks, and the simple answer is I would prefer manual because I move fast, so my opponents would not know how much time they have on the clock. And when they get to like 3 minutes, like imagine Grishchuk trying to play with like manual clock, he would just die because he wouldn't know. Like he couldn't let his clock tick down to 20 seconds. Like he might have 2 minutes, but he would have to move instantly. So that would actually be really, really funny.
You cannot. Yeah. And also like there's no increment to depend on.
True. Yeah. Also. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be pretty nuts.
Yeah. And also another advantage, you can literally flag people again.
True. No, that's a very good point. By the way, we have moves. We have Rook A2, which actually makes a lot of sense by Magnus, but I think Bishop B4 and just you jettison the H5 pawn. I don't think you should be scared, right?
Right. Or so you're saying Bishop B4, right?
Yeah. And then Rook D5, Queen A4, and how do you stop the queen from getting into B3?
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can go Rook D3 back.
And then
but
King
then,
H6. Oh, but then there's maybe Knight D5. I mean, Knight D5, Bishop F8 still.
Yeah, I guess it's just a draw. Yeah, like if you think about it, it's kind of funny that even in this day and age, we talk about flagging, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, yeah, like to people who are very new to the game, they probably might not know what that means or where that comes from.
Right, that's true. Yeah, because people see digital clocks, but it's because of the old flag on the manual clocks, and flip clock, your flag falls. So that's the reason.
Yeah, and you would literally say flag.
Right, exactly. You say flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even now, like if you play over, I mean, you don't really say flag. I guess you just point at the clock.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's not like old school in the clubs, because I remember playing like scrambles against like other IMs and GMs back in the old days, and it was just like you say flag before like, because then there's a problem if you don't say it, both flags can fall. So it's very
right.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So
yeah, I think the very formal rule is that you have to stop the clock and
in Europe you do. In America, it's more we're a little bit we rough it a little bit more. But yeah, and you're supposed to do that. But in the US, that never happens. You just say flag.
Right, but I mean,
over.
You can also castle with two hands, right? So I mean,
also
are there really any rules?
Right. Yeah, good point. Yeah. By the way, Bishop B4 is played instant. Bishop B4 is played instantly by Jan. I'm kind of impressed that he's just continuing to move quickly and not use too much time here. Really impressed by this from him. Yeah, very impressed.
Yeah, I guess it is just a draw.
Yeah, it's just, even though you got the ideal knight placement, I guess you can't. And also, if white plays like Rook D1 here, I think it's very close to just a dead draw after Queen B5, because now I'm going to get Queen C4, and your rooks definitely have to stay passive here. So
yeah, rooks are just kind of stuck. Yeah, and as we establish, like losing the H pawn is not the end of the world.
Right. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I figure. Yeah, what else can Magnus? I mean, Rook D5 strikes me as the only attempt. I mean, everything else just doesn't look great. So yeah, I would think. What else can you do here?
I guess Queen A. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, Rook C2. I can still just go like Queen B5 or King H6. Like, the rooks are just too stuck here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this actually reminds me. I mean, I had a game against Fabiano a long time ago in St. Louis, and it was a queen against two rooks. There were like no bishops and knights, but it reminds me of that game where it was something kind of similar. Where I think Fabiano had it was like I had an extra pawn on the king side, like 4 versus 3 or something, or 3 versus 2, but he had like a pawn on the queen side, I believe, and it was just an easy draw for Fabiano. I remember being very shocked that it was that easy to draw, and that's what this kind of reminds me of. Even though there's a bishop and a knight on the board, is that it's still just a very routine draw. But Fabiano also talked about the game, apparently, so makes sense.
Oh, yeah. So it was classical? It was in the Single Cup?
Yeah, it was, and I remember because I thought that I was better, but I thought maybe there were some chances, and then Fabiano just sacked, I think, did he give up his rooks for the queen? I forget how it occurred, but it was in some endgame, and he just went right into this queen versus rooks endgame, and I assumed that I probably had to have some winning chances, and it was just like an easy draw. Like, he was under no pressure whatsoever. And I feel like ever since I had that endgame against him, I've really just assumed that the queen is better than the rooks, unless it's really, really basic.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But let's see. All right. Yeah, so someone said, "Are you allowed to make noises during the game?" Not really. I mean, you can cough, obviously, and things like that, but you're not really supposed to make noises. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would of course always be players who would try to, distract their opponent by I don't know, like by making small noises. Maybe like let's say they have tea and they use their spoon to make a little bit of noise, stuff like
Oh,
that.
nice, nice. I haven't encountered that one yet. That's nice. I like that. Yeah,
Really?
I have not
I
encountered
don't
that. No, but isn't that already a bit of like, I don't know if oxymoron is the right word, but like if you're already drinking tea, isn't that already a little bit high class? So like it's already high class to be drinking tea, and then stirring too. I thought was kind of high class. So it's like that's all high class, and then you're like you just overdo it to mess with your opponent. That just seems like a little bit too much. Somehow it seems wrong.
Yeah, I don't know, like Luke Van Whaley always used to say that he felt like certain players in Vikings would try to get him out of his concentration with
Uh-huh.
stuff like that.
Well, as someone said, you can also then go and slurp the tea as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
Um
pretty funny.
yeah, so that is one thing that players can do. Another thing is let just sort of walk around and sort of walk
Mhm.
close to the other player, or like let's say they're playing on a stage, they find the one spot in the stage where there's a crack.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. You just you step really hard where there's a crack on.
Yeah, no, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean, well,
that's a
if you
good one.
if you think about it, right, like if your opponent is thinking for like 10, 20 minutes,
Hmm.
you got to keep yourself occupied somehow.
Right, that's true. No, that's a good one. But there's also the other one, which is you can also like this was a world championship, but where Kasparov and Anand, they were playing in like a glass sealed room. So to go to their private
Hmm.
room in the restroom and everything, they would have to go through a door. And apparently, in that match, at some point after Kasparov was behind, when he would get up and leave the stage, he would slam the door really hard to annoy
Uh-huh.
Anand. That's actually a pretty well known story that he
Oh.
would make sure to slam the door really hard to
Uh-huh.
distract Anand. And I think that's
Yeah, I
all
mean,
when he
yeah,
would go out and come back in.
yeah, I think the thing is that there's nothing technically that stops you from doing that. It's just not good. It's bad sportsmanship.
Did you just say that Gary Chess is bad sportsmanship?
No, no, no. I'm not saying. No, no, no. I'm saying no, no. I'm not saying that. Stop framing me. Uh, no. I'm saying like doing stuff like that is not necessarily against any rules, but
Hmm. Right.
yeah, it's just bad
Yeah.
sportsmanship.
Yeah. No. I mean, of course, I completely agree. It's making a joke, but yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So you guys were wondering, I guess this position. Actually, wait a second. I just realized something. Wait.
yeah.
Oh no! If Queen B5, you can't take A3. I was gonna say maybe you can take and get the end game, but there's still Queen B2 at the end. I was thinking that's what Magnus
Oh,
wants. He wants to get that end game, but after Queen B5, you're maybe after Queen B5, can you go like King G2 to try and get this end game? I think that's the only idea here for White. But it's the only idea that I see at least.
oh, right. You cannot take right away because of Queen B2. Right. Okay.
But maybe you can just check on C6, King H2, and then Queen B5 back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Magnus's idea. The only idea is to try and sack the rook on A3 here, but it should not quite work after Queen B5. Yeah. No,
Hmm.
this has been a very exciting day, very exciting game.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of hope that it is decisive, but I find it hard to see it being decisive unless somehow Magnus is actually able to sack. If he's able to sack on A3. Okay, what about
Yeah.
Queen B5, King G1? Oh, but then I go Queen C4 and I have the Queen C1 check when you take on A3. So you still can't get it here.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. Like King G1 is actually a mistake. Yeah. So King G2 looks. But then there's Queen C6 check.
Right, yeah, and I just kill the game. You have to go back and then I go Queen B5 anyway.
Hmm. And I guess it's just difficult to make a move with White
Hmm.
to Queen B5, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. Kind of don't see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's yeah, I think this is headed towards probably towards a draw, I guess.
Yeah,
Frustrating,
that's a hot
very
take.
frustrating. Yeah,
Yeah.
very frustrating. Yeah, really, really frustrating to see.
Yeah, I felt like, yeah, like in the time scramble got pretty exciting. Jan definitely had some chances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he would have just, it's very weird that he didn't take on b4
Yeah,
because
that was the big question mark for him, right? Yeah, that he played e5.
yeah.
I'll tell you what I think the reasoning is. I think that basically he was trying to be really tricky and confuse Magnus. I think that was a pure
Mm,
Zeitnot trick with or Zeitnot, however
yeah,
you pronounce it, with e5 rather than taking the pawn. I think if Magnus has 20 minutes, he probably just takes b4. But I think because
yeah,
Magnus had like 2 minutes, he tried to get really tricky, try to get like e4, queen d4, try to get something really spicy, and it just didn't.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it just didn't quite work. But I think it was. I don't mind the try. I guess I'm
yeah,
surprised that he didn't play bishop b4, but e5 made sense.
yeah.
And
I think that the fun, like, I think the funny thing is, yeah, Zeitnot, it comes from German,
exactly.
where it's like, I think it's pronounced like actually like side note, which literally means like time need.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, isn't
Yeah.
isn't Dutch kind of similar
Yeah,
to
it's
German?
similar. It's similar to German. Yeah, in Dutch we would say tijdnood.
So you just change the Z to a D, like diet note.
Um, you just say the same thing, but just you pronounce it a bit different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Sounds like you literally just changed like one letter, like kind of weird.
Well, yeah, I remember. I remember like I had German in school for like
Hmm.
5 years or something, right? And
Mhm.
then I had my friend
By the way,
Robin.
just not to cut you off, but there's EU education for you guys. I mean, real proper education where you learn other languages. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, so like I had German in school for like 5 years, so I can speak German pretty well, you know.
Hmm.
And I was playing the Bundesliga, and but like for example, there's also my friend Robin van Kampen, and he did not have German in school for that many years, but he said like, yeah, well, you just speak Dutch with a German accent, and there you go, you speak German.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah,
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, of course, because I said that, chat is like getting all riled up. But no, I mean, it makes
yeah,
sense. So are you like
yeah.
required then? Are you required to like take a second language in school?
Yeah, like I mean, well, I took English. I think like English. I think I had English in school since I was like 10,
Hmm.
and then in high school, which starts at 12 in Europe, I took. I had 3 years of French, and then like 5 years of German. I think you definitely learn. So you learn English for
Hmm.
pretty much your entire high school career, for like a better word. um and then you also learn another language. So some people, they take Spanish, I think maybe even some take Chinese. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah. Here in the US, if you're lucky, you kind of I guess can take a second language in like in middle school or high school, but it's yeah, it's not. I mean, generally most people don't like take that much of a second language. So kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, American is the only language you need, right?
Actually, yeah, kind of true, kind of true. I mean,
Yeah,
unless you're in other superpower countries, and then you kind of maybe need to know it.
yeah.
I feel like in Russia there are a lot of people like if you get out I feel like Russia and the US are very similar. Like if you get
Mhm.
outside of the big cities, nobody in Russia speaks English, and they all have their guns, they got their off-road vehicles and everything. It's like I think it's very similar to the US. And like they just don't
Uh-huh.
speak English. Um uh,
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's kind
so
of weird.
yeah. Yeah, no. I mean Russia and the US are like I mean we're like exact same country, just different languages.
Huh. Yeah, well, I mean, they also do speak American in like many other countries, right? Like the
Mhm.
UK,
True. True.
Canada.
Yeah. 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 Anyway, all right. So we had King H6 played here, which is kind of weird, right? Because there's knight d5, or is there just can white not grab the juicer? Bishop f8, knight. Oh, knight f6. There's queen f5. Ah,
Hmm.
nice by Jan.
Yeah, I guess King H6 is a nice move for that
Oh.
reason, yeah. Um, and I guess Rook D5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can go Queen H4, Queen A4. You can take out the Rook, but then your Rook is just completely misplaced, and you just go Queen
Right.
B3 very quickly.
Yeah. Queen b3. And, yeah. It's nothing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Is there a way for Magnus to kind of? Maybe Magnus will just go like King G2, King H2, and maybe it will be a draw. I mean, that seems like one of the simplest ways to play this, is my guess.
Yeah, so King G2. I mean, Black can play Bishop C3. I mean, it's just a draw, but I guess that makes it a bit more comfortable for Black.
True. Yeah, so maybe you go like Rook B3 then, Queen A4, Rook D3, something like that, just to stop it.
Wait, so Rook B3 there.
Right, Rook B3, I guess Queen A4, right?
Yeah, Queen A4, Rook D3. That's just a draw.
Yeah, that seems like the safest draw to me. Yeah. Yeah, it looks yeah, it looks pretty yeah. Looks drawish. Looks drawish.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if this game will have another chapter to it, so to speak. I doubt it.
Yeah, I kind of don't see it, because the problem is, like, I don't see a way for Magnus to really create complications, and Jan at this point obviously can't, unless he gets some Bishop C3 B2. But although even that is probably a draw.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only way there could be another chapter is if Magnus gets low on the clock. But I mean, 25 minutes is a lot of time for 14 moves,
right?
And I guess it's I feel like Magnus wants to try.
Agree.
But there's just no way.
Okay, so he goes Rook D1, so Queen A4, he probably wants Rook B1, but still, I mean, I think after Bishop D6 and Queen C4, I think Magnus is really desperately trying to get Jan to blunder somehow, where he can sack the rooks for the bishop and the pawn. That has to be the idea,
right?
I don't see
so Queen
any
A4,
other ideas.
Rook B1. I guess just Bishop D6.
Yeah,
I don't see how you can create anything in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can go Rook BA1 or something. But again, like, even if you start to move the knight around, I can still just wait forever. Like, I just keep waiting.
Yeah, Rook BA1, Queen B3. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, I think just the important thing is that, he doesn't let Magnus sack the exchange.
Yeah, because that's the one. I think that's the one hope that Magnus has. He really just wants to sack the rook for the bishop and pawn. Like Bishop C3, Rook B1 would be bad, right? Because then you get Rook B3.
Right.
Yeah, that would be quite bad.
I mean, that's not bad just yet, right? I mean, it would be bad if you go Bishop B2 and then White sacks.
Right. That's the only chance. Although actually now it's a draw though.
Well, actually this is bad right away. Well, actually this is bad right away because there was Rook A5.
Oh, okay, but like if you get the endgame with like take on B2 3 times, after F5 it's just a draw. Because you can't actually break through here. Not that you want this, but it is a draw.
Yeah, but if you get but you can maneuver your rook to F4, no? And then you move the knight around.
No, it's still very unpleasant. I agree. I mean, it's very, very unpleasant. You don't want this. You do not want that endgame.
Like you would constantly have to restrain all of White's maneuvers, which is not that easy, I guess.
No, that would be very, very unpleasant. Yeah. I would not.
Because if somehow the knight gets around at D4, then you lose F5, right, and maybe then it's still a draw.
Yeah, like some random position. Let me just set it up. Yeah, like if somehow you can, if you can maneuver the rook to F4, you have great winning chances. Because then you bring the knight around and F5 will fall. So no, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think here it's I just don't really. I don't really see. I mean, Jan goes Queen A4, Rook B1, Bishop D6, or Bishop C3. Probably Bishop D6 is easiest. Yeah,
Chat is trolling. What are they? They're like,
because I said I think I asked you a question and like this is a draw, right? Yeah, or something like that. So now they're all just saying yeah, right.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so Rook DA1 played.
Yeah, Rook DA1 is played. I mean, Queen B3, yeah.
Yeah, Queen B3 seems very natural. Okay, stop. Like, We're talking normal English. Wait,
True.
but Queen B3, 92?
Yeah, 92 or yeah, actually it's really hard. It feels like a drinking game or something. So Queen B3 92.
Yes.
Bishop, I guess, do you have an actual threat here? Because knight d4, knight c2 is an idea, but there's always bishop to c3. So maybe just something like queen c4. And if knight d, but then you get knight
Yes.
d4, bishop c3,
Yes,
rook
I
a3.
mean,
You get the setup.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so queen d4, knight d4.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do you stop
Queen d3,
knights?
queen d3.
Queen d3.
Yes, because now knight c2
Oh,
is the
knight
only
c2.
idea. And then
Bishop
c3.
c3.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. So that's how you avoid any of the weird end games.
Exactly.
So let's say queen b3, knight e2, queen c4, knight d4, and if I go queen d3 there, I just leave the setup. White can't go knight c2. White can't really move the rook off of a1 or the rook off of a2. So this is the ideal setup, I think. I think you want the knight on d4 with the queen on d3 and the bishop on b4.
So after rook da1, bishop d6 was played, and king g1 by Magnus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this feels like he's conceding in a sense. Maybe not. I mean, maybe it's just this logical waiting move. But now, queen c4, right? Queen c4 because there's no rook a3. This is what we looked at earlier,
exactly,
where the king starts going on g2 h2. Yeah. So queen c4, and White's position is kind of paralyzed here because you can't really move the rook on a1.
Is there 92?
But then bishop e5, knight d4. So I have to go back to the same line with bishop d4, knight d4, queen d3. Same setup. Still some tricks.
Yes, so 92.
Mm-hmm.
Well, question is, what moves does black make?
So if you're black, queen c4 seems like the obvious first move. Knight to e2, and now probably I just need to sit and wait somehow. Maybe I go king g6 here. King g6.
I mean,
d4,
don't you want to keep your king on h6 so you never walk into any checks?
Ideally, yeah, but the only check is on f4, I think.
Huh. Yeah. All right, so 92, queen d3. I mean, there's 94.
And then bishop d4.
Bishop b4. Yeah, knight c2, still bishop c3. You can't do that.
I think this is the optimal setup for black, basically. Is when the knight's on d4, get the queen on d3 and the bishop on b4. That's the optimal setup.
Yeah.
I think every other setup, there's still some chances. But once you get that setup, very I think that's the optimal setup here. That's how I think you make the draw.
Yeah, I guess it's just a draw.
But we'll see. We'll see, because I mean, I still think Magnus wants to try. I don't think Magnus is ready to call it a day yet. I think he still is going to try to maneuver the knight to d4, and then after that, he'll probably concede it's a draw.
Certainly, yes.
That would be my best guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nepo's thinking. Yeah, I guess he just has to civil like queen b3.
Queen b3, and queen d3, and go back and simply draw.
Precisely, yeah.
Right. Okay, well, I actually need to rush him again. I just drank my whole bottle of water, so I'm gonna take one more break, and hopefully we'll see a few moves by the time I'm back. So just give me a minute, okay?
Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know what is wrong. I don't know what is wrong with everyone. Everyone's trolling over words. People apparently have never heard the word precisely before, or yeah. So I don't know what it is about that. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a draw. Exactly. Yeah. Wait, I'll actually be back in just 1 second. I have to grab something to drink. Okay, what's up, everyone? But yeah, okay, 92 was played by Magnus. It's also yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's just going to be a draw. Exactly, 2 GM chairs. I did not fly a helicopter, no.
All right. We had move, yeah.
Yeah, so Queen B3 92.
Mm-hmm. And now Queen D3 we concluded was the Queen D3 Knight D4 Bishop B4 was the optimal setup.
Right.
So, Queen D3. Are there any other moves that make sense here? Because I'm struggling to come up with other moves.
Yeah.
Bishop B4 wrong right away because Bishop B4 allows the same position with Knight D4 Queen D3, and we get to that same spot that we want to be in before, which seems like it should be okay. Or
yeah,
or I don't see a reason Bishop B4 isn't the same thing as Queen D3. I think it's still pretty much leading. All paths lead to a draw. All paths lead to a draw.
exactly. Yeah.
It's hard not to say yeah. It's like the one word in the English language that's possible to stop stop using at some point.
Right.
Let's see. So you can't. Okay. So F5 is just F5 has to be wrong. You just create a weakness. So I mean, to look at this sort of like puzzle rush. I mean, there are no pawn moves. The bishop moves, other than bishop b4, I mean, bishop c5 is probably playable. Doesn't do anything, of course, because knight d4. Actually, bishop c5 loses, right? Well, maybe loses is strong, but knight d4, queen d3, knight c2, and then I get the pawn.
Yeah, you do have to be careful of that. So Jan played queen of d3. I guess after knight d4.
Yeah, bishop b4.
I guess he is intending bishop b4. Yeah.
Yep, and I think we might get a draw pretty soon now because there's no other setup that I can construct here that makes sense. There's no other setup.
Right.
Yeah, like knight d4, bishop b4, knight. I mean, knight goes to f3, but where's the knight going? It's not going anywhere. I think we'll get a draw relatively soon if he plays bishop b4. I think that's the last real question. He doesn't have to. He could just go king g6, knight c2, bishop e5 also. That's another way to play it. But I think if he finds bishop b4, we will get a draw pretty soon. I think he goes bishop b4, we get a draw within 15 minutes, is my guess.
Yes, because after knight d4, if you go king g6, well, what do you do after knight c2? Right? Because after... Oh, bishop e5.
I mean, you still have it here.
Oh, but knight e1, knight e1.
But the knight is too passive, surely, after queen d5. Queen d5, rook a3. Oh, maybe not. No, it's not too passive because you go f4. Yes.
But you might have... No, wait. No, wait. Wait, there's no immediate draw, right? Which is annoying for black. Or do you have queens? No. Do you have queen c4? Wait, he played king h7. Okay, doesn't this allow... Wait, knight c2? Wait, what do you do after knight c2?
Bishop e5, knight e1.
Yeah. Wait, this could get annoying.
Maybe not though, because probably you still get queen c1 at some point. So knight e1, let's say
Yeah.
no, queen b5 is the move. That's how you do it. Because then after
Queen
rook
b5,
a3
rook
takes
a3.
queen b2, and you get you're passive here. Yeah, you're passive. Rook d1, queen e2. Yeah, that's how you do it.
Okay, so I can see that being a draw, but let's say I go rook. Can I go rook a4 without? No, that's a blunder because there's queen b5. Can I go rook a7? Yeah, let's say go rook a7.
Okay, so takes rook a7, but then just queen b1, king f1, king
Queen
g7.
b1.
No, I mean you're too. So where you can try to put the rook on e2, right? But it doesn't do anything. Like rook c7,
Yeah,
I just wait. Rook c2, rook e2, and then queen d1. Yeah, no.
I want
no
to get my
progress.
rook to the 4th rank, but I don't see how to do it. Wait.
Well, now we know the game's going to go for a while, though. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, what about king g7? What about rook a5? Rook a5.
Okay, so knight c2, bishop b5, knight e1, queen b1, takes. No, rook a5, queen c3.
No.
Okay. So you mean like later on, like after rook a7?
Yeah. So rook a7.
Queen b1, king f1, king g6,
King
rook
G7.
a5.
Yeah, and then rook a5.
And if I just go f5 there?
But I go rook d5, and I get my rook to d4.
But I just keep waiting on the back rank. Oh, and then you're going to try to go up with your king. King e2, queen e2, king f3, I have queen a8.
Wait, so you go king g6, rook d4. You say you go queen a1, for example, right? I go king e2, and then you give a check on
e2.
Can I block with the rook?
Yeah. I mean, probably I have to go like queen a6, knight d3, f4.
Right,
but
and
yeah,
that is a
already
draw.
I don't want this though. I don't want this. Maybe it's an easy. This might just be a very easy draw after ef4, like just f6. But again, why do you really want this?
Right.
Okay, but Magnus goes king h2. He doesn't actually do it. So.
Okay, so queen e4 played by. Wait, but rook a3.
There's
rook
queen
a3.
h4. Actually, yeah, this is
G1?
kind of weird. Oh, maybe there's a draw here with bishop g3, maybe? No, but you take and you run out.
Yeah, you're taking. Wait. This could be another chapter to this game. 0.10 chat.
Oh, wait. Okay, rook a3, bishop a3, rook a3. I'm going to turn the lines on just to see what the computer says. This still says zeros for whatever reason.
But it isn't pleasant, no? Like after that trade.
No, this is insane. I mean, this is completely insane.
Yeah, why would he ever allow that?
No, this is insane. This is absolutely insane.
I think. Did he just play too quickly? Did he just think like, okay?
I mean, maybe he wants to take h4 and go like queen g4 or something. I mean, that's what the computer says. It's still a draw, but like to even allow this when you're very clearly drawing here with like king h6 or king g7.
Yeah. Why would you allow this?
That's just insane.
I mean, it's not a clear draw, right?
I don't think it's a clear draw. I mean, okay, wait. Yeah. Okay, let's say so queen g4. Rook a7, is it? I'm going to turn the lines on.
No, wait, do you go to g2 or g1? That's the first question.
Oh, actually, g2 allows queen oh, never mind, because that allows queen e4 and then queen g6. Never mind. Classic right triangle.
Right.
So no, that's not right. Takes, check, king g1, but then maybe queen g4. Because now h4 is actually a threat. Let me turn the lines on. Oh, but it says this is zeros, apparently.
But queen g4, rook a4?
Yeah, and then I think... oh no, h4 is no good. Bishop e5 apparently.
Yeah, h4 knight b5, no? Or
oh man, yeah, but this is just insane. Wow, this
Bishop
is insane.
e5. I mean, you do get h4 very, very quickly.
Yeah, but still, I mean.
But then again, like okay, so let's say after bishop e5, there's king g2. Wait, king g2 is tricky.
King g2 where?
After bishop e5. Yeah, here, right there.
Okay, yeah. No, I got it. Yeah, king g1, queen g4, rook a4, bishop e5. King g2 here?
No. Rook a4?
Yeah, rook a4.
So, yeah, rook a4, bishop, king g2.
Yeah, and if
right, so if you go h4, I go rook h1, but then
G3.
check.
Takes,
oh, bishop g3.
Takes. Oh wait, no, it takes.
Oh, if you give a check, I go knight f3. And if you take on a4, I go rook h4. Is that winning or is that?
Oh, right. No, but knight f3, there's queen c2. Oh, king f1, queen d1, knight e1. Okay, I mean, insane.
Yeah, but actually, I was saying like instead of bishop g3, there's also queen e4 right away, but there's knight f3.
One second, let me set it up. Yeah, so king g1, queen g4, rook a4, bishop 5, king g2, h4, h1. Oh, you mean bishop g3 right here?
No, here, if queen e4, you go knight f3.
Okay, right.
And then if you take on a4, take on h4, and you get a 3 versus 2. No, like without bishop. No, this is winning, of course. But...
Oh, you mean queen e4, knight f3? Oh, you meant this one with queen a4, rook h4.
Right, yeah.
No, but this has to be winning. I mean, with the double pawns.
Yeah.
Although computer says +1, which means it's probably a draw, which is just, I mean, again, but I mean, no human.
But how do you?
Maybe it's easy actually. You just wait, right? Bishop b2 and king g7. You just sit and then wait.
But if I get the king to f5 and then I go, let's say, knight at g3.
Yeah.
Try to go knight h5. But then you go king f8, king e7.
No, I mean the whole thing is wild and wacky.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably this probably is just a draw. I mean, because you can just wait forever or something. But still, I mean, I would not want to play this endgame. I mean,
yeah.
Like what you have to go like bishop b2, knight f4, king h6, and I mean, okay, computer says +3 now, so it is winning. But this will never happen. I mean, Magnus will take on a3 surely.
Yeah. Wait, but how exactly is it winning if black waits with the king on f8?
Okay, so let me go back. Sure. Okay, takes one. Let me just get it set up. Okay. How's it winning if you wait with the king on f8? You're saying you just sit on f8 basically forever, like this.
Right. So we get this endgame, right? So you march the king to f5.
And I put the knight on f4.
Yeah. So what if I wait?
Okay, bishop c3, g4. I'll go f3. Bishop c3, knight f4, bishop b2. Yeah.
Okay. So I just keep sitting.
Yeah, and it's
okay. And don't go bishop c3 because of knight d5. We just b2 and a1.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, and knight d5, king g7.
Yeah, and knight h5, king e7.
Still a draw. Crazy. Yeah, still a complete draw. That's just insane. Okay, let's see if Magnus is going to take on a3 though. I mean, this is a big question. Because I think he has to. If he wants to win, he takes. If he's okay with a draw, he'll go king g1 here.
Yeah. So so what about this line, right? So queen e4, rook e3, queen h4, king g1, queen h4, rook a4.
Yeah, rook a4. Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, right? King g2, h4, rook h1. So
I guess
bishop g3.
Bishop g3 is just an easy draw. Because after takes, there's queen e4, knight f3, check, and you just make sure to keep checking on the light squares. Yeah, king f2. Yeah, you just make sure to keep checking. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean you can't even go to h3 because you hang the rook.
Right.
And yeah, I mean you just check on. Let's say so king f1. But queen d3, it's the only good move you have to find, but it's not that difficult. I would think.
King f. Yeah, it's not hard at all, as long as you don't accidentally check on d1. Yeah. This. But I mean, again, to allow this is still very insane because it's like you're hanging by one move. If you play the wrong move, you're going to lose the game. So it's kind of insane to play this, in my opinion. Although maybe Jan maybe Jan really just thinks he can just take on a3 and make it's an easy draw. I mean, there is some chance that he thinks that. But I mean, again, he does that and we're going to be here for another 5 hours.
No, I mean, that'd be insane to go into that position.
Right. I don't understand queen e4 really. I mean, because he played it quickly, right? He didn't use a lot of time.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah, he used 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I mean, it's very hard for me to believe that this is part of the plan. I really can't be part of the plan.
Yeah, I guess they're like, we talk a lot about how Jan is annoying. How Jan is annoying. How Jan is annoying as an opponent because he plays really fast. But it's known to have backfired for him, right? And I guess sometimes that's still, he's sometimes still a bit impulsive.
Right.
And that's still sometimes comes to bite him.
Right. I mean, this is I can't believe he played Queen E4. I actually think
Yeah,
he might have
it's
just forgotten about King G1. I really think there's a good chance that he just got impatient and he forgot about King G1 here. That King G2 is not the only move after Queen H4.
yeah,
No, I mean the facial expressions actually kind of matter here quite a bit. Like if Jan
yeah.
looks comfortable or if he looks very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll be very clear cut right away. He forgot. Okay, he looks calm. Because if he really is calm, he should play his
Mm-hmm.
next move instantly. Um,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
weird.
very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre. Because I
I
mean,
mean,
you
okay,
could
so
take, but yeah, like this probably is still a draw. But why on earth would you ever go into this end game?
yeah, well, actually, like we were saying earlier that this endgame might just be a draw, but like,
Hmm.
yeah, it just looks really, it just looks like eternal suffering.
Yeah. If you take on A3, I mean, I think there's a very good chance this is going to be that Magnus wins this game.
Yeah, so I think Queen H4 is still the way to go. Magnus has to play King G1, right? Maybe he missed that.
Yeah, I think maybe he just thought King G2, Queen E4, and it's easy draw. And he
Yeah,
forgot. He saw F3, Queen G6, thought, okay, easy draw. Rook is under attack. G3 is weak. And now he's like, oh, wait, what did I just do? Okay, so he takes. Okay,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we're going to see
It's
it.
on the board. All right, so Queen
G1.
G4 after. So King G1, Magnus has to find. Yeah, King G1 played, obviously.
Hmm.
So I think Queen
Yeah.
G4 looks very normal, right?
Or Queen E4. I mean, obviously not Queen G5 and not Queen H3. So, I mean, you have to go to E4, G4. I mean, I feel like for a human, E4 is more logical because you create a wooden shield or a sunray in the middle of the board. So, I mean, I would probably just go to E4. I mean, it's a classic sunray. So, Queen E4 makes a little bit more sense to me. But Queen G4 is also probably completely fine. Yeah.
Yeah, Queen G4 looks more natural, right?
Hmm.
Because you keep, yeah, I don't know, you put pressure on opponent G3.
Right.
Rook
Yeah.
A4 looks very natural, right? To try to,
Yeah. And then Bishop E5 is the critical move. Which maybe is not
yeah,
hard to find, right? Because the obvious idea is to move the knight away and go like Rook H4. So
exactly.
it's not crazy.
And then,
Yeah.
okay, so we looked at King G2, right? So King G2 seems like a draw because of
Right.
H4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rook
King
H1
G2,
was
H4
Rook H1 was kind of forced, and then Bishop G3 forces the draw.
takes. No, does it though? Wait, no, because Queen G3 is King F1. Or which position are we talking about? They're two different positions.
Oh,
With Rook on A3 or on A4?
yeah, with Rook A4, because if you go,
Okay.
because if you go after King G1, Queen G4, if you go King G2, I guess there's Queen E4 is the best move, right?
Oh wait, sorry. After Queen G4, you have to move the
Or
rook. Or you hang the
yeah, you
rook
have
on
to move the
A6.
rook,
Sorry.
right?
Yeah. So Rook A4, Bishop
Because like
E5.
otherwise Black probably just takes and he's fine. Yeah.
Right.
So Rook A4 has to be played.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop E5 is the move indeed.
That Knight
Then
C6?
okay.
Oh, you have Bishop A1. Oh.
Oh right, yeah, that's a draw.
That's why Bishop E5 is so. I was wondering why Bishop E5 was so problematic. Why can't you just move the knight away? Okay, that's why.
Yeah. So what if you move the rook, like Rook 1 A2? But let's say we go Rook 1 A2. Let's say we go H4. Wait, Knight E2. Oh, you block Queen D1.
Wait, sorry. Say that again. So after Bishop E5, which move?
Rook 1 A2.
Okay. And then
Because
Queen
after H4 you have
E1?
Knight E2.
Okay, we have a move.
Queen
Plays
E4
Queen
by
E4.
Jan.
Okay.
But Rook A4?
I mean, I think Magnus is going to win this game.
Huh.
I'm so confused. I'm really just confused by Jan's play in this game.
But yeah, he's doing weird stuff.
I mean, I guess it's still a draw, but I think Magnus has huge chances to win this game now. Huge chances.
Yeah.
Although
Wait,
again,
so
it's you know what I realized though, all these end games are going to be really hard, even if he has increment, because it's always very hard with two rooks against a queen. The queen moves are always a lot easier. It's like I had this
yeah.
very long end game against Valentina Gunina in Gibraltar maybe like 3 years ago, and it was I think it was two rooks and two pawns against like a queen and one pawn. It was like F and E versus F, and I won the game, but it was extremely hard to win. And so
because
Yeah,
there's like a
so
million checks and
yeah, so I mean, even if he gets a good setup, the knight and bishop come off, unless it's like where he keeps the pawns where they are right now. Like for example, say you get some endgame where I'm able to exchange the H pawns. Like it's even that I'm not sure is going to be easy to win. Like it feels like some endgame with F versus the double F pawns will be really tough, really tough to win, especially with
it's
no time
probably
on the
just
clock.
it's probably just a draw, no?
Most likely, yeah. Most likely it's a draw, but again, like that's just computer chess, not humans.
I think it can only be winning if you, let's say, get the rook to F. But there's always going to be so many checks.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's if you get that. I mean, that's probably the optimal. That's probably the best that you can get.
Yeah.
But
And actually, as we talk, rook A4 is on the board by Nepo,
so
by
bishop
Magnus.
E5.
Should
Gotta
be
go
5, I
bishop
guess.
E5.
Yeah.
Draw is the most used word today. It is. It is. We've used the draw word a lot of times.
Yeah.
Sessa says +6. Someone said. I don't know if that's true, but I don't believe it. I think that's a debate.
Yeah. They're trolling.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no way this is +6. Yeah. Wait. Someone
Or
says. Yeah. No. It's not. Yeah, so I mean, this is the thing though. All these endgames. I mean, maybe Jan he feels confident thinking that all these endgames with the 2 rooks versus queen are drawn and like everything is drawn. So somehow maybe he just knows that it's a draw and he doesn't care. He's not worried if it looks unpleasant.
Yeah.
But it's just very strange.
Okay, so let's say so bishop E5 is still the move,
Yeah,
right?
then rook 1
I mean,
A2, and then how do you draw? Like I don't even understand why this is a draw.
well, but what do you do after knight E2 to hit the queen?
Oh, knight E2 first? Oh, right, because now you cover H4. Right, that makes a lot of sense. Right, now the queen's not on G4, so you can't take the rook.
And if queen F3, you go rook 1 A2.
Right, and then you get rook H4, and I mean, again, probably a computer will say it's a draw somehow, but this starts to feel really unpleasant. Really unpleasant. Yeah, very strange. Very strange decision. I mean, this whole queen E4 idea was very bizarre to me. I don't understand it at all. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And for chat who's wondering, they get more time at move number 60. So at move 60, they will be getting an additional, I believe, 30 minutes, or is it 15? I think it's 30 if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Vichy was stunned by queen E4 apparently.
15.
Yeah.
5-0
or 1-5?
1-5.
1-5. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And
so
a
it's
30-second
not a lot.
increment.
Not a lot.
Yeah, like 15 minutes can easily be gone. Yeah.
Right. That's true. And by the way, as I was trying to say, apparently Vichy also was very confused by queen E4. So we're not the only ones who really don't understand it.
Yeah. We're in good company.
Yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah, so 15 minutes with 30-second increment. Also, I would say that's also kind of weird, isn't it? That you play the first 60 moves, no increment, and then you get increment at the end. That's also kind of doesn't feel right either.
There must be a weird switch. Although I guess you only really feel it when you're low on the clock.
Right, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. This is not 90% draw, you guys. I think this is probably what would you put it at, Benjamin?
Good question. Like definitely not 90%. I guess it's still more likely that it's going to be a draw. But I think Magnus should win like 1-4, 1-3.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 75%. I was gonna say 75% draw, 25% Magnus wins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, because someone in chat said queen E4. Queen E4 that I was talking about, you guys, was not this. It was this first queen E4. It was not the queen H4 to E4. It was this first one from D3 to E4 that was really shocking. Not the one back after he captured the pawn on H4.
Yeah. So bishop E5 is played by Jan. Yeah, we were discussing 92 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if black gets H4, it should be an easy draw because the king should be too open.
Right.
So that looks right to me. Chance at Nepo wins is 0, you guys. 0% chance at Nepo wins.
Yeah. I disagree. There's always a chance.
Yeah, 0.01%, right. Yeah, 0.01%. Yeah, it's like that 1 in a million. So he plays 92 quickly. Good move.
I mean, he could flag. I mean, nah, not really. I mean, something could go wrong magically.
Right.
So I would say it's probably like, let's say it's a 75% draw, 24% chance that Magnus wins, and 1% Nepo.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I mean I think that's it's generic. I mean, I don't see how Nepo ever wins though. I mean,
Right, but there's
there's a
always a
game
chance.
there's the game against Topolov, which Magnus flagged. So
Yeah.
I guess yeah. With increment, I don't think so. If there's no increment, I could definitely see something funny happening. But with increment,
Yeah.
I doubt it. So let's see.
Oh yeah.
So what are the moves here? There's Queen D2, Queen C2, Queen D3, F3, D5, maybe C6 doesn't look right because C1's covered. So probably it's what D5, D3, C2, or F3. But Queen F3,
Queen
Rook
F3
A2 just looks winning, right? Because you have Rook H4 and Knight
Yeah.
F4. Maybe not winning, but it looks really unpleasant.
So Queen F3, Rook there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about Queen back to D5?
Knight E2, Queen. Yeah, Queen D5 looks right. I mean, you create the right triangle. Still have a sunray. You've got wooden shield. You've got everything here. So it looks like the right square for the queen relative to where the rooks are. So Queen D5, what? Rook 1A2 again? And then what? Because no H4. There's just
I actually meant Queen F3, Rook 1A2, and then Queen D5.
Okay. And then Queen D5.
But
okay.
Queen D5 right away also makes sense.
Yeah, how does white take advantage of this? I mean, it's always a question: do you go E4 or not? Because E4 seems like a move, but I'm not sure. Not sure.
I mean, you can play E4, but that always.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then you block your rook on the 4th rank, and then H4 comes very quickly.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Queen C6 and H4. That's true. Yeah,
so
no, agreed.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but then what do? You like. I don't see a move.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean,
yeah, like you can play King H2, but you don't really want to place the king there because then
right.
H4 will come with more effect potentially.
Right after like King G7 and H4, and I mean if you can trade the H for G, I think it's a pretty easy draw. Maybe easy is the wrong word, but it should be a draw.
Yeah, no, especially I mean if you keep the bishop and the knight on the board because white's king is still. Right. I mean, like if you then trade on G3, there's probably no way white can keep the structure, right?
Yeah, if you can trade on G3, I don't see anything. I mean, hard to see anything happening. I mean, some trade. Yeah, I mean any trade has got to be a draw.
Yeah, but Yana's thinking. Yana's 19 minutes. Should still be plenty of time for 5 more moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's plenty of time for both players, but I mean, I hate Queen E4. That was just an impulsive move, and
yeah,
it's crazy to think that impulsive move could cost him like the world champ. Really the match potentially. Yeah. It's crazy.
Wait, actually, so we were discussing Queen F3, right? There might also be Rook. Actually, Queen C2 is on the board.
Right.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So Rook 1A2, Queen D1, King G2, probably Queen D5, King H2, and then we're right back where we were before. So,
yeah, you would somehow like to keep contact with the rooks, right? So they cannot move.
Right.
So maybe after Rook 1A2, maybe even go Queen B3, because white cannot move.
And you just keep the queen right next to the 2 rooks. That makes a lot of sense. Right. Knight D4 there. I mean, but yeah, Knight D4. You can even probably just trade and go H4. Yeah.
Yeah. I would assume so. Okay, so Queen C2, Rook 1A2 by Magnus.
Right, and probably Queen B3 here. Seems like the most logical move.
Yeah, I like this idea because you keep contact with both the rooks, and like you don't really want to move the rook from the 4th rank because then H4 always comes.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that rook. Yeah, you have to keep the rook on A4.
Yeah,
but yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, Queen D1, King H2, King G7 to follow up with H4. Yeah, somehow I think it's still fine. I mean, I guess this is what computers teach us, right? They teach us that all these endgames are essentially fine, no matter what you do. Like, you can make a lot of inaccuracies like Jan has in this endgame, and still, it's a pretty routine draw if you find a couple of good moves.
Right, but I mean, at some point, he will not have any. He cannot permit himself any inaccuracies anymore. That's of course the one thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's already right there where it's like.
Yeah.
I think here it should be. I mean, I think he will save it though. If he finds Queen D1 and Queen D5, I think he'll save it. But again, it's still very, very tricky. And someone in chat says Fabian is very bullish for white. I mean, of course you should be, because only white can win this endgame. So
yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
yeah. I mean, well, like that's how it usually goes, right? Like it was comfortable for Nepo, then it becomes a little bit annoying,
right?
And it's not like any mistake will lose him the game, but it's yeah, like we said, it's gotten to a point where we feel like if he makes one or two more inaccuracies, it could be beyond savior.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Totally agreed. Yeah. Totally agreed. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is. I mean, it's hard to play, but I think. I mean, as I said, I still think it's within the margins. But I would predict though. I mean, I still feel like it's 75-80% that. I mean, it's 75% draw actually starts to feel wrong here, because if black can't get H4 in. No, I want to say probably it's actually like 50-50 now. I think it's 50-50. I think Magnus probably wins one out of two. Yeah. Because as someone pointed out, there's also this nasty trick with King G2, Knight G1, F3. And I don't actually see how you're stopping Knight G1, F3. And then the rooks are completely loose here.
But if you go King G2, there's always check.
And then King H2. And then
right.
King
so
G8.
King
Man.
Or King G7. King G7 looks most natural.
Yeah, and then I guess, yeah, because I still can't get the knight to F3, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I think it's 50% chance Magnus wins, 50% it's a draw. That's my guess here.
Oh, you have, like, after King G7, there's Knight D4. Takes Rook D2.
Wait, so you're saying King G2, Queen D5, King H2, King G7, Knight D4? And Rook D2. But then H4?
Right, but you go H4 and then you take with one of the rooks, and then okay, the whole thing
right, we get this whole long end game with the two rooks versus the queen. I mean, that should be a draw based on my own experience playing like Rook and 2 versus Queen and 1 against Gunina. I mean, this should be a much easier draw. So
yeah, but he will have to suffer a lot.
No, of course, obviously. And by the way, you guys say it's 87.8% chance draw. There's no way this is a 90% chance of a draw. No chance. No chance of that. Yeah, zero chance. This is very likely going to be, I mean, a lot of suffering for Jan. A lot of suffering.
Yeah.
Because Queen B3. Yes, now we're going to get King G2 anyway, right? King G2, Queen D5, King H2, and then like King G7. And we're right back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, if this would be I mean, that would mean that Magnus would only win 1 out of 10, right? So I think it's way higher.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, there's like, I think it's 50-50. I think he wins 1 out of 2. And I think it's probably even higher because they've played 6 hours. If they're starting out fresh, like let's just say they sit down to the board with this position, I think it's probably you win this like 20% of the time. But the fact they've been playing 6 hours, they're both obviously quite tired by now. That's gonna make it a lot harder to play, a lot more difficult.
Right.
Definitely.
On the one hand, Magnus is getting okay, he still has 10 minutes. Should still be plenty of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think this is
yeah. And he's played King G2, which is the best move.
Right. So now you have to go Queen D5, only move.
Yeah, okay, you have to go, right. Because you cannot allow Knight G1.
Yeah, I think after Knight G1 F3, you resign the game. Because then white will get Rook H4, Rook A1, Rook H1, and I mean, there's no way. A computer maybe can save it. No human can save that position.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I want to say something. I want to say something because someone asked. They said there are no adjournments, you guys. In the old days in World Championships, there would be games that were stopped after I think like 6 hours. But because of computers, no games are stopped. Since we have the perfect answer, you can go back to your room and know the solution immediately to what's going on. So that's why there are no longer adjournments in the World Chess Championship.
Yep. We no longer call Beth Harmon and tell her like, hey, this is the move you have to make.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Well, unless the arbiter says, hey guys, we'll come back tomorrow. Promise you will not check with the engine. Right. They'll be like, okay, arbiter, I promise. And then we can enjoy the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Queen D5, I mean, King H2, and he's got to move the king. I mean, if he can still find Queen D5 and move the king, I think he can probably draw. But I think we're already at the very edge of drawing possibilities. It's crazy though. One little slip. I mean, this one little Queen E4 slip is literally what did him in. I mean, most likely. What was that? He forgot to play that.
Sorry, you forgot to play what?
I mean, this not slip. This Queen E4 slip allowing Rook A3. Like this one little slip is all it took.
It was very weird. Yeah, very weird.
It's very strange
inexplicable,
because it seemed
really.
like he had found the right setup too. That's why I'm really
Yeah.
confused by it. Really, really
Or he
confused.
just completely underestimated how this is actually very tricky.
But I mean, how can you underestimate this? I mean, you can't underestimate
Yeah.
this. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe
Yeah.
you can be overly optimistic. I mean, but you can't be. You have double pawns on f7 and f6. There's no way that you can think you're okay in this end game. No, I mean, I think he
Yeah.
literally just. I think he fell asleep at the wheel. I really think that he just forgot. I think he literally just forgot that after Queen h4, there was like no draw with like Bishop g3. Like he forgot King g1, Bishop g3 isn't a draw, or he forgot that White didn't have to go King g2, Queen e4. That's honestly what I think
Right.
happened. I think he just fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's what happened. He just fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. So Queen d5 is on the board. I mean, King h2 is pretty much the only move, right? Because King g1, you repeat the position.
Right. Although apparently repeating is bad after Queen d1. Apparently someone said the computer says after King h2 that's winning or something. I don't know why, but that's what they said. So yeah, King h2 and then King g7, and we're gonna get this long end game. If by the way, if Nepo can get the Queen and two, the Queen and the double pawns versus the two rooks and two pawns, he will draw that. I'm pretty confident.
Really?
I'm pretty confident based on my own experience having half an hour in that end with an end game with rook and two versus a queen and one against Gunina. I'm pretty confident on that. I mean, I'm gonna pull that. I'm gonna show that to chat very quickly. That end game I had against Gunina in 2018. I can pull up the game somewhere. Let me see if I can get the position. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit different, but just to give chat an idea of what that position was like, I'll just pull this up. It'll look weird for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you can kind of see the position anyway, but I had, or actually, still not showing correctly. I had this position against Gunina basically, and it was almost impossible to win with two rooks and two versus queen and one. And just based on this end game alone, like it was so hard. Like I still found a way to win this crazy end game, but I mean it's impossibly difficult to win. So like I just want to point that out that like based on that experience that I had, like if you get an end game with two rooks and two versus a queen and two, it will be. I mean, not will be, but it'll be very easy for Nepo to play, and Magnus will have to find an otherworldly idea with limited time on the clock.
Right. Yeah, but that endgame seems very tough because you just have one pawn, right? So you can never trade. You can it's very likely that you cannot trade the rooks for the queen. But
True.
When you think that if somehow he gets 2 versus 1, that should give him better chances.
Well, especially in the center, yeah, but I still don't see how you win. I mean, like I just
right. It's of course very far off in the sense that it starts off with 2 versus 2. Right. But if you pile up on the F file, then you feel like F6. Right. I mean, well, you go rook F4 here.
Yeah, Queen E5, King F3,
Queen E5, yeah.
F5, Rook DD4, King G7, and how do you win the pawn though? I just don't see how you win the pawn.
Right, and yeah, there's always a million checks.
Well, that's why I think with limited time you can't win, because specifically you have to calculate a deep idea, and you have to somehow keep your king safe as well. So I think if you can get that end game, if you can get the two rooks and two versus the queen and two, I think he's got like very good chances to draw. But if he can't get that, he's going to lose the game. King h3 is not a winning move because of queen h1. You guys, White would get checkmated. So that's not a very good move here. Just thought I would point that out. Yeah. So let's see. What will happen?
Yeah, no, he should comfortably reach the next time control and get another 15 minutes. But like after that, those 15 minutes can quickly vanish, and then there's no more time. And then it's then it should be very tough to figure out, the right setup.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's just very, very, very hard to figure out.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he can get the bishop off for the knight, I think he'll have very good chances to draw. That's really what it comes down to. If he can get that, I think he draws. If he can't get that, I think he loses. Basically, if he can't get rid of the H pawn for the G pawn, he's going to lose the game. That's all it comes down
to. Yeah, and for those of you who wonder, it's 15-1-5.
Right, yeah, not 5-0, 1-5. So I mean, this game is gonna have a finish pretty soon. I think not soon, but I mean, it's not gonna go for like another 3 hours. It'll probably go for maximum like another hour and a half.
Yeah. So, but what is he thinking about right now? Like King H2 seems like the only move, no? Or
I mean, you can also go E4 maybe. But it feels too loosening because after e4, I mean, I guess you can try e4 like queen d1, then knight g1 f3. But again, queen d1, knight g1, h4 with queen g4 looks like a easy way to solve the problem. Like basically, it's like I said, there really are two issues: A, H versus G, and then B, knight and bishop. You can get rid of the H pawn. Like even if you can trade H for G and keep bishop and knight on, I think you have good drawing chances.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's really what it comes down to. Can Jan find the H4 break, or can he trade the bishop for the knight and then get H4? So we have a move.
F3.
We have F3. So, okay. So Magnus, I like this idea actually. Can you know what his idea is? Oh, bless you, Benjamin.
Oh, thank you.
I like this idea because what he's going to do is he's going to go king f2 to hold all the pawns. Yeah, this is a really nice idea. I'm amazed the computer says this is 0. By the way, I'm just shocked. It's really shocking to me. But I guess actually you have queen b1, queen h1, h2 maybe. Still very, very hard. Very, very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so f3. What if black just waits here with a move like king g7? So let's say you do go king f2. But I mean, I don't like f3 because now the king
there's no
never has any shelter anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like there's always potential of perpetuals, like let's say queen b3, queen b1, queen h1, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't like it. I actually agree. I don't like f3 at all. But maybe Magnus thought after king h2 there was some king g7, h4, and it was unstoppable. I mean, that might be the reason he did it. Is if he didn't see like a concrete plan, then he figured, well, at least here I can put the king on f2, keep everything together, and maybe still we go on.
Yeah.
But I do think this feels more drawish now after queen b3, king f2, queen b1. Because this idea of queen h1, queen h2 is kind of a big problem. And like if you go like queen b1, rook a3, then I think queen h1 draws, because rook h4 you can sack on g3 and go queen e1 check. So
exactly,
yeah.
I'm sure there's another Benjamin who's not very thrilled about f3.
True. Yeah. No, initially I did like f3. For people who are wondering, initially on first glance I did, but it's actually true that unless you can untangle the rooks, there's this very unpleasant queen h1 idea lurking, which is a problem.
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, you just never have any shelter anymore, and your pawn structure loses all its
flexibility,
solidity.
Yeah, solidity. Yeah, right.
Solidity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your pawns will always be loose.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, like queen d3 and queen d1, queen d3 and queen b3 look like the two only moves to me, as far as I can tell. I don't see anything else.
Also, I realized king g7.
Yeah, but I realize the problem is actually this queen d1, queen h1 idea is not hard to spot now. Like, it's almost an only idea. Like, it's not hard to spot queen h1 with the idea of h4, queen h2. Like, it seems pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
So you're saying queen d1 here.
Well, I thought just queen d3, force the king off. Queen d3, king f2, and then queen d1. Oh, but wait, then you have rook h. Oh, then you have rook h4. No, that's why I have to do it the other order. I have to go like queen b3, or that's the same thing, I guess. Queen d3 or b3, king f2, and then queen b1. Keep an eye on the rook, and then queen h1 is the idea. Although still, but rook d2 is still queen h1. If rook h4, I can still take. So I have this.
But even if you go rook h4, there's queen b3, and you hit the rook and e3.
Oh, that's true too. You're right. Actually, yeah. No, that's a good point.
And yeah, like I said, that's sort of what I was talking about. Like everything gets loose, everything starts hanging. So I think this should be a relatively comfortable draw now for Jan, but
well, I don't know about comfortable. I mean, I still think there's problems.
Yeah, comfortable is too big of a word. Yeah. Okay, so queen d1 played by Nepo. Let's see.
So queen d1, king f2 surely will happen, I would think.
But then don't you? Wait, but don't you have queen h1 there? Because if rook h4, you have bishop g3.
No, but here it doesn't work, does it?
It does, no?
Oh, H4. It's still a draw. Oh, you have queen h. Oh, geez, you have this draw too. I mean, I thought the knight was protected, but yeah, you're right. This is a draw also.
Yeah, very, very nice draw.
Very tricky, yeah.
So then, how does white even try after queen d1? Because
Oh,
like,
do you try? I mean, knight
can
f4.
you go knight f4?
Yeah, I like knight f4, but you have what h? I mean, okay, computer says h4 is a draw. I don't know if that's
But what
human
if
or
you just
not.
go
But
king
h6, yeah.
h6? But king h6, maybe go rook rook a8.
Bishop f4.
Try to sneak in. Bishop f4, okay, ef.
Yeah,
It's got to be a draw.
Very, very tough to play, though. Very, very tough to play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like after that trade, you sit with queen e1.
Mm-hmm.
And what can white ever do?
Right, yeah. Yeah, no, agreed. No, I mean, this I think he'll be able to draw. I think that's really the thing.
Right.
Like, he just has to get an endgame where it's a queen versus rooks, because then the queen has 50 million moves, and the rooks have to somehow coordinate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and once again, like, yeah, if the pawn would be on f2 in this 2 rooks versus queen in game, there would have been a chance, but like the king is just wide open. Like, there's always h4 lurking to break up the pawns.
Yeah.
And you can put your rooks on the second rank, and then there's no more checks, but then you cannot improve your position. So I think it's just a draw. Let's see.
Right, but still, I mean, I wouldn't count on this being a draw at all yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Jan draws this game, that's a huge boost for him. Like, that's a huge boost.
Yeah.
Because he turned this from, I mean, of course it was very messy earlier, and maybe he had winning chances. But I mean, this is an end game that you would expect Magnus to win. Like, squeezing. And if Jan can draw, this is an epic boost for him.
Yeah.
All right, so queen d1 has been played apparently, but it's not showing up on the board. Nothing I can really do. I refresh the boards, you guys, so it is what it is. Let's see.
But rook h4, we said queen b3, right? With an immediate draw.
Right, you hit the pawn at e3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, what does white even do here after queen e1?
Yeah, so queen d1 probably okay. King f2, queen h1 is just the easy draw, right? Because that stupid bishop g3, queen e1, h1 draw. I mean, that looks like an instant draw, doesn't it? Because you just have queen h2.
Yeah, because f4 is there, but still you give it check.
Yeah, and then like bishop, I don't know, d6, c7, I guess d6.
Yeah, you just sort of sit, and once again, white's kind of stuck.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this f3 move actually, yeah, somehow it at first glance to me it looked really good, but the more that I think about it, it actually just made the white king much more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the mistake. I mean, mine just still a draw after king h2, but yeah, this feels it feels kind of wrong. Yeah, actually, less than a minute. Sorry, you guys.
Yeah,
I mean, this is I'm refreshing. It's not updating.
He has to make one more move, but still, okay.
Okay,
F4.
he goes F4. Okay.
Huh.
What, bishop c7, right? Because bishop d6, there's rook d4. Bishop c7.
There's also a funny move, bishop b2.
Oh, but then king f2. And what? Okay, I mean here that must be a computer move, right? That must be a computer move. That's got to be a stupid computer move. Yeah, stupid computer.
Well, there's queen b1 there, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but queen b1 and rook a7, and I just move the rook off. I mean, your bishop on b2 is ridiculous. It's actually dominated, right? It has no squares to go to.
Yeah, but you cannot make a move either, because like if you move the rook, I go queen h1.
Ah, true, and then yeah. I mean, okay, that's computer chess.
Yeah.
But actually, to be fair though, what actually makes sense though, because bishop d6 looks wrong, bishop c7 also looks very passive. To be fair, so it might just be the best move.
I mean, bishop c7 makes sense because you want to put the bishop on b6.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right, and like bishop d6 runs into rook d4, even though it's not the end of the world.
Even though there's queen b3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
right, so let's say we go bishop c7, right? Let's say rook a7. Wait, but that could spin out of control after, let's say, bishop b6.
Yeah.
Right, because if you take king g6,
yeah,
but there you're just losing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic sun, right? So bishop b6, yeah, and then e3 is weak too. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I guess. Yeah, I guess black can never create any real chances.
I think this is actually very likely going to be a draw now. I think it's going to be too hard for Magnus with the weak king. No clear-cut ideas to dodge a repetition. I think is going to be too difficult here.
Yeah, I think it's just a draw.
It's funny because I mean, on first glance, I thought F3 was a great move, but it somehow it just like it loosened too much. It just loosened the structure too much, and
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's going to be a draw. I feel pretty confident now because I don't see how you can hold the pawns together and keep the king safe. And also, the other thing is h5 is not a weakness anymore. You can't put the rook on h4 and target it really. So h4 is
Exactly.
also in the I mean this has to be a draw now.
Yeah. No, I agree with what you said. Yeah, like yeah, the king is always exposed. E3 is weak. You cannot really coordinate. And material is equal pretty much,
Yeah.
right? So
By the way, I have to give a shout out to someone in chat. They said, "Let's be real. It's always been a draw. Maybe if you're using the engines, but not for humans." So yeah, let's let's slow it down, you guys. Okay.
I mean, well, it was well before the time control, Nepo was winning.
Exactly.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't like Magnus. Wait, Magnus might have been winning if he did not play Rook D1, but he played Rook CC2. That was his one chance.
Right. That's true. Yeah. I mean, like, no, I mean that was never happening though.
Yeah. And Chat would still lose this position with both colors.
Oh, definitely. I completely. Yeah, for sure they would.
Yeah.
100%.
There you got it. You guys just had to provoke us.
Exactly. Yeah. Totally. Have to be provoking. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. But yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay. What's gonna happen here? So King F2. I mean, what's the Queen H1 or Bishop B6? Right. Those are the only two moves that make sense. I think.
Right.
I mean, I'm struggling to come up with other moves. I have to say.
Yeah, but after Queen H1, don't you have Rook A1 and you can give a check, but then your queen is kind of stuck over there.
Yeah, I mean you get Queen H3, but yeah, that actually kind of looks wrong. So maybe Bishop B6 then. Yeah, just put the bishop on the diagonal. Yeah. King F2, but King F2 was played, right?
Yeah.
Bishop B6 was played.
I like that. Yeah, Bishop B6 is actually on the board. If Black gets one more move, I guess he's happy to get in, let's say, Queen B3 or Queen D3.
Right, and then it's an instant draw pretty much, I think.
So maybe White has to try to harass the bishop, like Rook B4, yeah.
And bishops. I mean, it feels dangerous too, though, because the rooks are a little bit uncoordinated now after like Bishop C5. I guess you have Rook B5. Because Queen D5, you have Rook A5. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So Rook B4, Queen D6 maybe, threatening like the Bishop E3, Queen E6 trick. A B2, Bishop C5. B5. I mean, I think this is going to be a draw now, though. I just don't see a way for. I mean, like let's set this up after Rook B4, Queen D6, Rook A B2, Bishop C5, Rook B5. Let's just say I wait with King G6. How do you even do anything here? Because E3 is just so weak, and you can always go Knight D4, but that's only a draw.
Good question. Yeah, it feels like it's just stuck.
Yeah. So I guess the idea is Queen D3, Rook 1 A3.
Yeah.
Then Queen
D1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you just go, Queen D3 or maybe Queen D. Let's say we go Queen D2. I think it just becomes a. I think both players, it's just kind of stuck, right? Like, what can they ever do?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I just don't see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this looks I don't know. I feel like. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a draw. I do. I think Magnus F3 was the big mistake here in the end game. Because I just don't think. You know, the other problem here is that the moves become too easy for Jan, right? Because this bishop is perfectly placed. So all he has to do is harass the pawn on E3. Just wait and always gang up against that pawn. And basically Magnus has to find an idea. And I just don't see any ideas here even. I just don't see any ideas. Exactly. He'll go like Rook 1 A3, I guess, or maybe Rook E4, but this bishop is just too powerful on B6. And if you have to go Knight D4, all these exchanges should be a draw as well.
Yeah. Jan played Queen B3 right away, but yeah, I think we'll just have a position where Jan gangs up on the E3 pawn, Magnus defends it, and like neither side can do anything.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree completely. Yeah. I think it's. I mean, to me, this looks. I don't know. This looks completely fine for Jan. Yeah, it's f3 had to be the mistake. I'm just trying to think back, and yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, maybe it's not crazy because, like I said, on first glance, I loved f3. I thought it was a good move, but yeah, somehow it just created too many weaknesses around the king.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't play king h2.
I'm guessing that basically probably Magnus saw king h2, like king somewhere, I don't know, g7, g8, and he just thought, well, I can't. Maybe he also thought that he couldn't win the endgame after knight d4. Maybe he saw rook d2, h4, and he just thought, well, this queen in 2 versus rook in 2 can't possibly be winning. So let me just try to play f3 and keep the position fluid. But f3, in fact, has created more weaknesses. That's the only reason I can think of, really, is that he underestimated how strong this bishop could become on b6, and now I'm pretty sure it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. I mean, it will be interesting if like, it's of course always a bit difficult. Like, I think it will be interesting if someone asks Magnus like why he, for example, he did not play e3, right, where he played rook d2. That was a weird decision. We agreed on that.
Right? That was a very weird decision. Yeah, that was a very weird decision. Agreed.
And then like why he played f3 here. But then on the other hand, like if someone asks that, then people will always be like, oh, they were just looking with the engine.
No, I thought I thought E3 was very human. There are a lot of other things that were not human in here, but E3, that I'm just perplexed by that. I'm perplexed that he didn't play E3. When I think about this game, it's just very strange to me. All right, so here, okay, so Magnus has one last trick though. He has one last trick where he can get the rooks to like E8 and A8 and maybe go for a checkmate. I think it's the last.
But even trick. Then, do you?
I mean, that's
all right. Anyway, so rook e4 is played. What if we go king g7, right?
Hey, rook e8.
E or okay, rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8. E8.
Huh. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit annoying. Well, maybe you have to go f5.
Yeah, f5, rook e8, king g7, rook a8, and you just kind of wait, right? Like, I don't know, queen d3 maybe? I guess it is a question, like, why can't ever really win? Because this pawn is still super soft on e3.
But again, it feels slightly uncomfortable for black.
Yeah. No, it does. It does.
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Yeah, still some play here.
Yeah.
No, I actually missed this idea with rook e8 and rook a8. After this idea, it's like quite tricky. Tricky.
And I mean, e3 is soft, that is true, but on the other hand, everything is defended.
Right. That's a good point. Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, it remains to be seen, but I think that I think that when I look at this position, I feel like I feel like Magnus, he's still finding, this is what makes him the greatest. He's still finding ways to like keep the game alive. Like, I'm sure Jan already probably thought it's a draw. It's an easy draw. Right. He still has to find more moves. So it makes this. I mean, this is why he's a great. I mean, the greatest endgame player certainly of the in history, I would say.
Yeah. And like, let's say this game ends in a draw, right? Do you think it's gonna take more out of Jan in terms of energy?
I mean, I think both players are gonna be really tired. Honestly, I think both players are gonna be really, really tired here. That's my guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Could I draw this against Magnus, you guys? Like I said, I mean, it's not really the place or time to ask that question, but I think what I would say is that there have been many opportunities for both sides. I mean, both sides have had chances, and it's been a very back and forth game. Will it end in a draw? Maybe. What would you say, Benjamin?
Oh, I was just saying that, like, probably it should take more out of Jan, no? Because he's defending, and generally defending is more difficult.
Although he gets white tomorrow, which is pretty big. Oh, but actually, I realized this is the wrong series, right? This is the 3 games in a row. This is not the 2 here. They play 3, 2, 3. So actually, it's quite nasty because if Jan wants to make a quick draw tomorrow, he's going to get black the day after that. Like, he doesn't get a rest day. So this actually does, even if this is a draw, probably this bodes well in the long term for Magnus more than Jan.
Yeah, and then it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to cook up then in the next white game.
Right.
My guess is that he will stay sort of in the d4 territory because the Petrov seems kind of dead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Magnus had an entire match, probably many months to look at the Petrov, and he really was unimpressive against Fabiano 2 3 years. Was it 2 3 years ago? I don't remember when it was.
3.
So probably, yeah, I expect him to stick with the Catalans or something within D4
Yeah.
C4. It seems like the right choice, especially based on what happened today.
Yeah.
Because even though Jan was fine out of the opening, he did misplay it a little bit there. Like if Magnus goes to E3 Queen E2, I thought it would have been really, really interesting to see what happens. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it just seems like there's more play left in these D4 positions, whereas
Mhm.
in the Petrov, it feels like it got exhausted. The
Right.
position got exhausted way too easily.
Hmm. Yeah. Kind of wondering if Jan didn't make a mistake here. Was like, I think actually it's funny. Queen D3 was better than Queen B3, specifically because it stopped this idea of Rook E4. And then, but maybe White still could have stacked somehow. Yeah, maybe White still could have stacked no matter what. So maybe White's getting this double up on the 8th rank regardless of what Black does.
Yeah, but still, it felt like he could
Mhm.
have put in more. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess rookie White just goes rook e4, then
Right.
rook a8 and rook e8. You just cannot stop it.
Yeah, I mean that's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like just Rook E8, Rook A8. Yeah, I mean I think
It's
I mean that's what I would say is I think that just you couldn't really stop it. I mean, still a draw, obviously, with correct play, but I feel like Jan's probably a little bit upset right now because I think again he probably thought he had the draw in hand, and it's still going to go on for a long, long time.
Yeah, and it's definitely still kind of annoying in the sense that yeah, they are already 6 hours in, right? I think
Right?
we just
Yeah,
passed. We're right.
yeah.
We
They've
just
it's
passed the
six
sixth
six
hour.
hours. Yeah, 6 hours. Yep.
Yeah, and then definitely fatigue is gonna kick in.
Hmm.
If you're still defending,
Right.
it's definitely tough. And yeah, that 15 minutes can vanish very quickly.
Hmm.
And I think that then Jan's defensive job should become more difficult.
Yeah, well, especially because you have to deal with this Rook E8 idea,
Yeah,
which is going to be a problem. Both rooks on the H lane. It could happen, but we'll see.
yeah.
Hmm. So, big babies. Yep. 6 hours. What's 6 hours? Hmm.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah. So what are the options for Black here? This is a question.
Yeah.
Queen B2 is a move. Maybe F5 is a move.
I guess you do. I guess you start off with King G7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Improving the king's position a little bit. Let's say we go
Rook
Rook
E8.
A8.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Let's say you go Queen D3, for example, right?
Okay. Rook E8.
Then White goes Rook E8, and then we go F5.
And if I check
I go King
F6,
F6.
Rook A8, and maybe you still just wait, right? Like Bishop C5 or
Yeah,
something, or Queen D2.
yeah, Queen D2.
Yeah. And if I go Rook E5,
Oh, there's a tricky idea. There's Bishop A5.
hmm. Oh, to get
But
in,
that's
to
a
sneak
nice
in.
idea.
Oh, right. You sneak
Yeah,
in the back door here. Oh, yeah. That's really
yeah.
nice.
So if White tries to sneak in the back
Oh.
door with like the rooks on the eighth rank, Black has his idea
Mm-hmm.
of Queen E2 and Bishop A5.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was just curious, like, what is actually the longest game in terms of hours that you've played?
1 second.
Wow.
Yeah, so the longest game I've ever played in terms of hours was I played an 8.5 hour game against Georg Meyer from Germany in Dortmund.
Eight and a
So
half hours.
mhm. Yeah, it was I think it was like 40 and 2, 20 and 1, and then like 30 minutes with increment. And it was
Oh,
It was actually
30.
funny because it came out of King's Indian, by the way. Like a mainline King's
Oh,
Indian, no less. So yeah, I was in Dortmund, I believe it was 2011. And
uh-huh.
yeah, and of course, as you probably know, nothing was open for food afterwards. So we were like literally just we
Oh,
basically play the
damn.
game and then you go to bed and no dinner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're defending real hard to try to make that draw there.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was like 11:30 or something because games start at 3 p.m. Because in Europe they start games late, and yeah, game ends at like 11:30 and no dinner, no food. So
Damn.
Yeah, pretty rough. Pretty rough.
Also, nothing to order.
No, I mean there was no restaurant in the hotel. I mean it was just it was basically just
You
yeah, go
literally
to
had
bed.
nothing to eat.
Nope, I just went to bed.
Damn, Satch.
Yeah, I mean nothing was open. Like someone says kebab. There was like no McDonald's, no kebab, nothing. It was all closed. It was very
Yeah, my
unfortunate.
my long. Okay, but there was. So you said like there was a um there was another 30 minutes after move 60, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, that is very. Yeah, that is pretty long. Yeah,
Yeah,
my
it is
longest game
brutal.
was in Zee. I think that was my longest game in Zee in 2018 against her name is Giria.
Oh yeah, Olga Giria. Yeah.
Yeah, Olga Giria. Yeah. And it was kind of funny because like I woke up that morning and I was feeling a little bit tired, right? So I was having breakfast with Lucas Van Forest. I was like, okay, Lucas, I'm feeling kind of sleepy still, right? Like I haven't really woken up. What should I do? He's like, you know what you should do? You should take an espresso. So I took an espresso. I'm like, I'm not feeling anything. So then I took a second one, and then like after a while, it kicked in. I was feeling pretty shitty, for lack of a better word, the entire day. But I ended up playing a 7.5 hour game, trying to win, but it all ended in a draw.
Right.
So
That's
can
the
you
moral
imagine, like for
story.
7.5 hours, I'm feeling not great, but still,
Right.
playing.
Of course.
Yeah,
Wow. Brutal.
yeah,
Yikes. Okay, so we have moves. So Jan actually does go f5 here, so he finds the right idea. I guess I mean okay, so rook a8 will be played, right, for sure. And then I guess you
right,
go
yeah,
queen d5. And if rook g8, king f6, rook a6 are still queen b5 or queen b7 to kind of hold the glue.
yeah. I mean, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so you're saying f5? You're saying rook a8, right?
There's also rook h1, as someone pointed out, which is quite tricky too. But I guess rook h1, you just go king g6.
Huh. Yeah, rook h1. How do you
Just
defend
king
the
g6, I
pawn
guess.
exactly?
Yeah, because you can't bring the other rook, because then e3 is too
King
weak.
g6, right?
Yeah, so it's not quite there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this still feels. I mean, it feels very I know it feels very hard to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what else is gonna happen here. Sus is not at zeros anymore, you guys. It says rook c1.03 maybe. But rook c1, there's still queen d3, I think. Also, rook c1 is a hard move. You're gonna play rook a8, right? Yeah, of course. Any human goes rook a8. And now Jan has to put the queen on d3 or d5, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
He has to go for that backdoor strategy.
Yeah, d3 looks right, but d3 just feels right because it stops this rook a6.
Yeah, exactly. You keep making you keep contact with the pawn on e3.
And then if rook e5, though, I mean, still.
So rook e5.
Wow, you have h4 and bishop d8. That's pretty dank too.
That's but even dank. That is like not 100% clear cut, right?
I don't think so. No, probably not. But like okay, H4... let me put it this way. Okay, so queen d3, rook e5, h4 takes bishop d8. Like even if you get some endgame, I'm just making random moves, so don't ignore it. Even if you get some random position where you get the rook knight in 3, the queen in 1, this should be a draw, I think. So
right, because white cannot really make progress.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I guess like what are the other possibilities here? I'm trying to see if there are any other possibilities, but I'm struggling to come up with them. What else is there? Yeah, it feels, I mean, I don't know, it feels really tough. Really tough here. What else? What can you do? Trying to think.
Question.
Yeah, this I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, wait, another move could be, let's say, queen d5 right now to try to go queen h1.
Right, queen d5. Well, queen d5 is the right move, I think. Rook g8, king f6, then if rook e8, you have queen d2, right? I mean, I assumed queen d5 and queen d3 are the only two moves here. That's my assumption. Yeah, I don't really see any other moves. What else can you
Right.
play here? I mean, I
You have
expect one
to
of those
somehow.
moves. Yeah, I would just
You
be
have to
active.
somehow.
I would be active with Queen D3. Just personally, it feels like being active is better than. Somehow it just feels better guarding to me guarding F5 and attacking E3, attacking E3.
Exactly. Yeah, you somehow have to keep making contact. Like either with the pawn on E3 or try to go Queen D5, Queen H1. Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah, I feel like those are the only two ideas. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Jan is still thinking here. But I mean, I feel like he's at the point where he just has to move almost. Because I feel like if he gets low on time, Magnus is going to find some complication, like some little trick, and Jan will probably just blunder and lose. So I feel like he's at the stage where he should kind of just move and just trust that trust that there's a draw in there and just like kind of go with the flow.
Right.
That's what I
Yeah.
would say.
And
Mm-hmm.
he has 11 minutes left,
Right.
so it's not very like that's still time, but it's
Mm-hmm.
getting a bit uncomfortable for him.
Right. Yeah, I think at this point it's very tough to it's very tough to do long calculations. I mean, obviously he's tired. Everybody's tired at this point. So I feel like you just play Queen D3 or D5. Just pick one, play it, and like sort of react to whatever Magnus does, kind of. Because if Jan gets down to like 3 minutes here, Magnus will find some little trick to keep the game going, and Jan will blunder. I would say pretty confident.
Yeah,
About that.
it's likely. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, because I mean, there's like, yeah, so many hours in, they're getting tired, and yeah, it's actually not easy at all.
Right. Right.
So then, how would you estimate Magnus's chances right now to win? Like, what percentage would you put it?
I mean, I feel like it's move by move. I feel with every move that Magnus plays, I mean, he's got chances because Jan has to blunder. I mean, it's really can Jan find the drawing chance? I think it's still, I would say 65% Magnus wins, 35% draw. That's what I would say.
Okay, that's a pretty big percentage.
I think probably it's 2 out of 3, just because of the time situation, how long they've been playing. I mean, Jan's got to be tired at this point. That's why I think it's probably 65-35. That's what I put the odds at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so you think
it's 2.5 out of 4. It's not 2 out of 3, but still something around there.
Yeah. So you think it's more likely that he's gonna win?
I do think it's more likely. Yeah, I do think it's more likely.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, I say that because I don't see an obvious move for Jan, and he's thinking a long time here, which means he's definitely feeling nervous. He's not sure what the right move is. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and he's not getting that time back, right? It's the final time control. So if they do run out of time, I mean, there's the increment, but still, like, yeah,
agreed. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's 65%, something near 2 out of 3, is what I would say. Just because of the fact that they're both tired.
Wait, it's Jan is still thinking. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna take my final break. I'll use the restroom as we wind this down. So I'll come back in just a second.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you not been drinking any water for the last 4 hours, by the way?
Well, I've been a little bit. I've been drinking some coffee.
Okay. All right. It's crazy, but I'll be right back.
Yeah. Sure. All right. What's up, everyone? Everyone, make sure to behave. But yeah, it is more likely to go and be a draw. It's more likely to go and be a draw. You know, the chat is sometimes going so fast that it's hard for me to keep track. But yeah. Yeah, but overall, I Hikaru and I hope you're all doing great. We hope you all enjoy the commentary. And yeah, we're in for the final stretch. So let's see what's gonna happen. Queen b4 played by Jan, which is a little bit weird, but probably still a draw. And yeah, for those of you who got ads, if you don't like ads, you can drop your Prime. You can subscribe for free, and that way you support Hikaru and you don't get any ads. So make sure to use that prime, guys. And Hikaru will thank you when he comes back. You love ads? That's very weird.
All right, we're back. Okay, so what happened? Queen b4 was played. So so he's trying to go bishop a5 here. He's trying to line it up very quickly.
Makes a lot of sense. I not thought of that, but actually, when you think about it, like, how does white stop bishop a5? But maybe you go rook a b8.
Right, that seems like the logical move.
Yeah, but then what does black do there?
Right, it's like Zugzwang. Can I go like king h7, or is that just a blunder? Like rook h8, king g7.
But then no, but I give another check. You go king f6, and then it can take. No.
Oh, right, yes, true.
Even though that is still like, if you take an h5,
yeah, there's king e7 there or something. Yeah.
But is there even bishop e3?
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's all pretty random. To be honest, doesn't really.
Yeah,
none of it really makes sense. So,
like, how does that even work? Yeah,
I don't buy it.
Yeah, too dank.
Way too dank. Way too dank.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. So in this position, what's happening here? Let's see.
Yeah.
So Magnus is thinking, I mean, I guess rook a b8 or rook g8 are really the only two moves that make sense to me. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll turn the lines on. What computer likes rook a c8? Of course, very human. Except rook a c8 just allows bishop a5, surely. No, that can't be right. Yeah, I think rook a b8 is the only move here. It's the only move that makes any sense to me, at least. So if you go rook e b8, there's queen c5 probably, and then you have to go back, and then queen b4, same thing. So I would guess that rook a b8 is the only move. It's the only move that makes any sense to me here is rook a b8. Only move.
Yeah.
Looking for
but
other
some
options.
some people are wondering how they can get rid of ads. Like, do you know, is there a way, like,
I'm not supposed to really talk about it, but yeah, chat has said what there is. There's certain browsers, certain programs, and so forth.
No, I don't. No, wait. There's a much easier way.
Oh, with Prime? Yeah, you can use your Amazon Prime. Yeah, if you guys have Amazon Prime, connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch Prime. You can subscribe free to one channel every single month, you guys. Instead of having to pay $5 for a tier 1, make sure to use that Prime. Again, Jeff Bezos has enough money. Even though the market is in free fall today, Bezos is doing just fine regardless. So make sure you use that Prime, and you'll be able to sub. Okay, so Magnus does actually go rook c8, surprisingly enough. But I don't really understand what that does, because aren't we just going to get the same thing with bishop a5? And you have to go like rook c1, bishop b6?
So a couple people dropped their prime. So now you got to say, like...
Yeah, thank you to Christopher for the prime, P-Boy for the prime, DD for the prime, the Explo with the prime, thank you to Colonel Waste with the prime, thank you to JMS with the prime, thank you to True Moo Moo with the prime, thank you to Shock with the prime, thank you to Bound Music with the prime, thank you so much for all the primes, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to Cotter, by the way, for the resub, and thank you Sam Dog with the prime as well, appreciate it. All right, so rook c8 is played, so almost certainly we're going to get bishop a5 here, I think.
Yeah,
nothing else makes sense.
It's a pretty interesting match, between really two players who do seem to be in their prime.
Right. Yeah, I think Luchio with the prime, Insomnius with the prime, Don Quixote with the prime. Thanks for the primes, appreciate it. I think Elliptic with the prime as well.
Rook a8 is weird from Magnus. Wait, but can Jan just play bishop a5 now?
Right. I mean, the thing I don't understand is because now you're going to have to go back. But after rook c1, I just go bishop b6. But maybe you have rook h1 here. Then queen a4 and queen e4 or queen b5. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that because I don't understand what it does after bishop a5. Really quite confused by this. Doesn't really make sense at all to me. Yeah, I guess I don't understand at all. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why didn't he go rook a8? That looked much more logical.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I'm really confused. I mean, unless after bishop a5 he sees something, because rook c1, bishop b6 just basically gets rid of that whole idea. Although maybe you can still go rook e5 after that. I mean,
yeah, I
don't know. It's interesting choice, but time, of course, is going to play a role here. Very, very tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very tough for both sides. I feel like Jan here should probably just start moving quickly, though, if I'm being honest. I think at this point he should kind of just trust the intuition and make quick moves. I feel like if he gets low on time, the only person who can come up with complications will be Magnus here. So I do think
Yeah,
that he should probably start blitzing out pretty soon.
I
Is
agree.
what I would say.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget to keep thanking people for their primes.
Right. Thank you, Zelda Guy, for the Prime, the Bitterfig with the Prime, Iron Chaos with the Prime, and Automan with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the Primes. Thank you, Day Daddy with the Prime. Thank you, Blunt with the Prime. Thank you, Brain Ball with the Tier 1. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
So,
thank you guys for the prime.
Okay, we have Bishop A5. Okay, good move. Now I guess actually, wait, I just realized, is there some idea with Knight D4 here? Maybe. Okay, he goes Rook C1 just to dodge it. So surely Bishop B6 now. Yeah. Thank you to O Hex
Yeah.
with the Prime. Thank you to Jabril with the Prime. Alex Bishop with the Prime. Slightly irritating Grash with the Prime. Thank you so much for the Primes. Appreciate it. Let's see.
Okay, yeah. So,
Mhm.
yeah. So Jan has below 6 minutes,
Right,
Which is
exactly,
not
yeah.
a lot. So I wonder,
Yeah.
like, how this will go.
Yeah, thank you to Jurgis, my boy, with the Prime. MMT with the Prime. King Charles with the Prime. Jerkowitz with the Prime. Thank you so much. Jan plays Bishop B6, which I like. Rook E5. I mean, even King G6 here, I think is fine. Queen B3 is probably fine too. I would probably play Queen B3.
Thanks, Bocchino, for the Prime.
Right, true. Bocchino, Brads Brown, and Jack1MG for the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you to Herm with the Prime. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I guess Queen B3, right? I thought I realized, because maybe Magnus wants Rook D1 and Knight D4. Like if King G6, maybe some Rook D1, Knight D4 idea. I don't know if it makes sense, but Queen B3 actually looks like a very logical move here.
Yeah, to keep contact with the pawn on E3.
Right. Oh, by the way, because I just wanted, sorry to cut you off, but someone in chat said it says equal. Who I prefer? Computer says equal, but White's definitely trying hard to win here. This is
exactly.
The computer can play perfectly. For humans, is a very tough position. So
well, but then
yeah,
let's say you would have this position against a computer, you probably cannot lose, right?
With White?
Yeah.
No, of course not. No way to lose this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're never gonna win, but yeah, I guess you're also
unless
not
you
gonna
blunder.
lose.
There is a blunder. Let's say Rook H1, then F6, Rook E8, King F7. That's how you lose. That's how you lose the game.
Yeah, you'd really have to make a big blunder.
Right. Thing is, I just don't see. I mean, the problem is I don't see a way through here. Like, because I feel like Jan has very obvious ideas, like Queen B1, Queen H1, Bishop D8, H4. It just seems very, very hard. Very, very hard for Magnus. But again, like I said, I mean, I think anything can happen here. I still think that that Magnus, I mean, anything can happen. Magnus can definitely still win, but it's going to be hard. Every move, the pendulum swings, I feel like. And I really feel like for Magnus, it's can he create a problem? Because Jan sort of has got the stable setup, right? The queen and the bishop are where he wants them. Pawns are basically fixed, so he doesn't really have any pawn moves. So it's really on Magnus to come up with a plan to sort of keep the game going here.
Yeah.
That's really the thing.
Yeah, so let's see. So Magnus has 8 minutes and like 40 seconds. Jan has 5:45.
Right, exactly.
So it's more likely that Jan will end up in time pressure first, but right now it seems difficult for Magnus to move. Right, the position seems kind of stuck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough here. Yeah, it's very, very tough. I think that. Oh, what are the moves? I guess I'll turn the lines back on to see. Computer says what? Rook C8 or Rook C3, but I mean, both those moves allow Queen B1, Queen H1. So I'm sort of at a loss here, actually, for what Magnus can do. Especially because Queen B1 doesn't seem very difficult. Queen B1, Queen H1 seems pretty routine to me. Although I guess you're not really threatening Queen H1, so maybe there's some, maybe Rook E8. Again, tough though. Very, very tough. Wait, what was the position? The position was Queen was on B4. Yeah, so I was going to say, like, if White plays Rook C8, Queen B1, and then Rook E8, you can go Queen B3, and if after Rook E5, I think that might be a threefold repetition. So I guess we'll see.
Let's check. So you're saying like Rook
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, I don't see anything right off.
I don't think that's a no. I don't think that's a threefold.
Okay, but it's close. I mean, it's close to a threefold. Very, very close. Yeah, he can't go Rook F5, you guys, because of Bishop takes E3, which just wins the game. So
yeah,
Rook F5 is not a move here. Wow.
Yep.
Tough. Also very tough because you do have to be careful because F6 is an actual threat now if you move the rook off the C file. So yeah, this Yeah, hard to judge
Right,
what's
so
going to happen here.
oh wait, yeah, like okay, f6 there's still rook e8, right? And rook c8.
Right, but I'm saying like if you move the rook to h1 or you move the rook anywhere off, f6 is a real threat suddenly. So you do have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he played rook e7.
Played rook e7
No,
or
no,
rook
wait, he played rook e8, rook e8, rook
Okay,
e8.
yeah. So, but see, like that's the point. Can't black just go queen b5 here? Queen b5, rook c8, queen b3 back? That was kind of the thing I was confused by, but maybe not. Although can't no,
Yeah,
actually you go queen b4, queen b4 to go bishop a5. Yeah, you go queen b4 here. That's the move.
But since the rook is on c1, bishop a5 doesn't do anything.
Right, but what's white's move? I mean, because the only idea is to double up, right? Isn't that the only plan for white? So like I'm waiting for you to double up. So I think if he plays queen b4, he's in good shape here. But will he play queen b4? Yeah, I like queen b4 a lot. He goes queen d5. Okay, is this a blunder yet? No,
d5.
it's still not. So I guess if rook c8, he's going to go queen d2 and then bishop a5 again.
Oh, wait, but if you go rook c8, there's queen h1. Do you want to allow that? Probably not, right?
Oh, because you're
that's probably just an immediate draw.
Well, you still have rook c1, though.
Yeah, but that's just a repetition.
And queen d5. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, very nice position here on move number 69. I mean, I still think that's... Still, I'm very impressed. I have to say, I'm very impressed in Jan's play. I mean, after all that after all the ups and downs, like surely he knew he was better. He's trying to win all the ups and downs, and then like basically the heartbreak with queen e4 allowing rook a3. The way that he's managed to keep finding good moves here is very, very impressive. Very, 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 very impressive.
Yeah, he really managed to get himself together after allowing this endgame. But yeah, ever since it seemed like he made, he didn't make any huge inaccuracies. And yeah, he just hang on.
Just hanging on, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, I like what Jan has done. I do. I mean, I think he's just finding the moves. Finding the moves to stay in the game. Really, really important. Thank you, by the way, to Rags to Riches for the Prime, Boe with the Prime, Gunsel with the Prime, Fed3C with the Prime, to Jew with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have rook c8. So queen b3 is a repetition, right?
Oh, wait, is that officially? Wait, let me check.
No, maybe it's not.
So rook c8. Okay, it's wait.
No, oh no, the rook was on c8. It was black's move. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, queen d2 and bishop a5 still looks like a logical idea. Queen b3 still looks reasonable.
Wait, but like, I don't think. Wait, so queen b3.
Here's the like rook b8 trick, right? Oh no, but you just take and go back to b6. No, wait, what? Yeah, so queen b3 or queen d2 seem like the two moves.
Well, queen h1. To me, queen h1 looks very logical. I mean, he's threatening a perpetual. Really, the only move to me is rook c1, and then you go back.
D5. Right. Actually, nice move. Jan found queen h1. That's a very nice move. I like it.
Yeah.
Very, very nice by Jan. No, it's
that is a twofold, right? I don't think that's a threefold.
I think after queen d5, yeah, that's a twofold. Yes. Yeah, this might just be a draw here, because actually after rook c1, queen d5, what do you even do? Because I mean, if you put the rook on e5, then queen b3 again, you can't double the rooks. I mean, you're really running out of options to try and win. I think this might be. I think this is probably going to be a draw here. Yeah, there's going to be a huge fold from Jan. And if rook g8, there's just king f6. And if rook c1, what, queen e4 maybe? Queen e4, rook c3, queen h1. Yeah, I mean, this should be a draw here. It was always a draw. It was always a draw. Omega lol. Always a draw. Always a draw. Yes, thank you.
Magnus would be insane to do anything else, no?
I think so. I mean, that's kind of question. Is there any way to keep the game going without it ending here? That's really the big question mark. Yeah, that's the big question mark. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Not sure.
Yeah, I think he'll just go rook c1. Otherwise, queen h2 is just going to be a draw.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
And there's no sensible way to keep the game going. Otherwise, I think it's unlikely that he will just go insane here. I think he'll. Yeah.
I don't even know how you go insane. Like, maybe you can check and go rook c8, but then there's bishop a5, and you're like getting checkmated on e1. I mean, I guess you still have knight g1, but there's no idea. No idea.
Yeah, well, and like even after you go rook, okay, he played rook c1. Even
Yeah.
like if you would do that, black can just play queen h2. There's nothing
Right,
more.
but I mean, he's gonna go queen d5 surely. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. Not even a question.
yeah, because queen d5 is a two-fold. Okay, it's on the board.
Yeah, I think
So
we're getting.
let's.
I think we'll get a draw here. I mean, because rook
Uh-huh.
e5 also allows queen b3, and that's also a twofold as well, right? Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what is a two-fold? Rook e5, queen b3?
Yeah, let's see this current position. Yeah, yeah. So if he goes rook e5, queen b3, we also have a twofold of that position too. There's rook
Yeah,
b1.
and then
Okay.
at some point there's like no moves left anymore.
Right, exactly. So he finds rook b1.
If you go bishop c5, there's rook e5.
Right, and then queen d3. And
Rook
where's your win exactly? You have rook b8 maybe because bishop d6, rook d8. Yeah,
or
I
rook
mean,
b7. I don't know. There's
yeah.
no win, but it's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, no, I mean, bishop c7. I mean, I guess bishop c7 makes sense, but then oh, you can't go d4, so queen a2. Yeah, it's
So
still
it's not over yet. Like, where do you go with the bishop?
right, but actually, after bishop c7, where do you go with your rook on e8? It's also a little bit loose, right? The touch. I mean, I guess you can go to c8 and a8, but it feels a touch loose.
Yeah, but you don't really want to go bishop c7, right? Because then you
Right.
no longer make contact with the pawn on e3.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No, that's very true. Yeah, I mean, maybe just queen d6. Queen d6 is such a bad move. I guess on rook e5. I mean, it's so close, so close. There's also h4, which apparently is a draw too, but I don't expect. I mean, if Jan finds h4 and bishop d8, I'm gonna be like, that's really really good, because that's a draw, but that's like not human to me.
Oh, wait. If you take, you just go h3?
Yeah, you just
Wait, that's
squeak
kind of
that pawn down the
insane.
board. You just squeak that h pawn all the way down. I mean, very very
No,
hard move.
that's
Yeah, if he
that's
finds
insane, yeah.
h4, I mean that would be ridiculously impressive. I don't
Also
think
because there's
anyone will find
no.
it.
Yeah, like let's say in this position, h4 would be the only move
Mm-hmm.
to draw. I think he could find it, but since there's no need
Yeah.
to find it. But
Right.
the
Also, 4 minutes on the clock. I bet with
yeah.
20 minutes you could find h4, but 4 minutes on the clock. I mean,
And I was about to ask,
yeah,
like, why not bishop a7? And that's what he
right.
played.
And he does do it. So probably he'll go rook e5, and then what, like queen
Wait, but
d7?
rook e7 now? Wait, rook e7?
Bishop c5. Rook e. Oh, you have rook e5 here. Queen
Yeah.
d3. And
Isn't
rook
that
b8,
slightly
right?
annoying? Wait, this game is not over yet.
Yeah, not
I
quite.
feel like
Not quite. Yeah,
Magnus is
still
definitely still pushing. It's still a little bit
right.
annoying.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
chances.
that is the annoying thing of like Magnus, I guess, where like we were saying like, okay, it's gonna be a draw, but then he finds like another way to keep the game going.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then yeah,
exactly.
you're 6.5 hours in and
Right, and then you
yeah.
still have to find an idea. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
copium. It was never a draw. Copium. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean it's crazy, completely insane. But let's see. Rook e5 is
Yeah.
apparently winning. That's what I'm being told. Apparently, is it actually winning? I mean, I don't know
Rook
if it is.
e5 now.
Yeah.
Okay, so he played rook e7, hitting the bishop.
Okay.
So I guess bishop c5 kind of has to be played.
Or queen d3. Actually, what about queen d3
Right.
here?
But queen rook b7, you go bishop c5. And you can take, but you go king up.
G8 or g6? I guess g6.
Guess g6, yeah.
And you're just barely safe. Barely safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we're getting to a critical moment though. This is the critical juncture. I mean, queen d3. Yeah. I mean, if he finds queen d3, I'll be very maybe impressed is the wrong word, but I think it's the best move. Yeah, this is going to get tense again. I mean, again, we're both players are down to like 4 minutes. This is turning sort of into a blitz game as well now. Again, we went classical into rapid into blitz, and now we're going classical back into blitz. Okay, so bishop c5 is played. So rook e5, queen d3 will be played surely. And then after queen d3, was it rook b7, queen a3? I mean, it's still very hard to win. Still very very hard. But yeah, and one blunder here and you lose, by the way. Just so you guys know how critical this is. If Jan makes any blunder here, he just loses the game on the spot. So it's very, very tricky. Extremely tricky position here.
So bishop c5 is played. Rook e5 looks like the right move indeed. Queen d3, the only move.
Right.
To hit the rook on b1.
Right.
Rook b7 looks natural to me.
Rook EB7, you mean?
No, sorry. So,
Oh, rook E5,
no,
queen
rook
D3, rook
e5.
B7. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then where do you go with the bishop? Like, let's say you go bishop d6. That's white. Oh,
Yeah,
you
then
have rook
rook D7.
d7.
Yeah, that's GG's. No, I think you have to go queen C2. I mean, because then you create again the right triangle as always, and if rook C7, you obviously
Oh.
bishop E3.
But then rook b5.
Yeah, I mean, this is very hard to play. Plays queen D3 as expected. So rook B7, queen C2.
Wait, I can.
Mhm.
I think Magnus can still win this. I think it's still very
Oh,
unpleasant.
of course, he still can win. But rook B7, queen C2, and then what? Rook B5, you mean? Bishop A7, rook F5. Wow. But then there's queen D3. Ah, queen D3 because I can take E3. Whichever rook you move, I take E3. If you go with the B rook, yeah, that's why.
But
and
can't
if you
you
go with
throw
the
in
other
a
rook,
check?
same thing.
But what if you throw in a check on g5?
Okay, so wait. So queen D3, rook B7, queen C2. Bishop A7, you're saying takes queen D3 and rook G5, but then king F8. Oh, yeah, king F8 because if you go B rook, I assume I have F6. Yeah, I have F6 there. Yeah, very, 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 very dank.
Yeah.
Very, very
But
dank.
still, it feels like black is barely hanging on there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Here's the thing. Here's what I can try. After queen d3, there's rook f7.
Oh, so wait. So okay. So rook b7,
rook
queen
b7.
c2, rook f5 takes queen d3. Yeah, you're saying takes. Yeah, but I mean, is that really winning? Honestly, I mean, with the
It's not winning,
king,
but
no, I mean you keep the game alive.
Suffering
Queen
continues.
d5. I don't. That's not suffering. Come on, you're not pushing your E or G pawn here. I mean, that's not suffering because your king is too open on f2. I mean, the king is too open.
It's something.
But yeah, no, I mean, if it happens, I mean, yeah, the game goes on. But I don't think he should lose that. That actually feels a lot easier to play than any of this stuff, any of this insanity.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because, like, you can't really push forward because then there will always be checks.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
just make the draw. Just make the draw. Damn it! Just make the draw. Sorry, you guys. This is the World Championship. Everybody's trying to win. What can I say? The game has to go on. Yeah, this is pushing towards 7 hours, right? I mean, this is insane how long this game has been going. But I think it's going to be decided pretty soon. You think not more than 20 minutes, probably?
Okay, so yeah, you think that Magnus gonna win or draw?
Oh man, are the times right or not? That's the question. Are the times right? Like, is Magnus actually down on the clock or not?
Magnus has no time. Yeah, he has 1.5 minutes on the clock. Giannis 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Magnus is 1.5 minutes, I think that it is going to be a draw. If Magnus had like 5 minutes here, I think he still wins. But the fact that he has 1.5 minutes, I think it's going to be a draw. That's my guess.
Yep, clock.
Yeah, that's my guess. I don't know.
Yeah, he has more time than like on your board, but it's like 20 seconds more.
Okay, so he has like 110 or something, or like around there.
Yeah, 110 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of this, but I guess what I would say is that I think that this is so tough to play.
Yep, clock.
Yeah, if Magnus had like 5 to 10 minutes, I think he would win this position. I do, but I feel like with 1 minute on the clock, I just don't see it happening. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. Goes rook b7. Okay, so queen c2, right? I think queen c2 is the correct move. Yeah, queen c2, rook b5, bishop a7 is what we looked at. Yeah,
so it seems like he's just a little too uncertain. I don't know, like, what do you?
Well, but it's very hard too because like you don't have ideas like knight d4. It's like, do you go like rook b7, try to double on the 7th? Do you try to double on the 8th? Like, it's very, very tough. Very, very tough to play. But let's play rook b7. So I think queen c2 is the only move. I mean, I'll turn on lines again to see what the computer says. Whoa, thank you, Token 40 for the 10 gifted. Thanks, Token 40K. Thank you so much. Okay, computer says bishop a3 and bishop f8 draw, of course. But I think queen c2 is the human move. He's not going to play because, I mean, yeah, exactly. Bishop a3 and f8 allow knight d4. There's no way.
Yeah, so queen c2 played. So we thought rook b5. You go to a7.
Right, and then where's
and
the
then
win?
Okay, so rook f5, queen d3. We can go for that endgame, but it's probably a draw, right?
Definitely a draw. Yeah, definitely a draw. Without
Even
a
though
doubt.
we'll be in for another hour. Okay, rook b5 played.
Yeah, so bishop a7, of course.
Yeah.
There's no way Jan will miss it, by the way. He'll blitz it out here. Only move.
Exactly. And for those of you who are wondering like why Magnus is not flagging, after move 60, the player's got a 30-second increment. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So bishop a7. I mean, you got to go bishop a7. It's played instantly. Yeah, I mean, we're at this critical moment. Like, it's just so hard here. Okay, goes rook a5, bishop b6. I think Magnus
I guess he
is trying
just
to gain
wants
time.
to.
He's trying to gain time for sure. He'll do like the tickle, go back, and then he'll think. 100%.
Yeah. World Tickle Championship. Wait, but actually, funnily enough, there's h4 now. But
no shot, Bucko. No shot. No shot of h4. Literally no shot. No shot. I mean, please.
Nah, he just repeated quickly. Yeah, so So this is sometimes what happens, right? Like if your opponent repeats the position, like sometimes you move very quickly.
Right.
So that he gains some time, but not a whole lot, right? Like Jan moved
Exactly,
instantly. So Magnus had to write down both the moves, right?
Exactly. Oh no, there's increment. So you do. With increment, you have to write down the moves. That's true. Okay, so he takes.
Right,
We're gonna get queen d3 here.
Okay, rook f5, yeah.
So queen d3, only move, obviously.
Yeah. I guess Magnus realizes that rook takes f7 is his best chance.
Yeah, I just don't think you can win because of the king position. Like, I'll give you another example. If the king was on g1 and the pawn was on f2, there, I think you have winning chances. But because it's this box square, I think it's a draw. But he's 100% going to take on f7. No doubt he's going to take. He has free real estate for the prime and Prisno for the prime as well. Thank you so much. 100%. This is we're going to get this end game.
Yeah.
I will say though, again, amazingly impressed by Jan to hang on the way he's hung on after what I think was just a clean, like sort of falling asleep with that queen e4 move. Very, very impressive the way he's been holding on here.
Yeah,
very, very impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to use that prime. But yeah, I guess like rook f7 is forced here.
Yeah, I mean,
and he goes for it.
I just don't think you can ever. I just don't see how you win here because basically black just waits like on d5 and goes like queen h1 and h4 at some moment.
Yeah.
Like if this king was on g1, the pawn was on f2, I think there would be legitimate winning chances for white in some of these end games. But here with the pawn on f4 and the king on f2, I just don't really see it happening.
Yeah, but I mean, we're in for a marathon.
Kind of, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's wait, but how difficult is this? So rook b7, king f6 takes. Can I just go king f5 even? And just start using my active king, get my king all up in your business?
But king f5, I go rook a5.
Rook a5 and I have to go back to g6, true.
Yeah, and then you're stuck with your hand in the cookie jar.
Still a draw, though.
Go king up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of this obviously should be a draw, but I guess we're gonna see what happens here. This is not going to end in the next 2 minutes. This game is just going to keep rolling on for another hour or so, probably.
Yeah.
Wait, what's happening? Why does chess.com have 100K viewers? Because you guys is the World Chess Championship. This game has been going for 20 years now, and we're at a very critical moment where the players are playing a game of Blitz to decide who will win this match. So that more than anything, we have like 23K here. It's obviously very, very hype. What I would say is what I've said before, though. Now when it's like really crunch time, it's like a Blitz game. Everyone's watching, but they weren't watching 6 hours ago. So I think that says a lot about the viewing, about the experience as a viewer. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. So queen d5, I like queen d5. It's just gonna go queen h1 and h4, and I mean, Magnus can try to keep this going, but there's no way Magnus is gonna win this game.
Wait, but if you go knight d4,
you have knight f3,
right?
But queen h1, knight f3, and like I don't know, queen. Let's just say b1 even.
Yeah.
Your king is just too soft here, or not soft.
Wait, and Nepo gets up from the board with like 5 minutes on the clock. That's I don't know. Not
maybe he needs to actually use the bathroom. I mean, you got to use the bathroom here. Yeah, got to use the bathroom.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%. You got to go. I mean, this is a draw though. I mean, there's just no way
Yeah.
Magnus wins this because like the king will just go back. Like I'm trying to think of some setup where you can win with a rook, knight, and two, but I think with the queen even behind the pawns, there's just no chance. I mean, even if you get some special setup, I mean, there's just no way to win.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can win.
Yeah, I guess like if you can trade off the H pawn for the G pawn, it should definitely be a draw.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
with the knight, it's a little bit
Ooh,
tricky.
wait, there's king f5 here. There might be an instant draw. King f5, king g4, king h3. Yeah, king f5 I think is an instant draw. Yeah, I think Magnus made a mistake here. I think this might just be an instant one. Well, maybe not. King f5, knight d4, king g4.
And I guess
g6,
that's not difficult, right?
Actually, no. That's just no. That's very easy to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nepo, okay.
Yeah.
It's a little bit weird that Magnus allowed that, but again, yeah. I mean, yeah. Once again, this is it, guys. Like this is the final time control. It's basically just a blitz game.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, I think this game definitely is. And of course, it's a critical game in the World Championship.
Yeah. No, I think after king f5, king g4. I mean, to me, it seems pretty straightforward. Some people are saying that chess.com is the commentators have a much different opinion. I mean, yeah, white can try to win, but I feel like the king is so.
Or play king h7.
I'm not thrilled by that. Now knight d4, knight f3. I'm really not thrilled.
It looks
by king
nasty.
h7. I thought the active king was like the way to go. Rook a1. Okay, so Magnus is trying to get like rook h1, I guess.
Right.
Probably. What do you do here? You just wait. King g7, king g6. Some kind of waiting move here has to be right. Like Magnus is going to try to get like knight d4, knight f3, rook h1, and some setup like that. Although maybe actually no, wait, Magnus is another setup. Wait, maybe he can go knight d4, rook e1, knight f3, e4, e5, e6.
Yeah,
that could be problematic. Actually, that could be very problematic. So maybe you have to go like queen d2 here. But actually, wait a second. Wait a second. This doesn't feel quite right somehow to me. Like white can get white can get rook e1 and knight f3. This actually doesn't feel right at all the more I think about this. Wait.
Yeah, knight d4 play by Magnus. There's definitely no easy draw for Nepo. I mean, if he gets a knight at f3, then maybe rook e1, then he can push the e pawn.
Yeah, so let's say you go like, I don't know, queen e4, rook e1. I don't know, like queen d5, knight f3, queen e4, knight g5 maybe? Yeah, I mean, I see some danger here. I see some legit danger now. I mean, I see some serious danger potentially. If you can get rook e1, e4, e5, and you can win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is like, then if he gets that setup, like black has no check. So he played queen to b7.
Yeah, so rook e1 100% here.
Yeah, black's turning queen b2 to win the game.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e2, knight f3, and e4 looks very scary here. Very, very scary.
But maybe what you do is, let's say you keep annoying white, right? So rook e1, let's say we give it a check, rook e2, you go queen b6.
Right. And then if I go knight f3, king f5, so there's no push.
Oh, right, king f5, yeah.
I
not even thought about that. So... But I was just thinking, like, let's say we keep the position, right? Like with queen c5.
So he goes rook a2. I guess the idea is with queen h1, you have knight f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, still.
So is queen b1 a move? Queen b1 looks decent.
I actually like queen b1, yeah. Because then rook e2 is forced, right?
I mean, you can give it check, but it doesn't do much. Rook e2, you can go queen h1, knight f3. You just go back.
No, but then I'm gonna get e4 rolling. Once I get e4, e5 with the rook behind the pawn, I think this might be winning for white.
But how? Like, how do you?
Wow.
Yeah, how do you keep making? Like, that's the thing. It looks unpleasant for white, but looks unpleasant for black. But you make a bit of progress, but at some point you do get stuck.
Yeah. And it goes rook a6. I figure out if I like that move or not.
Wait, somehow Jan's queen ended up on h1.
Well, he went queen h1 after rook a2.
Okay, yeah. So I guess king f7, right, and knight f3.
Yeah,
it's got to be played.
But then you've queen b1, rook d6, rook d6 to go rook d2. Still, though, I mean, it should be a draw, but it's gonna be very, very tough. I think. Yeah.
And actually, both players gained some time on the clock. They have around 3 minutes each.
Right.
So I think, yeah, we're in. So let me check. Like, when was the last capture? It was
Move
on
80.
move
Move 80.
move 80.
Yes. Or 82, sorry. Rook takes A7 was move 82, so 50 moves potentially.
Right. I mean, yeah, we're only 5 moves in, so it's way too early to start thinking about 50 moves.
Yeah, I mean, I still, yeah, I don't think Magnus is gonna Magnus won't just keep making moves though for the sake of it. Like he's gonna try to push immediately, like some E4 soon. Like Queen, I mean, I feel like Queen C1 and Queen B1 are the only 2 moves here, only moves that make sense. But yeah, I would say that I'm pretty scared if I'm Jan here. I mean, this is not what he wants. I mean, this is going to be tough. It's a lot tougher than I initially thought because you can't get rid of the H pawn. You could have gotten rid of the H pawn. I think it would have been very basic. The fact that you can't makes it quite tricky. Yeah, so Queen B1, so probably Rook D6 here. I would guess Rook D6 has to be the move to go Rook D2. And then the knight holds all the squares here. Yeah, he plays Rook D6. So, I mean, I guess...
Wait, is Rook D6 on the board?
Yeah, it is.
No.
And King E7, Rook D2, I think will happen. Yeah, Rook D6 was played.
No.
King G7, okay.
Wait, okay, Rook D6 was played, yeah.
King G7 was played. Right,
so... my board is a little bit behind.
Maybe refresh. Yeah.
Okay, King G7 was played. Okay, let me refresh.
Yeah, I think, I mean... Yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah. I think it is just a draw in the sense that Magnus can really make progress. Like, the most you can get is probably E4, E5, but then what?
With if you can get the Rook to E2, maybe E6 was my thought. Okay, it goes Rook D5.
But then again, like, then what?
Right, probably Queen A2 would make the most sense here. Queen A2, Rook D2, and then Queen B1 back. And then he's going to have to go for this Rook E2, E4, E5 idea, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen A2. Okay, let's see.
Probably Queen B1,
he has to move the Rook.
Yeah. They need to trade 2 pieces so we can start using table-based endgames. Thank you, Shadow Calibrator, for the Prime, Sir Manuel with the Prime, and Avenger with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, so let's see. What's going to happen. Okay, so he does go Rook E2. So yeah, so now he's going to be able to push the pawn, and that's the question. Can you actually win once you push? Like King F6, E4. I don't know, like Queen B6, King G2, Queen, I don't know, B7. Can you actually win this after E5? I guess E5, King E6 maybe? It's tough. Very, very tough position to play.
Yeah, so I was just thinking here, right? Like after Rook E2, why don't you go Queen B6?
Right, and then King G2, and then Queen B5 maybe?
Queen B5, right.
Actually, I like that. I like that concept. That makes a lot of sense here. Yeah,
just
Queen
try
B6
to...
looks right.
Like, even if you can allow E4, like, why would you not make it as difficult as possible for white to actually get that push through?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's got to be the right play is Queen B6, 100%.
Yeah.
Queen B6 and then... Yeah, Queen B6 and then...
Yeah, Queen B6 played.
Yeah, so he's going to go King G2 and Queen B5. If King F1, you just go Queen B1 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. It's quite hard to get this E4 pawn push in. I'm trying to think how you do, but I'm not sure how you do it. Seems quite difficult, at least. This is going to be the longest World Championship game ever. Actually, that's a fun trivia question, because I don't know what the longest World Championship game ever was, but there's a good chance this game will go another 40 to 50 moves, I would guess. That's what I would guess.
Yeah, or even longer, maybe.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, can Magnus push the pawn? If Magnus can't find a way to push the pawn in the next, 10 moves, I think it will be a draw. The question is, can he find a way to push it? 124 moves is the longest ever. This will be the longest game then, for sure. Okay, without a doubt. Yeah.
No, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, let's think. If Magnus can't find a way in the next 10 moves to push E4, E5, I think they'll probably draw pretty quickly. So that's what it all comes down to. Is there a way to push? I mean, I guess theoretically, Magnus can just wait, like Knight D4, Rook C2, Rook E2, or so forth. But... yeah, if he goes Knight E5, which is a move, chat, Black can just kind of wait. I don't know, Queen C5, Queen A7. And then also Queen F6 to play for H4 as well. So probably we won't see Knight E5 here.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like as long as Nepo doesn't make any stupid blunders, he should be able to draw.
Yeah, I think he should probably be able to draw pretty easily. Easily, of course, would be if he's in perfect frame of mind and everything. But you know, they've been playing for like 7 hours plus, so it's not really that simple. Okay, Magnus does not. Magnus misses a chance, I guess. I mean, not misses a chance, but he gives Jan an easy move with like he's gonna have to go back. I mean, because if you go knight d4 here, there's again queen h1, queen h2, all of that nonsense. So he might just have to go back to e2 and then find a new plan after queen b6. So it's pretty tough. Pretty tough here. Yeah, very tough. Okay, it goes knight d4, so now queen h1 again, right? Or am I missing something? Yeah, I guess queen h1 again. Yeah, what does white do after queen h1? Because if you go knight f3, then I just go back out the side door with queen b1. Like it's kind of surprised Jean hasn't actually just played queen h1.
Yeah, he's got to keep time on the clock. Like now the moves still seem easy.
Right.
And at some point things might get a little bit more difficult again. So he needs to keep time for those moments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You really do need to yeah, you really need to budget your time wisely here. So he plays queen h1, rook c7, so I guess king f6 again. And we'll probably get knight f3, queen b1 again. So we'll probably get some kind of repetition here. King f6 is good or not good? Yeah, he plays king f6. I mean, and now you have to go knight f3 and then queen b1 again. And we're going to be right back where we were before.
But why would you go king f6?
Well, why would you want to cut your king off on the back rank?
Oh wait, never mind. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so rook c7, king f6. I guess you have to go knight f3 back.
And then queen b1, rook queen d7, b1. And then we get the same thing. Queen a2, rook d2, queen b1, and we're like in the exact same position. Jan does not have any winning chances, you guys. The only question is, can Magnus create winning chances? But I feel pretty confident. I think it's probably like, I'd say like 80 to 85% chance it's going to be a draw. That's what I would say. Yeah. Especially because Jan has found a setup, which Magnus has to break now. And I don't think there's an easy way to break it, if there's a way to break it at all.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, like, if already three faults are starting to get into the equation, but I guess it's a little too early for that.
Right. So now I guess you go to f7 maybe, or I mean, always the question, where do you go with the king? Because one of them jumps into the instant check, the other doesn't. Yeah. Also, by the way, I want to say something for chat. If any of the top humans were playing this against Stockfish with black, we would lose this 99.99% of the time. So there is that too. Do you believe that, Ben? I do. I think we'd lose this, like, maybe not 99, but
I do, because like you lose every position to the top engine. But well, still, still, I mean, I don't know. It feels fairly easy.
Yeah.
But then again, like, it only takes, maybe you take one small inaccuracy, right? And like a human will probably not take advantage of it, but the engine probably will. And then the engine makes progress, and then you can already resign.
Yeah, you feel stupid, exactly. Yeah. So I realize there might be a trick here though. Queen b1, maybe now you have e4 because there's the fork on g5. Maybe that's one way to try to play. Although I guess there's still queen a2, queen b1, or queen b3. I'm kind of thinking that might be the idea here if you're white. Is that after queen b1, maybe you try to go rook d6. For example, rook d6 check block, queen b1, then e4. Something like that is the idea.
Okay, so so you go rook d6, right? Is what you're saying.
Yes.
But then I guess black should wait. Black should wait with the king on g7. Yeah.
Or g7. Yeah, actually g7 is where he was at the start. So yeah, I should go to g7, right?
Yeah, like, why would you expose yourself to all sorts of like knight forks, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Makes much more sense with king on g7.
Right. No, I think that's definitely correct.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I was not saying engine could not win this as black, you guys, but I think an engine would beat a human 100% of the time in this. So he goes knight g5. Okay, so obviously you go king e7 or g7 is the question. My instinct says you go to the center, just because I feel like there might be some trick with knight e6 here. My instinct is you go to e7. That's my instinct, at least.
Well, I mean, let's say you go to e7. How does white avoid an immediate draw?
Yes, you have to go. Okay, it goes to g7. Yeah, because he's still the same silly nonsense with queen h1. No, this is true, actually. How do you do this if you're white?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
Okay,
you
he
can go
played king
e4.
g7.
Maybe you can go e4, but I guess just check, and I just check you all the way around to h3, and then I go queen b1 again. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's sort of what we were talking about earlier, how like if you try to make any sort of progress, like at some point you cannot dodge the checks anymore.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, this is very close, I think, to a draw now. I mean, this might just be drawn right away.
Yeah.
How do you do it? I mean, 'cause I don't see anything here. I really don't. I mean, if you
Yeah.
because like now maybe you can go rook d6 or something, but even still, queen h1 and then queen b1 back. I mean, I don't really see it. I've said it's a draw for the last 50 moves. Well, I didn't. I was starting to get very optimistic, chat, at some point for Magnus, but Jan is again still defending extremely well here.
Yeah. No, I think no, chat is trolling. You said it's a draw for the last 60 moves.
True. Oh, by the way, what does Magnus do here? Because knight f3, I can just check. You don't have the rook on d6 to block.
But you have you have 96 back to d4.
Yeah, and then queen h1, and you want to make the draw with knight f3, queen b1 back.
Is that already it's not a threefold.
Maybe
It's
not.
a
It feels
twofold.
like it.
That'd be twofold.
Yeah, I guess so, but yeah. No, I mean, I don't think Magnus is going to play that. I think Magnus. Okay, he's going to go knight d4 and hope he's going to hope that it's not actually a threefold. So king f7, of course, only move. Yeah.
But actually, like we were talking about this earlier, I mean, 50 moves, I guess at some point a pawn move will be made, but we're already like 17 moves in.
Yeah.
Because it is really difficult to make progress.
Right. Fabian said you can run the king up and create a mating net. I mean, maybe you can, but I feel like at this point it's very, very tough. Very, very tough here. I mean, again, like, yeah, Magnus can probably reset it with the knight on f3, rook on e2, but I think pretty soon you're going to end up in a territory where it's threefold no matter what, almost.
Yeah. Like at some point you have already, but then again, like if you're Nepo, do you 100% know that it's a threefold? Which, like, if you're wrong,
right, you lose time.
Magnus, no, you don't lose
sorry,
time,
no, you don't
right?
lose your time. Your opponent gets time. That's right. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. And that gives Magnus a chance to think a little bit more, right? Like not only the time he gets on the clock, but also the time that the arbiter takes to put that time there.
Right. So they've crossed the century mark, by the way. This is move number 100. So next move is 101. I don't think it's a threefold, you guys, because the rook is on c6 here. He's like put the rook on every square except c6. Oh, wait, no, wait, this is 1. Wait, so actually, no, wait a second. Wait, this is 2 for sure. Wait, if he checks, it's definitely a draw. If he plays knight f3, queen b1, it's very, very close. I think this is twofold in both cases. It's not quite threefold, I don't think. But it's
so you're saying
twofold in every position
now. Wait, he even repeated the position. No, wait.
Well, let's see. Where was the start? The rook was never on c6 at the start, though, was it? Let me go way back. Yeah, the rook was never on c6. So
yeah, okay,
he only
so
put the rook on c6 recently.
Yeah.
Okay, rook c7 and rook c6. Okay. And now queen b1, of course, and then he's going to go rook d7, obviously, to keep the game going.
Yeah, I think it's just a twofold.
Yeah, it's only 2, but okay. Now you have to go rook d7, only try, and then rook d2. But still, queen b2, queen b6, and again, I think we're very close to another threefold, like we were earlier.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, I just don't see this being decisive. So I think Jan has shown that he sees the idea with queen b6. He sees the idea with queen h1. It's just really hard to see Jan. It's really, really hard to see Jan losing this position, is what I would say.
Yeah, it seems like he knows what he's doing. Because your check was given on c7.
Right.
Wait, so check there.
Yeah.
King f6. King f6 is a twofold for sure. Knight f3.
Yeah, I feel like they've had this position too, maybe. Or maybe the rook was on... Where was the rook when he went? I mean, the king was on g7, so they haven't ever had this position before. But still, I mean, again, this feels... Yeah, very, very drawish. Queen b2, queen b1, rook e2, queen b6, and we'll be right back where we were like 6 moves ago.
Yeah.
Fabiano says
I'm
sack the
checking.
pawn on g3. I don't know what that means exactly, but anyway, I have no idea what that means.
I think he means that he thinks that Magnus should sacrifice the pawn on g3.
Oh, and run the king up like f3 e4 maybe. He must mean something where the king gets to e4 and e5. That's what it has to mean.
Yeah.
Again,
I don't know.
mean,
It's
yeah.
like I don't see how to do it here if you're Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you're Nepo, you just go, let's say queen c2, rook d2, queen b1.
Yeah, rook d2, queen b1, and then if rook e2, queen b6, and we're right back where we started, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't see. Like, I'm checking if there's any chance for a.
Yeah, I don't see it here. I just really don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not a threefold yet, but it's getting into the territory where at some point, yeah, Jan can probably just stop the clock and be like, "Yo, arbiter,
right,
get me the fridge out of here."
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm really trying to come up with a plan for, because the only plan that I saw that I thought might win is rook e2, e4, e5. But if you can't get the pawn rolling, I mean, I'm hard pressed to come up with a plan. Otherwise, just really, really hard pressed to come up with a plan. Jan's starting to get annoyed now with the repetition. Well, I mean, but this is what happens. I mean, this is, of course, Magnus is trying really hard to win. I mean, I think Magnus knows if he wins this game, I mean, he's probably like 80% to win the match. So that's why I think he's continuing to press here.
Of course,
as we go forward. Yeah,
you always continue if there's a chance.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see.
Jan,
by the way, is accumulating a lot of time on the clock. Jan has 6.5 minutes. While Magnus has a minute. I guess because what we said, like, it is easy for Jan to move around, and Magnus is thinking, like, how do I create any chances here?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't see it. I think very smart of Jan to move fast here. Really, really important that he's moving quickly, because that's what kind of like changes the whole dynamic. I mean, the fact he goes knight g1. Maybe do you just go queen b7, queen h1 again? I mean, I feel like Magnus is trying to be really funny here with knight g1. Maybe he's trying to go knight e2, but knight e2, well, there's always queen h1, h4. So I just don't really see it here. I just don't see it. I feel like there are many ways. I mean, probably to me, I would just go queen b7 and just go queen h1 again. Seems like the most logical
that makes sense.
I just don't see. I mean, queen b7, queen h1, knight f3, and then queen b1 back, and it's just the same old box. You create the right triangle, you create the box with the queen, and I just don't see it. So that's what I expect to happen here. It's queen b7. He doesn't play queen b7. I mean, computer says every move draws. Apparently, I'm trying not to look at the lines much, but I would just go queen b7 here. Stick with the routine of what's worked so far. Jan looks pissed.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jan doesn't look happy. I'm not shocked. I mean,
I think people are trying to debate you.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like I don't think so. Here's the thing: most people probably here are new to chess, right? They've never seen Jan play. So if Jan does this, they all think like, oh, he's super annoyed. Well, if Jan does this, it can mean that he's like super happy.
That's true. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah. Right. Yeah. He goes queen b4. Okay, that's actually not a bad move either, because you cut off rook d6 here. This maybe just force knight f3 and then queen b1. Queen b4 is nice. I like queen b4 here.
And like white can play rook e2, but then where do you put your knight?
Yeah, but now I mean this has to be a draw now after rook d1. Like, I mean queen b2. I mean I guess he still wants knight e2 and some kind of trick. I mean again, really really hard to believe that Jan will blunder here.
Yeah, but, also because he's keeping that time on the clock.
But there is an idea. He wants like rook d4, knight e2, and e4. That's what he wants, I think. Check. Probably king e7, I would assume, or g7. Not really sure which is right.
Right.
Still don't see it though.
Yeah. Okay, rook d6. Rook d6 check played. I mean, do you go king f? I mean, I guess you just go king g7. Yeah, like you said,
king f5 probably is fine. I assume like everything else, but it feels a little bit iffy with knight d4 coming in here. I personally wouldn't play it probably. I mean, at this point, having defended for like 20 plus moves with a very set plan, it seems a little bit weird to suddenly change and like go king f5. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Like just keep going with what works. And like even if white puts the knight on e2, maybe just go queen b1, prevent e4, prevent f5.
Right, exactly.
What can white ever do, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think that's completely right. Because it's basically what you want, I guess, is knight goes e2, you always have a queen h1, h4. I think that's the whole plan. Right. That's what you want. So it makes sense just to stick to the routine. With like king e7 and then like queen b1 and just sit and wait on the position basically. He's wasting time now. Well, Jan has time to think here. So yeah. I mean, I again, like it's always easier for us not playing the game and being much fresher than Jan is without the stress, but I feel like he's shown that he has a pretty good grasp on how to play the position. White can't go e4 here. There's queen c2, right?
Yeah, and actually they are already 25 moves in, so like the 50 move thing is not impossible.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess here what you go like queen b1 again or something. I mean, Jan's gonna get, or not Jan, sorry, Magnus is gonna get e4, e5 in here. I would gander. I guess maybe queen b1 and just wait, like queen b1, e4, king f6 or something, e5, king e7. I mean, I figure the white king is too open in this endgame, but still, it goes on.
I mean, you do allow e4, e5 there. I guess it's not gonna matter because, like, let's say white gets this, you just put the queen on b6, right? You pin the rook. Let's say white moves the king over, then you give it check.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's very true.
And you just keep annoying white with like pins and like attacking stuff, and he just can't make progress.
Right. No, exactly. Yeah, this is it's so annoying to have to play, though. I'm glad I'm not in the situation having to play this game, because this would be very frustrating knowing that Magnus can always just check, play one pawn move, maneuver another 30 moves, push a pawn. I mean, this game will probably go on for another like 3 hours or something at this rate. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, if you're Jan, I guess you're happy. Sure. I mean, he'll be, I guess, very happy to reach the 50 moves.
Right, of course, yeah. I mean, he's not going to, though, because e4 is going to happen here for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
like 92
and
e4. Yeah. Yes, you're right.
But again, where's the win, though? I mean, like, if I just wait with king f6, knight e2, king e7, where's the win? So you go e4, I always have h4 and like queen h3 problem. So where's the actual win? Like, or not the win, but like, where's the real concept to try and win even? Like, I just don't see it. Okay, rook d6 is a very strange. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I had the wrong position. Sorry, I just had the wrong position there. Okay, plays queen b2.
Okay, so let's say he blocks with the knight.
Yeah, and then queen b1 again, I assume, is the whole idea.
Yeah.
It's got to be the right
So if
idea.
you go e4, I guess you just go queen h1. Isn't that pretty much... I mean, it's not a draw right away, but...
Right.
I guess... I mean, e5... Let's say you give a check, king e3.
So e4, queen h1, e5, yeah. Queen h2, king e3, h4.
h4 takes.
I mean, you can't. This is not winning. I mean, this is just not winning. Based on my understanding of chess, this cannot be winning. Because, again, like, your king is too open here. Maybe if you could get the pawns to e6 and f5. If you had the pawns one square up, like e6, f5, there would probably be winning chances. But with pawns on e5 and f4, I don't think this is winning.
No, I agree.
I mean, but again, it's very tough because you know that like Jan knows it's a draw with correct play. Like he's 100% sure it's a draw, but you still have to prove it, and the game just keeps going on and on and on and on.
So is Magnus gonna play e4? We're 27 moves in. So if he plays e4, we're in for another 50.
Yep.
And he's definitely gonna break the record.
Right. Yeah. Oof.
I think he had. I mean, you do allow queen h1 though, so it feels like it might be an immediate draw. But on the other hand, like I don't see what else.
Well, but where's the actually? I mean, to be fair, that h4 line is not an immediate draw, and secondly, your king is very safe on e3 with the knight on e2.
True.
So like queen h1, e5, h4 takes king e3. I guess king f7, rook d6, and then I guess you just wait with like queen h3, king d2, and then I don't know, like king e7 maybe, or you just move the queen to like a3.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Like you just keep waiting with your queen, right? So white cannot push his pawns.
Right.
And then if white like tries to improve the position with a knight, then you give a lot of checks.
Agreed. Yeah.
Wait, so is okay, so e4 is on the board, queen h1 by Nepo.
This might be the longest game in the history of the World
Yep.
Championship as well. Or tells for the 5 gifteds, appreciate it. This probably is the longest game. Started what?
Yeah.
Started 7 hours 17 minutes ago. So
yeah,
this will be the longest stream ever. No, it won't be, you guys. Rook d7, okay. Yeah, so Jan's gonna play h4. We're gonna get some position here with like king g6, king e3, and h4, and then we'll see what Magnus's setup is to try and win the game.
Yeah, so Magnus gave a check on d7. I guess king f8, right? You don't want to walk
actually
into the check.
wait, king f8, actually, because that might be a mistake, because king e3, h4 you can't take. That blunders queen h3. So it's actually
wait, what?
No, I mean, if you go king f8 here, king e3, there's h4, and you can't take because of queen h3.
Oh,
So this might be an inaccuracy.
Yeah.
Oh, but he goes g8, and now king e3 is fine. Because king e3, h4, you just check.
Oh, right. King g8 is slightly weird. I mean, I guess his thought process is that he doesn't want to allow rook h7 after a potential h4.
True. Although there was just h3 and queen
g2. Right.
Hmm.
So that could signal that maybe he's a little bit tired, because
yeah,
I mean, it doesn't matter, but king g8 looks slightly weird to me.
Right. And now I guess you got to go h4 here for sure. Just force this endgame.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't, like, actually this looks very easy to me. To my untrained eye, after queen h4, king e3, queen h3, king d2, king f7, e5, I feel like king e7, rook d6, queen f3. I don't see how white can ever make progress.
But after
very basic.
But he played queen h2 check. Like, why would you?
Let me refresh the board.
I mean, I guess it doesn't make a difference, but
yeah.
So h4. I mean,
right. So h4, gh4, queen h4, e5. Yeah, I would not have done that actually. I would just bring the king closer. But still, again, yeah, this is a draw. This is a draw. Yeah, this game hurts my brain. Yeah, we've been playing. These guys have been playing for forever, basically forever.
Yeah, it's literally insane to think about how long this game has been going.
Right. So okay, so h4 takes queen h4. So we finally reached this basic endgame with the rook, knight, and 2 versus the queen. So this is 9 versus 9. I think I like queen h3 because now the king can never run up to the 4th rank. You have to go back, so there's no quick jump to d4 with the king at some point. So I kind of like this.
Yeah. So king e3, h4 takes check, happened.
King d2.
So I guess you go king d2. You go king d2. Nepo is gonna take.
This has happened.
Then I guess you go e5, right? And I guess then if you're Nepo, you wait with queen h3.
Oh, actually,
king
yeah,
f7.
True. King f7 allows f5, maybe.
But then after 3, right? There's after queen h3 or where?
After black took on h4, move 116, and we have rook f3. Or rook d3, sorry. Rook d3, sorry.
Maybe he's delaying the e5 push.
Yeah, I think he wants to maybe set up the rook behind the pawn and then push. I think that's the idea. He wants like rook e3, e5, e6. Try to use the rook behind the pawn.
Yeah.
So you would expect king f7 here, I guess. This is actually table basis, right? I think we're in table basis, right?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, table base is like 7 pieces, but I guess you could set it up in a table base.
Yeah, I'm just looking if I can find it. Actually, I think it's down. Maybe I think the website's crashed because I think everybody's using it.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I can't load the site, so I think it's crashed. Too many people trying to use the website. Oh, chess.com has table bases. Okay, is there a way for me to enable it? I don't see it here. You guys can tell me. Table bases, by the way, you guys, we know what the result is here with perfect play. But yeah.
I try to put it in a table base, but it just says no information available.
Okay, yeah, probably it's crashed. Yeah, no, it's just crashed.
Or like the position is like not theoretical enough. I don't know.
Not theoretical enough.
Oh wait, it's 6 pieces or less. Wait, is this? No, but
One,
this
two,
is
3, 4. Oh, this is 7. No, there's Lomonosov maybe, but I think I might have that on my phone. Give me a second. See if I have it on my phone. There is Lomonosov table bases. But I don't think that's on the internet. Do I have that in here? I don't think I do. No, I don't have it, unfortunately. But I'll look it up. But yeah, I mean, this 7 pieces, it is a draw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, Lomonosov, there we go. Okay, open it up. I'm gonna set the position up on my phone. Okay, so this is white has pawns on e4, f4. King is on b2. Knight is on e2. Rook is on f3. Black does not have any pawns on the board. Queen on d8. King on f8.
Rook f3, by the way, by Magnus.
It's a draw. Queen c8 is a draw. I mean, I can show you guys on my phone. It's like queen c8. Actually, maybe you guys can't. It says it's a draw with perfect play. So that's what's happening. Yeah. Commentary says Magnus will win. I don't know if Magnus will win here. I mean, obviously with perfect play, this is still a draw, but it's gonna be tough. It will be tough. Magnus, or sorry, not Magnus. Nepo would have to hang his queen to lose, maybe. I mean, I think again, like queen b6 and
still annoying though. No.
Yeah, it's still tricky. I mean, queen b6, knight d4, like queen d4. Because I mean, white can always block the checks. That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
But I still feel like it shouldn't be too difficult here. I don't know. Somehow it.
But you push up the board.
No, but I mean, to be fair though, I'm forgetting the players are not fresh. I mean, the players have been playing for 8 hours, so the players aren't fresh. I think the players were fresh. This would be a pretty easy draw. I'm gonna say that, but the players aren't fresh at all, so it's gonna be a lot harder than it looks with the engine.
Yeah, and there's no immediate draw, so like yeah, Magnus is just gonna push up the board, and then Jan will have to prevent the push of the pawns and give the right checks.
Right. Yeah.
Which, I mean, they are 7.5 hours in, right? It's tough.
Yeah, this is very very tough.
Yeah.
So he checks. So I guess, I mean, the thing though is for Magnus though, he also has to use time to figure it out, because like Jan can go like queen h7 here and ask him like, what are you doing? So Magnus kind of also has to come up with the right concepts too. It's not like one way here. Not one way at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we need like 5 more moves, and then we
have a record.
We're witnessing history.
Which
is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, totally. It's 0.4. Yeah, I mean, it's better for white, but again, to win this, I mean, I still don't truly believe that the Magnus is going to win this yet. I'll start to believe it. I think if you get the pawns to like, if you can get the pawns to e5 and f6 or something, or e6 and f5, I think he's going to find a way to win if he can get that.
Right.
But that's if he gets the pawns already further advanced than they are right now, and I don't think that's going to be easy at all here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, imagine Magnus wins this game. Like, if you're Nepo, you're just
destroyed.
Devastated.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think not only like, okay, from a match situation, I think he will not come back because Magnus will just be super solid.
Right. Exactly.
But also, like, after this game, he'll just be so tired. I think he will just not be able to come back.
No, I totally agree with that. Yeah. So knight g3. I don't understand knight g3 because now you just check. Yeah. I mean, of course you just wait, obviously, but he's gonna have to go back to e2, and then he'll have to push the pawn, I guess. Okay, so he makes a check. Yeah. So knight e2, queen d7, of course.
Knight g3 is weird. Why didn't he push the pawn?
I guess he wanted to gain 30 seconds. Or maybe he wants to go
Huh.
king g4. Maybe he wants to go king f3, queen d1, rook e2, and then like queen d3, king g4. Try to run the king up the board. I mean, again, like for Magnus, he just waits forever. This is so hard to play for black. So hard.
It's
So
kind of insane. Like, you know, we've had a couple of positions where we thought like, okay, it's just going to be a draw. But okay, so he goes king f3, queen d1.
The rook e2,
I guess,
queen b3, king g4, queen g8, king h3, and maybe you go like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just gonna go on for forever. This really is gonna go on forever. So I'm gonna go use the restroom quickly, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah. So yeah, Hikaru just left the building. But yeah, it looks like we're about to win this a new world record. Because we need a couple more moves, and then we will have the longest world championship game ever. So yeah, this should be a lot of fun. People don't get ads, right? People don't get ads, do they? Guys, this is fun. We're having fun. You guys got ads? Well, there is a way to get rid of ads. There's a way to get rid of ads. Thanks Q Gator for Prime. You can toss in that Prime. Thanks Dylan Narp for the Prime. Appreciate it. But yeah, it looks like I think Magnus has pretty good chances. I think Magnus has pretty good chances to win. I think he has pretty good chances to win. Thanks 25 low. No, what's too slow drafts for the Prime?
All right, what happened?
A couple of people dropped their Prime, and besides that, not much.
Okay, still here. Okay, so wait, so what just happened? He put the queen on b7, right? So he put the queen on b7. So I guess the idea is of f5. How do you stop king f4? I mean, oh, maybe you just do like the queen b4, queen c4. You try to hold the pawns like this. Okay, I think Jan's idea is to hold the pawns. He wants to pin the pawns, basically. A new record, longest game, indeed. Yeah, this is still going on, though.
Oh yeah, we have a new world record.
Right, new record, most
moves
games
on the board.
Yeah,
and I think this could be by far the longest decisive game.
yeah, I mean, for sure. I would assume that it was drawn, right?
Or the longest game between Korchnoi and it was Karpov, right?
Yeah.
There was a draw.
Right. Okay.
But I think we have good chances of seeing a win here.
I mean, I think there's a very high chance. I think Magnus's chance to win here are like probably 70%. I think it's 70% Magnus wins, maybe even 80%.
Yeah.
Just because of how hard it is to play for black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I keep thanking the primers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Big shout out to all the primers. Hope you guys are doing well. Actually, it's not a world record, just a world champ record. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen here.
You have to thank them individually.
Yeah, thank you to DM Args, Too Slow to Draft, Turbo Toucan, Side and Siliconian. You know, K-Pake, Brita for the Prime, C Gagne, and King Red, and Super Big Blue Luigi. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Queen B3 is played.
Right.
But all right. So like eventually Magnus has to push something, right?
Right. You think he's gonna push? Go ahead.
Do you think he's gonna push E5 or F5?
I would probably. I don't like rook d5. I'm sure it's a good move, obviously, but I thought the way to try to win was with the rook behind the pawn. I thought that was maybe more concrete. I mean, really, the question is, how does Jan set this up? I mean, does he go like queen e3 and just wait with king e8 f8? Because I mean, actually, the thing that I don't like about this rook in front of the pawn is that now Jan can just wait with king e7. Like if Jan just waits with the king,
Right.
how do you activate your king? Because if you go to h3, I go to f3, and the king is very passive. So it's still quite tricky, I think, here. Quite tricky is what I would say. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think like e5 looks more natural.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you go f5, black goes, let's say, queen c3, right? And then you're really kind of stuck.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It feels like you want the pawn again. Maybe you can still go like rook d4, e5, rook e4. Still, this feels wrong somehow, though. I mean, I still like the idea of the rook behind the pawn. I don't understand. I mean, apparently rook d5 is supposed to be the best move according to the computer, but I don't understand why. Like, why is rook d5 better than putting the rook behind and just pushing the pawns? That's what I'm actually confused by here.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Rook e5, okay, makes sense. But now, how do you do it? I'm trying to figure this out because okay, the line that I'm thinking of is some line where you get like the king up and I go rook e5, rook f5, e5, and like rook f6, and then king here. But I still don't see how you win if you got e5, f4, rook f6, but I pin the knight with queen g2. Still trying to figure
it
this
doesn't
out.
like it's weird. Like, why would he put the rook in front of the pawns? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
unless he wants to go like
he wants to go f5, rook e6, or he wants to go rook f5,
e5,
e5,
rook
f6.
f6.
Some combination. I don't know which one he wants. But he wants some combo, and that's really the big question. That's the big question mark here. Is how do you finish this off?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Please don't be a draw. I mean, like I said, you guys, I think Magnus is like 75-80% that he's gonna win. But still has to prove it. And I also don't see where the like also, for example, say you go king e7, e5, I just like go like queen e3, rook f6, queen e2, king h3, queen e3. I still don't see how you win. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really curious to look afterwards. Really curious afterwards to see if this was right, whether putting the rook in front of the pawn was better than putting the rook behind the pawn. Predictions are changing every 20 moves. My prediction won't change now since we're in this endgame. I mean, I think Magnus goes e5. Okay, so we're getting to the critical moment here. So queen, I guess queen c2, queen d3, or just
I
queen
think
e3.
he's making good progress. Like the king, there's not a lot of checks if you put the king on g4, h4.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
then
queen
the
e3,
question,
rook f6. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but then the question once again becomes like, how does white make progress, right? Like, let's say you achieve everything,
right?
But still, like if you go rook f6, you put the king on h4. Okay, I guess what you do with black is
you
now
just
you
want to
just
wait
sort
behind
of
the knight, right?
Yeah, like king h4, you give a check. King g4, you go queen g2. But then again, white can play f5, maybe.
True. Then if you go like queen b2, rook e6, king f8, f6. Oh, computer just says this is a draw. Huh.
But still, it's really tough. Like, white pushes very far up the board, but yeah, to allow all that's really tough.
Yeah, very tough. Okay, so he checks. So king h3, I guess. Oh, does he want queen e6, king h4, queen h6 or something? It doesn't look right.
Yeah, you really got to feel for Nepo. You know, he's suffering right now, closing in on the 8-hour mark almost. But it just feels like he's gonna lose because
I'm starting to feel like progress. It too. Yeah, I mean, I thought
king h4 now.
Yeah. Licha says white is winning. Okay. I mean, plus 1.05 doesn't mean it's over though. There's still like queen a2. I guess queen a2 makes sense, or queen a2, maybe queen g2. Oh, it's not a draw on table base anymore. Okay. So queen a2.
You can't. But wait, you can go like knight h5, and you can even go like rook f6, king g5, king h6, and there's barely any checks.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's true. But I can still wait. Let's just say I pin you from behind it with queen on h2.
Okay, that's a good point.
I mean, it's the only try, obviously.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't like queen h6. Wait, I don't like queen h6 at all. Wait a second. Wait a second. This feels like something's
Yeah,
going wrong. Wait a second. This does not feel right. I
Wait,
mean,
knight
apparently
h5?
computer says it's losing, but this feels very wrong. Knight h5.
I guess he wants queen b6.
Yeah, but I mean it's still
Queen
very
b6.
tough, obviously. But
Wait, queen b6. Maybe you go knight f6, king d8, knight g4, and it's
queen-
almost the same thing, but then one
queen
rank up the
g1.
board.
Oh, right, because it's one rank up with the king on g5 versus g4, g3.
Yeah.
Right. Because yeah, that's actually that's really dank. That's really
Yeah.
dank. Wow. Yeah, I
Like,
think this is probably winning.
Yeah.
I think it's too hard. Also, I think it's just too hard to try and defend here.
Yeah, so knight h5 is on the board. Yeah, I think Magnus
Yeah.
gonna win. It looks like he's just making consistent progress.
Yeah, I think especially with the somehow this king on h4 and this knight on h5, it's one row too far up the board.
Yeah.
Table base says after queen e6 it was winning, so queen e6 was actually wrong. So queen f2 was a draw. Chat, was queen f2, queen f3, g2 the draw? It was that the draw back going a couple moves? That was a draw. Okay. Wow. Still very tough, obviously.
Queen h7 played by Nepo. There's you can play. Okay,
I mean, e6.
First things first. Yeah,
wait,
e6 is a nice
and rook
move.
f7 just GG, or maybe. Wait.
Yeah, you just keep moving up the board. It feels like that should be winning. Yeah.
Wait, how is e6 not just game over? Actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, maybe there's queen a7.
But still, like queen a7, rook f.
I mean,
e6 is a committal decision.
Yeah, I don't know. This is all way too random. No point even trying to analyze this. I mean, we're us humans. We have no idea what's going on. Yeah. But yeah, I think at this point we're very close to the end of the road. End of the road.
It's rough.
Yeah.
So do you think Jan relaxed at some point? Like in this endgame?
I don't know if relax is the word. I mean, I thought he defended really well. I mean, what's funny is the more I think about this endgame, the more I start to think maybe pushing h4 was wrong. It's kind of weird.
I was starting to think the same thing. Yeah, because then like the knight could move because they didn't have to defend g3 anymore.
Yeah, like maybe you should have gone queen h3. I mean, again, like at the time we thought it was a great move, but apparently it's just wrong. Is what I guess. Yeah, it's just wrong. I guess that's just wrong. I mean, it's so easy now looking back to see, but I mean, credit, of course, as I said, goes to Magnus for finding these very, I guess not even just finding the moves, but like sort of maneuvering over and over and over again to get to this point.
And he plays e6.
Yeah.
Quite incredible, you know?
Yeah.
I think he's just gonna win now. Yeah.
What do you even do here? Queen a7? I mean, what do you honestly, what do you even do here? Queen a7. I mean, apparently queen a7 rook f7, by the way, is a draw, just so you know. Apparently queen a7 rook f7, because you can check the king or something and go like f5 queen h3. Oh, maybe it's still maybe it's losing. Computer said it was draw temporarily, but it's losing. Yeah. No, I mean amazing technique to get to this point by Magnus. Really good technique. Yeah. The one thing I will say that's good though about this now is that we're not going to have like, I could see Jan like going all in tomorrow. We're going to probably get a lot more dynamic games now, which is going to make this much more fun.
But then we could easily see a blowout, right? Like he has to try to come back.
Yeah, I mean that's actually the real danger. Is I could see Jan losing the next two games. I will say that's actually the big danger.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really tough to judge this game. I mean, I feel like on the one hand, Magnus doesn't deserve to win. On the other hand, he just kept the game going, and Jan fell asleep. So it's like, I mean, I have kind of mixed feelings, but at the end of the day, I mean, once Jan fell asleep, Magnus, I mean, he kept pushing, kept the game going, and Jan just was not able to defend. I mean, I think queen e4 was the big mistake, and I guess we're not gonna get an answer. We're not going to get an answer at the press conference because Jan is going to be really mad, obviously. But I do wonder if Jan missed it or not. Like, did he just miss king g1, or why did he play queen e4? That's going to be the question. And I guarantee you we're not going to get an answer because Jan is going to be very upset, as he, I guess, should be. But I do wonder what the answer is to that question. I think Jan will play like two more moves. Like once the king gets to f6, he's going to resign.
Wait, doesn't rook f7 just win here? Because if you
Oh,
take, you win the pawn in game.
that's beautiful. Yeah. Oh, so beautiful. Knight g7 and king g5. Oh, nice one.
And
And Magnus
otherwise,
is
you
not
just
going to
run
miss that.
other
Magnus
moves.
won't miss
Yeah.
that. Because king d8, you go e7, and you have knight f6, knight f7. Yeah, did he play it?
Oh.
He did play it. Surely played it. Yeah, Magnus was not going to miss this in an endgame. Zero chance he misses rook f7. Zero chance. 0.00. But again, Magnus did what he always does. He played the endgame, kept it going, and found those little windows.
Yeah.
And Jan just
Rook f7, insane.
could not get it done. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, from the late middle game onwards, Magnus just outplayed Magnus, plain and simple. I mean, nothing else really should be said. But I do wish we got an answer to why Nepo played Queen e4. That's what I do wonder. But we're not going to get it, unfortunately, because I mean, Jan is going to be very upset. So,
yeah, absolutely insane. Also, like how accurate he stays till the very end is very, very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I think like it's interesting. I mean, actually, Magnus, since he's in a good mood, probably will answer. But I wonder what Magnus is going to say about putting the rook on e5 versus the rook on e2. Because I thought the rook on e2 was pushing the pawns. To me, it felt more pragmatic. So it'll be interesting to see what he says. And I'm betting that what he's going to say is he's going to say something along the lines of, in some endgame book or something, there was some situation where you maneuver like that. Is my guess.
Well, I mean, yeah, I expect the players to be so tired that I think like any answer we will get out of them will be
I mean, Magnus will Magnus will answer because he's going to be in a good mood. I mean, Magnus obviously will answer because he's going to be in a great mood. But Jan is going to be pretty upset. I mean, make no mistake about it. I guess f5 works. I mean, e7 was winning too, right? Oh wait, e7 allowed.
Did e7 win on? Did e7 win on the spot?
Oh, I thought actually it does, but it's not simple the way I thought it was. But yeah, I mean everything obviously is winning here. F5.
Oh wait, because you take the knight, right?
Yeah, f5. I guess
so
Queen
f5
G1,
is better. Queen g1,
and now you can run the king up, right? Knight f6.
Oh, you go knight g7 and you hide with the king on g8.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, e7, e8. Yep. Yeah.
But it's funny how like till the end of the game, this knight was a shelter for the king.
Well,
right?
I mean, as the saying goes, it fits the meme, right? It fits the meme of do you know how the knight moves? It fits the meme.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
he does know how the knight moves.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, this is just brutal. Like, I think a lot of people, they like to, a lot of people like to say Karpov was really good positional player. I mean, obviously he was a beast, but I even like with Karpov, I don't feel like he was winning like what feels like these kinds of positions that feels like it has to be a draw. Like it felt like this has to be a draw, but Magnus just keeps playing and playing and playing and playing. It's a bit arrogant to say Nepo threw this. I didn't say he threw the game. I don't think he threw in this end game, but I think Queen e4 was. I mean, who knows what Queen e4 was? But that was the big mistake. I mean, maybe a chance to draw after that, but it felt like Magnus was just kept putting pressure on him after that. I mean, like all these draws in the table-based end game. I mean, probably for a human are just too much to find. I just think it's too much. Especially after like 8 hours, just no chance. So that is the I guess I guess I'll cover the press conference.
It's over. It's over.
Yeah, it is over.
Magnus wins.
Indeed, it is over.
So, World Championships decided. Yeah.
Well,
have to watch.
is that your attempt to jinx Magnus by saying that? But I have to say. Go ahead.
I think it's very likely that he will just keep the title now.
I mean, I feel like I just feel Jan I think is going to completely tilt tomorrow is my guess. I don't know, after 8 hours I can give you I can give it actually a perfect example. Like I had a situation in London where I lost a game to Magnus, very similar, maybe not exactly quite like this, probably a little bit less brutal since it wasn't a world championship. But I had a game in the London Chess Classic where like I was defending 2 knights versus 2 bishops for like 8 hours. I had like one line that led to a draw. I misplayed it, and then the very next day I just tilted off and lost Anish. So I mean, I can just imagine for Jan, no dinner, in a very, very bad mood for sure. I find it hard to believe he's not going to tilt off tomorrow. I really do. I really do.
No, you're making a good point.
Yeah. But all right. Well, I guess I'm probably just going to cover The press conference probably for a little bit. I don't know if you want to stay here, if you just want to watch it on your own, but
we can.
the only problem is you can't hear it, right?
That is a good question. Yeah, I wouldn't like. We can see how it goes. If I can't hear it, I guess you can do like React Andy on your own.
Okay, all right, sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll try to put it up on my stream as well. Let's see. Let's pull it up. I assume they'll be doing the interview very quickly, guaranteed. I think it'll be a really fast interview.